You can see that really tight couplet. Chris, stay right there if I can just draw this out real quick, or you can draw that out for me. What we're seeing is the greens indicating winds heading towards the radar, the red indicating winds heading away from the radar. So we have a very strong couplet that, even though is no longer observed as a tornado, this type of a signature can very quickly ramp up and create something and very quickly ramp back down. And so we could continue to see this. Let's put the warning back on this cell heading up towards Brevard County. Again, as you can see, we are looking at this storm still in Indian.
Tornado warning for the following counties in Florida: Brevard, Indian River, and Okeechobee. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Okeechobee County in east central Florida, western Indian River County in east central Florida, south central Brevard County in east central Florida, until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 1:52 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles south of Blue Cypress Lake, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Blue Cypress Lake around 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
On that traffic camera. Earlier we had a shot of a tornado down there in Alligator Alley along Florida 511's camera, and we were able to pick up a really nice signature. I was discussing earlier with meteorologist Chris Gilson that the tornadoes we've been seeing down in South Florida are certainly much larger than what we've been dealing with typically here in Central Florida. Again, you're looking at this couplet here. Let's go ahead and show you. We've got those green winds indicating winds moving away from the radar screen, the red moving away from the radar, green towards. Radar is up in the Melbourne area just to the north of our banner. So winds rotating towards, winds rotating away, and you get that little bit of a couplet, that little kind of spin within the atmosphere itself. Let's go ahead and put this back in rotation if we can, Chris. That would be good, and then we can throw the warning on and just show everybody that this warning continues to be on the interior parts of Brevard County. A lot of the homes and businesses of Brevard County reside along and just to the east of I-95. This is largely in an agricultural zone, a lot of farmland, a lot of protected land out in Indian River County and southern Brevard County. So it's not necessarily impacting a lot of people directly, but this is our first little tornado warning of the day that we will likely see grow and blossom over the next several hours. Control room has that camera. Let's go ahead and take it. This is a live look over there. This is just outside of the Yeehaw Junction Service Plaza, and you're not really seeing much. If you look real carefully, bottom right-hand side of your screen, you can actually notice some of the car headlights driving by. Really tough to make out. That means if there is a tornado within this cell, within this storm cell, it is going to be rain wrapped, which means we're not going to get any good look at the potential of this tornado there in Indian River County lifting its way towards extreme southern portions of Brevard County. But again, this is a live look at that tornado warning over there in the Yeehaw Junction Service Plaza. The tornado warning or the potential tornado, I should say, just to the east of the Yeehaw Junction Service Plaza. We'll actually pause that just for a second. You'll notice our camera was right around here and the storm just to the east. So this is not necessarily heading towards the Florida Turnpike corridor. It's not heading towards Yeehaw Junction. It's heading inland towards this largely agricultural zone of Indian River and extreme southern Brevard counties. Let's go ahead and zoom out this view if we can real quick, Chris, and show everybody all of the tornado warnings we've got ongoing just to our south. And you heard me talk about this just about 20 or 25 minutes ago, that our tornado threat is going to be the first major impact for Central Florida. With this hurricane, in recent memory, a lot of the hurricanes that Central Florida has dealt with has been one impact or another, whether it's some strong winds with Helene or whether it was the rainfall with Debbie earlier this season. This is going to be the first system where we get basically every single impact a hurricane can bring. Tornadoes, rain, wind, and storm surge along our coastline. The tornado threat is going to be the first impacting threat for Central Florida. That begins now, obviously, with our first warning in extreme southern Brevard County, and will likely continue as we go throughout the next several hours before it shifts to a rain and a wind threat tonight, and then heading into tomorrow morning, and certainly with tomorrow afternoon's tide cycle, the storm surge threat for Flagler and Volusia County. So this is a marathon, not a sprint. We will be dealing with all of these kind of bands of rain, likely an enhanced tornado threat lifting into Central Florida in the next several hours. Control room has another camera feed. Where is this one, guys? Fort Drum Service Plaza. So again, you can see not only the rain on the camera lens itself, but you also see just how gray those skies are. And if you look real closely, and I realize that the raindrops on the camera lens kind of disrupting the cloud view perfectly for you there, but you can see how quickly those clouds are moving from right to left across the side of your screen. That is the wind shear that we are really driving with here in Central Florida and certainly South Florida over the past several hours. We will likely see that tornado threat increase. And in fact, stay on that camera just real quick. I want to, is there a way that we can pull me up? I'll step off camera. Is there a way that we can pull me up just real quick with that? There was a little bit of a lowering on that cloud base on the right-hand side of the camera that you saw. So again, there we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you for doing that. Live TV, folks. We're going to be kind of calling shots as we go. There was just a little bit of a lowering. It looks like it's dissipated just quickly there. But again, these cloud bases will kind of get these low hangs like that and then low hang like that. So every now and then when you see one of those low hangs come on in, it's those locations that we're going to watch for potential rotation to increase as we go throughout the next several hours. I'm not seeing that little finger that I was just briefly, but no longer anyway. But we'll go back to Klystron 13. Let's reset here. If you're just joining us, time is 2:06. Meteorologist Zach Covey with you alongside meteorologist Chris Gilson driving the radar that you see behind me, and a lot of red boxes indicating tornado warnings. Some are observed, meaning we have a tornado on the ground. Others are radar indicated, and the one for Brevard County right here, this one is radar indicated. However, earlier today, this tornado warning was an observed tornado. It did produce a tornado down in St. Lucie County. We even have some video of a tornado in Okeechobee County. If you could load that up on Max 3, Chris, that would be great. I'll show that to everybody in just 1 second. That would be fantastic. But these tornadoes, or tornado warnings, excuse me, have been capable of producing tornadoes earlier today. Let's step out of the screen, show you that tornado from earlier. This is down there at State Road 80 in Lake Okeechobee. That right there, folks, is something you don't see in Central Florida often. This is coming from the National Weather Service over there in the St. Lucie County Emergency Management Office. And that right there is a wedge tornado. This is something that we tend to see across the heartland of the country. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas. And this was something that just happened just to the south of us not too long ago. And again, a lot of these storms are lifting our way. So when we're talking about the potential for tornadoes in the next several hours here in Central Florida, we need to be mindful that this tornado threat is likely to increase. So what are some of the things you can do if you get put in that tornado warning? Get to the lowest level of your house, stay away from doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. It is imperative that you have a safe place within your safe place. We're all where we're going to be, hopefully by now, to ride out Hurricane Milton. But we need to find the safest location within that safe place, and that's where you're going to want to go when you're within this tornado warning. Remember to get to that lowest level, stay away from doors and windows, and wear shoes and a helmet and have a whistle with you. This is something I don't really stress a lot here in Florida. Our tornadoes tend to be very weak, tend to be very short-lived. But with the tornadoes that we are seeing today across Central Florida, it is imperative that you have shoes and a helmet as well as a whistle with you in case tornadoes do come in to damage a home or a building. We have another look at a traffic camera within that tornado warning. Again, you can see peppered with raindrops right now, but notice those lowering bases there on that cloud. Again, I get it. It is hard to see. Folks, what is this roadway? It's the Turnpike or Yeehaw Junction. So that is the Florida Turnpike you're looking at. But again, look at that lowering of the cloud base coming almost directly over the Florida Turnpike. Let's stick on this camera real quick. Chris, could we load up a closer view on Klystron of that Yeehaw Junction storm? We're going to stay on this camera view real quick. We're just going to follow that cloud base over the Florida Turnpike. We'll get a very good view of it in just 1 second, and this will be kind of our confirmation of is there something on the ground or is this radar indicated. But that right there, what you are looking at on the screen right now, is the reason for the tornado warning in Brevard County. It is quickly lifting its way over towards Osceola as well. Do we have any new information? I see they just updated that.
They're continuing.
But it's still radar indicated. Okay, still radar indicated. And based off of the imagery I am seeing, I do not see anything based off of that traffic camera that indicates that there is something on the ground. So again, if you're within this tornado warning or if you're traveling on the Florida Turnpike, you're heading towards Yeehaw Junction shortly, again, we're going to be seeing more and more of this rotation working its way into Osceola. But based off of that traffic camera, I do not see anything on the ground. Let's come back out to me. We'll go back over to Klystron 13 here. Those are the tornado tips. We'll switch over to Klystron 13. Again, this warning is for Indian River County and extreme southern Brevard County. But this is quickly lifting its way over towards the Osceola and Okeechobee County area as well. You see what Chris is highlighting here is that area of very broad rotation, quite frankly, very tight rotation. We're so used here in Florida to saying broad rotation. This is something that is, to be completely honest with you, quite uncommon to find here in Central Florida. Very north, and I do suspect we might, or excuse me, farther to the west. Yeah, there we go. I think it's starting to rotate that way around 30. So this is still in an agricultural zone. Again, if we had any cities or towns in this area, they would have popped up there on that track. And if you've ever traveled along the Florida Turnpike, you know this area around the Yeehaw Junction community, lifting its way towards Kenansville, lifting its way into a chunk of Osceola County, that this is largely tree-driven, large agricultural zones. But again, and I would say this latest this latest looping image here is showing that the rotation is starting to broaden out. We had that little hook signature in Indian River County, which prompted the warning into northern Brevard County. But look how it's kind of flattened out on its south side here, on the south and eastern side. So this flattening out indicates that we are likely seeing this rotation, still tight, but broaden just a bit. Earlier, you saw that very, very strong hook lifting its way into Indian River County, and this is the reason that they extended that tornado warning up. But that area that Chris Gilson is just now circling here, just north of the Florida Turnpike, this was earlier at 1:50 p.m., was the reason we were concerned that a tornado might be on the ground. And as we advance this into the future here, up to 2:12 p.m., which is our current time, much more flattening out of that actual cell itself, and it's no longer necessarily looking like it is going to put a tornado down on the ground. At least at this point, we will continue to monitor that situation as well. I want to draw your attention over to Polk County. Just very, very briefly, we obviously understand that you guys may have evacuated. If we can reset that to Polk, Chris. We also understand that we have a lot of evacuees that have come into Central Florida out of the Tampa Bay market. So if you're typically watching our sister station Bay News 9 and you've turned to Spectrum News 13 because you evacuated and you're wondering what is going on back in the Tampa Bay area as well, we have numerous tornado warnings in Polk County at this hour. Back through the Tampa Bay area specifically, not too much happening at this hour, but there are more warnings to the south that will be lifting into Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, Sarasota, and Manatee counties in the coming hours, I suspect. But we do have current continuing live coverage on Bay News 9. You can access that for free on the Spectrum News app. So if you are somebody that has evacuated from the Bay News 9 country zone over here into Central Florida for Milton, we want to let you know that you can also watch their continuing coverage on the Spectrum News app. Let's go back over into Indian River County. This is right there on the border of Osceola County. There we go. Right there on the border of Osceola County, I suspect we'll likely get some information on a new tornado warning, potentially radar indicated shortly. Again, I'll go ahead and annotate this out. The location that we would be watching for rotation would be right around there. And as we switch on over, that's exactly where we're finding that very tight couplet of rotation signatures. So again, green indicating winds heading towards the radar, red indicating winds heading away from the radar, and the radar is up here in the Melbourne area. So again, this would be our rotation couplet. It is likely working its way out to the west. I believe we're starting to see more and more of a rotation out towards the western side at a very fast clip of 30 miles per hour. But you saw Chris Gilson just put on a track here. No cities, no towns. So the good news is, as many of us have kind of traversed the Florida Turnpike in the past, this is an area that tends to not have a lot of homes, businesses, structures that will necessarily be impacted. But if you have friends or family in the Kenansville area, or if you're traveling towards Yeehaw Junction in the next hour, hour and a half, maybe you're trying to get to a friend's place for some reason in the next hour, hour and a half, and you have to take the Florida Turnpike, this storm will likely be working its way towards the Kenansville area down the line. But again, at least at this point in time, I'm starting to see that the rotational field, at least from the radar signature, is broadening out. A lot of lightning strikes, though. So even if there is something on the ground, as we showed you on that traffic camera earlier about 15 minutes ago, it's hard to see. This system is likely rain-wrapped. You saw over 100 lightning strikes just now on that radar image, lifting its way now into Brevard County. Again, that tornado warning still on, correct? We still have that tornado, yep, still going on, and this goes through the bottom of the hour? Yeah. Yep, 2:30, so we will likely see, again, an extension of this tornado warning potentially. Something storms like to do is ramp up and ramp back down as well. Typically, tornadoes have a very short life cycle, and that's because the vortex or the spin within that tornado can only maintain itself for a very short amount of time. And so what you can see are these type of tornado signatures right here across Brevard County. Oh, there we go. Let's redraw that if we can, Chris. But that signature basically can ramp up and tighten up very quickly, and then it can loosen up a little bit because it can't maintain that velocity for a very long time. It can't maintain that rotation for a very long time. So it is imperative that we watch these warnings as they come into our area over the course of the next several hours, because not only are we talking about the potential for observed tornadoes that we have seen down in South Florida today, all up and down Alligator Alley, over in Okeechobee County as well. But we could also be talking about that threat for observed tornadoes that ramp up and ramp back down as we go throughout the next several hours in Central Florida. Chris, is there any new information coming in from National Weather Service?
Let me go back over to the others.
Okay. So
Cover the 2 o'clock MHC update.
no, let's go ahead and do that. Is that on 1?
Yep.
All right, so during this information, we will come back to the tornado warning. This is the 2 o'clock update. We kind of missed out on the 2 p.m. update. I understand that we've been focusing on the tornado threat. Meteorologist Mallory Nichols, now in-house, pointing out that the storm has continued to weaken. We were talking about that pressure coming on down, continues to fall, again is being whipped by that wind shear on the western fringe, and is starting what we are calling extratropical transition, transitioning from a tropical system to a non-tropical system. And now that that pressure is rising, we're starting to see those winds fall. It is a 130 mile per hour Category 4 hurricane, likely continuing to weaken on its approach to the Florida coastline. We will likely continue to see this towards Sarasota and Manatee County.
New tornado warning for extreme southern Osceola County. That's just around Yeehaw Junction. That runs until 3. This one is a confirmed tornado by emergency management, which is a little bit farther to the south. So that also includes Okeechobee, southwestern Indian River County. So the tornado was likely spotted a little bit farther to the south, but this is getting close to Yeehaw Junction, the storm that they're tracking here.
Okay, so if you guys did not hear that, we now have a new tornado warning. This one is heading into Okeechobee County, and Chris, I'm going to go ahead and highlight this right here. I'm assuming they're talking about this storm right here.
Yes, that's the one that hugs the county line of Osceola County. Yes, sorry.
Yes, Osceola and Okeechobee, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so this system right here, folks, we've got a brand new tornado warning. This is going to be lifting its way into extreme southern Osceola County. This system is in Okeechobee County right now, but is confirmed as a tornado on the ground in Okeechobee County, lifting its way towards Osceola County. Again, Chris, your mic is up. Do you want to read that information out again?
Yeah, so this was confirmed, a tornado confirmed by emergency management. So this tornado warning that includes extreme southern Osceola County runs until 3 o'clock. Movement with this storm is to the north at 35 miles per hour. We showed you the video earlier of a wedge tornado in southwest Okeechobee, and that was a pretty serious tornado. So we're looking at these tornadoes that obviously are being spawned this afternoon. So if you're in this area, southern Osceola County, you want to seek shelter immediately. Get into the lowest portion of your home, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Again, this tornado warning for southeastern Osceola County running until 3 o'clock.
And let's go ahead and put a track on that as well, Chris, if we can, and then we'll go over some of those tips on Max 1 in just a second. But this system lifting its way up into, there we go, we'll put it over there. We're all working as a team here, folks. This is live TV. Osceola Junction over there around 236, Yeehaw Junction around 249. Again, this is down in Okeechobee County, lifting its way up as well into the Osceola County area, eventually down the line, but will continue to lift its way north of Bassinger, just to the west of Eagle Island. And as Chris was saying, this tornado is an observed tornado per the National Weather Service. We do know that this is a confirmed tornado. They did get reports that this is on the ground, lifting its way up into portions of Osceola County. I'm also catching
I was just going to say, there's a couple other new ones popping up a little bit closer.
I just saw. Let's go over to this one. And this is that system that we were tracking in Indian River County. I just saw this pop up too, Chris. This is that system that was radar indicated. Is this still radar indicated?
Still radar indicated.
Okay.
Movement is still to the north. at 30 miles per hour here. So this is moving out of Indian River County just to the west of Fellsmere. We're seeing the reds and greens coming together. That's where we're looking at that rotation. So this will likely stay well to the west of I-95, west of Mico, west of Grant Valcaria. Could clip eastern portions of Osceola County. It was looking like, as Zach was pointing out earlier, maybe a little bit of a jog to the west and northwest. Kind of still seems like maybe that's a possibility. So Deer Park may have to watch this one depending on the track, but this is moving to the north at 30 miles per hour.
But I also want to point out here, notice the track that we have on this system moving at 30 miles per hour to the north. Notice a lack of cities and towns populated within that track, indicating that while we do have a radar-indicated tornado now lifting into a much broader chunk of Brevard and even far eastern parts of Osceola County, this is still largely in an unincorporated, uninhabited area. Not to say that there aren't, a couple of homes or businesses within this area here, but there are no necessarily widespread communities that are necessarily going to be impacted. But again, we continue, and Chris, I'm going to go ahead and draw here. We continue to watch this rotation. This is going to be that green indicated towards Melbourne and the red rotating away. So again, that rotation is going to be right about there, lifting its way to the north at about 30 miles per hour. Again, it is right on the Indian River and Brevard County line, lifting its way northbound, and this warning goes until 3 p.m. Again, this warning is radar indicated. However, and I do believe that this is the system that also had a confirmed tornado earlier this morning down in Okeechobee County. It lofted its way into St. Lucie County and has really continued to keep that core rotation with it. We'll go back over to our video on Max 3. This was this same storm, which was in Indian River County, over in Lake Okeechobee earlier today, lifted its way into St. Lucie County. Tornado lifted, but that warning has continued ever since. But again, this is that storm that we are talking about lifting out of Indian River County towards Brevard County that produced this large confirmed tornado earlier this morning. Now, the warning right now in Brevard County is radar indicated, meaning this tornado has lifted since then, but you saw some of those power flashes there along the roadway of State Road 80 near Lake Okeechobee from that storm earlier this morning. Then we switch back to our Klystron 13 radar, and that's that storm. Again, radar indicated at this point. It is no longer on the ground, but the core of that rotation, those greens indicating winds moving towards the radar in Melbourne, the reds indicating winds moving away from the radar in Melbourne. It is this core storm that is now lifting its way into the interior parts of Brevard County and the far eastern parts of Osceola County through 3 p.m. These are the only two tornado warnings that we currently have in our area. If we could go back down to the other, this is a confirmed warning in Okeechobee County, just to the east of Bassinger here. Actually, I have two areas of rotation, but it's this area of rotation right here. We'll put the warnings back on as well, Chris, if you can. Yep. So this area of rotation right here, lifting its way into eventually far southern Osceola County. This is a confirmed tornado. We have a confirmation of a tornado within this cell, lifting its way northbound at around 40 miles per hour. Again, moving its way towards Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction in extreme southern Osceola County around the top of the hour, close to 3 p.m. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground in Okeechobee County right now, lifting its way northbound towards extreme southern Osceola County.
And this is being considered a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning? Okay,
so a particularly, and I believe we have a graphic on that. If you can search for that in Max and let me know where that is. Folks, I'm going to be very straight with you here. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning is the top tier tornado warning. We do not get these in Florida. Very, very, very rare that we get these type of tornado warnings in the state of Florida. These are more commonly found in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, in Tornado Alley. So a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in the state of Florida. Extremely, extremely rare. We need to be treating this storm seriously. If you are in
Tornado warning for the following counties in Florida: Brevard, Indian River, and Osceola. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Indian River County in east central Florida, southwestern Brevard County in east central Florida, east central Osceola County in east central Florida, until 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Blue Cypress Lake, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of northwestern Indian River, southwestern Brevard, and east central Osceola counties, including the following locations: June Park. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Typically going to be a closet at home or a bathroom at home or within a business, and turn that volume up on the TV and radio. Bring your cell phone with you and have shoes, food, helmet, whistle nearby in the case that a tornado does strike a building. Again, we need to be mindful of this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in Okeechobee County lifting its way northbound towards Osceola County. I'm going to reset very, very briefly. Again, the most concerning tornado warning at this point in time south of Osceola County, but it is working its way towards Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction, and we will need to continue to keep an eye on that storm. We also have, let's see if we can do this here. There we go. Nope, we tried. Over into Brevard County. There we go. I got it. So we also have another tornado warning lifting just out of Indian River County at this hour. There we go. I'll have you zoom in. For some reason, every time we touch these warning boxes, we're trying to zoom in. It's picking up something different. But we also have this. Thank you so much for taking that off, Chris. We also have this warning now lifting its way out of Indian River County into Brevard County. This is now in extreme southern interior portions of Brevard County. This one is radar indicated, meaning this is not a confirmed tornado. It's not a tornado on the ground. It's not being observed at this hour, but it is working its way northbound. This storm did produce a tornado earlier in Okeechobee County. It was a very large wedge tornado. It lifted itself as it moved into St. Lucie County, and it's really kept the core of its rotation. Try and get that. There we go. If we can just circle that. Yeah. I've tried a couple of times. It's just not wanting to work. Technology, folks. Sometimes technology is not always the greatest. Green indicates those winds working its way towards the radar screen in Melbourne. Red indicating those winds working away towards our radar in Melbourne. So a very tight rotational couplet here. And if we could put another track on this system, I believe this one is moving due north at around 30 miles per hour. We were seeing a little bit of a deviation in the system earlier towards the west. But again, as Chris puts that track on, you can notice no cities, no towns, no local streets being populated on our tracks. So this is still largely in an agricultural area with very limited homes or businesses. So that is the good news for those of you in southern Brevard County, those of you in Grant Volcaria, Malabar, Palm Bay, Melbourne, Mico. This system rotating its way into Brevard County is to your west. It's to the west of I-95. Let's go ahead and do a broad view of the DMA, Chris, if we can. Keep it on the storm winds as well. I just want to see if we have any other type of rotational signatures that are kind of popping out. We do have one over in Polk County for our viewers that might have evacuated the Tampa Bay area inland towards Osceola or Orange County to ride out Hurricane Milton. We obviously understand that you're concerned about Polk County, about Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas, you name it. We're also going to do our best here at Spectrum News 13 to keep you updated about those West Coast communities. We've got a broad area of rotation just to the south of Haines City, just to the east of Winter Haven and Cypress Gardens. This is lifting towards the I-4 corridor. So if you're moving along I-4 heading westbound towards Tampa, which you should not be doing due to the evacuation orders of everybody heading east, you should not be heading west. But if for some reason you are, and you're traveling along this stretch of I-4 in northeastern Polk County towards Haines City, just be mindful of that broad rotation lifting your way. Let's go back to that particularly dangerous tornado warning, Chris, down to the south. Do we have any new information on that?
Let me go back over to the radar and try and zoom in down there.
Okay.
Just trying to toggle in between sources, but we did have this tornado warning a little bit farther to the south out of Okeechobee County, moving to the north at 35 miles per hour. Now, emergency management did spot a tornado with this storm. Still a signature, maybe not as well defined, but still a pretty good signature here with this storm here, and it's moving to the north into Osceola County. It's not there yet, but this would come close to Yeehaw Junction. So this is moving to the north at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So Yeehaw Junction is just off the screen here. This is going to continue until 3 o'clock, and this was given, as we mentioned a moment ago, a dangerous situation. So we don't see that, as Zach was pointing out, with the tornadoes here in Central Florida. Usually that's something that you get in Oklahoma or Kansas, but this is a different situation, a very powerful hurricane heading our way. So we're looking at intense dynamics in the atmosphere, really prompting these tornado warnings and this potential for tornadoes this afternoon. So again, this tornado warning for Okeechobee County and southern Osceola County running until 3 o'clock. This is still well to the south of Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction. And I'm going to redo the track here and hopefully get Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction to pop on. So
there
we're
we
looking
go.
at,
so we're talking around 3 o'clock here. I'll move. We're talking around 3 o'clock towards Yeehaw Junction, as well as Lacosi. Again, this is a confirmed dangerous, large, extremely dangerous tornado working its way out of northern Okeechobee County towards extreme southern Osceola. Chris, I also want you to do me a quick favor if you can. Actually, I can do this. I'm going to go ahead, while you handle that information, I'm going to go ahead and put a track on this cell as well, because we are now getting reports of a confirmed tornado on this cell lifting its way up. I'm going to step off the screen and do that. We also are getting reports, at least according to the radar, of a confirmed tornado over in this part of Okeechobee County lifting its way northbound, and this is going to work towards Fort Drum and again Yeehaw. So Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction potentially dealing with two confirmed tornadoes on the ground, and I'll show you why I'm talking about a confirmed tornado, and especially that one along 441 now. Look at that debris signature. So what we are saying, based off of Klystron 13, which is the world's most powerful television radar, we are dealing with not only one debris signature in Okeechobee County lifting its way into Osceola, we're dealing with another one, and this one now is starting to become more concerning, Chris. It's paralleling 441. This is going to be working its way likely into extreme southern Osceola County and eventually up towards the Indian River County area as well. I'm not sure if we can get clarification on which of these is now the potentially dangerous tornado warning or the potentially dangerous situation. We'll see if we can get some clarification on that. But we are now getting reports. Yeah, that's the cell right there along Parrott Avenue. And again, this is down in Okeechobee County, but we're talking about this because this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, which only exists for about 3% of all tornado warnings in a year, It is the top of tornado warnings, lifting its way into southern portions of Osceola County. We have a camera over there in Fort Drums. Let's go ahead and take that camera if we can. Again, this camera over at the Fort Drum Travel Plaza, the service plaza there at Fort Drum. If we've traveled the Florida Turnpike, you know this service plaza well. I've stopped there plenty of times for gas, picked up food, as I'm sure so many other Floridians have. This storm is working its way towards the Fort Drum Travel Plaza, likely to be there around 2:41, and then moving into Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction just after 3 o'clock. If you are on the roadway and you're watching our coverage on the Spectrum News app, remember our coverage is free on the Spectrum News app. If you are watching our coverage along the Florida Turnpike and you are heading towards the Fort Drum Travel Plaza, I need you to heed this advice and to exit at the Fort Drum Travel Plaza and shelter at the Fort Drum Travel Plaza as quickly as you can. If you are in Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction, I also need you to do the exact same thing. Find your most interior, lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside world. Folks, if we could come back to me real quick just so I can go over some of these tips. We'll turn up your volume on the TV, the radio, or have your cell phone. Again, you can watch our Spectrum News coverage on your cell phone. Have closed-toed shoes. Have a helmet if you are at home. A bicycle helmet is a great thing to throw on today, as some of these tornadoes are on the upper echelon of what Florida will typically see with a landfalling tropical storm. And you'll want that food and, of course, the water as well as these storms come on by. We'll go back to Klystron 13. We'll show you, again, this is the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning down in Okeechobee County, lifting its way into southern Osceola County. And it does look like, Chris, it does look like we have a new tornado warning into Osceola.
All right.
I don't know. That might be for...
Yeah, I think
okay,
that
so
one's
that's
the one
for
that we've been
storm.
tracking, yes.
Okay, so that's for that storm.
Nothing new has popped on on the wires.
So...
but they are picking up on the tornado signature. They're focusing on the tornado signature that we've been talking about around Fort Drum.
So it is that signature. Is it still a PDS warning at this hour?
Yes. Let me double check that, but at last check, yes.
Okay, so we are going to work on confirming that. Actually, I also
It is considerable damage and still particularly dangerous.
Particularly dangerous.
Yes.
Okay, so folks, please bear with me. I've also got my phone up so I can also pull in some information. We've got meteorologist Chris Gilson handling a bunch of other duties at the same time. So I do want to be straightforward with you. I apologize if I look down at my phone. I'm going to be reading off data as this comes in on my phone as well. Again, at 2:17 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles east of Bassinger. This was at 2:17. Time now is 2:40. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and we are urging everybody within this tornado warning towards Fort Drum, the Ossawa Junction, and the Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction areas to seek shelter immediately. Again, a particularly dangerous tornado warning is issued about 3% of all tornado warnings in a year. So this is the top tier, the highest level tornado warning we get. Florida hardly ever receives a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning in a year. We very, very rarely do get this. We could take you back to some of these tornadoes that we've been seeing across South Florida. This was one of those tornadoes over there at Lake Okeechobee. This video coming in from the St. Lucie, or excuse me, over there in Lake Okeechobee. We thought it was in St. Lucie County originally, but this was shot in Lake Okeechobee. You'll see the power flashes along the power lines as it passed on past the State Road 80 area there in Lake Okeechobee. These storms are large. You can see this is what we classify as a wedge tornado. These wedge tornadoes are most common in Oklahoma. in Arkansas, in Texas, and even now into Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi as we move towards that severe winter weather season, which is typically in December, January, and February there across the deep south. We hardly ever see tornadoes this large in Central Florida, and for that reason, this is why we have, again, a particularly dangerous situation warning here in the Fort Drum Travel Plaza in Okeechobee County, lifting its way towards Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction. Again, so I need everybody in extreme southern Osceola County, I need everyone in extreme southern Osceola County to be in their safe spot. And remember, with bands of tropical systems, they like to rotate around. So even though this system right now is working its way to the north, we will likely see some of these warnings starting to turn with time out to the west. So we will likely continue to see these updated tracks eventually get shifted to the west. In case in point, look at the warning there in Polk County, how it's aimed towards the west. So with time, these warnings are going to rotate their way into Central Florida over the next several hours. This is a broad view right now, Chris.
Yeah, there's just about a dozen tornado warnings ongoing, maybe a little bit more than that as we extend a little bit further to the southwest Florida. And there's the eye of Milton here. Just to the southwest. So again, we're getting all this energy funneling in around Milton and bringing us these rotating cells. So it's going to be quick. We could see this activity really uptick here probably within the next hour or two here locally for more of East Central Florida.
And Chris, on Max 3, we've got the DMA tornado map. If we can load that up, it's going to be in, I believe, my 41, if you can look that up real quick. It might actually be Max 1, not Max 3. I apologize. We're going to work on getting you an updated look here at the tornado risk across Central Florida in just 1 second. But as Chris was mentioning, that tornado threat is going to be increasing. As Milton begins to lose its energy, it's being battered by wind shear right now. You don't dispel that energy just magically. So as a system begins to weaken, that energy has to go somewhere. And we're going to find that energy in a couple of locations. We're going to find it in the tornado forecast for the first half of today and really into this afternoon and this evening. And then tonight, we're going to find that energy kind of transition from the tornado threat to the strong wind threat. So we will likely be dealing with these tornadoes over the next several hours. I want to show you this tornado chance again. A big hat tip to meteorologist Chris Gilson for just loading this up. Everybody in Central Florida has the possibility of seeing some tornadoes today, but the most likely location for these tornadoes is going to be all of that energy working its way from South Florida and the Treasure Coast into the Space Coast. So Brevard County, Central and Southern Orange County, a good chunk of Osceola County, and a big chunk of Polk County. And you might notice this hatched area here. Very, very rare does Central Florida see this hatched area. What the hatched area indicates is that based off of all of the available guidance that we are currently getting from satellites, from radar, from Hurricane Hunter data, we can highlight the best location for strong and extremely dangerous tornadoes, typically rated EF2 or higher. Central Florida really does not get EF2 or higher tornadoes ever in a course of a year. It's very, very rare to get those in our sea breeze thunderstorms, very rare to get those out of even severe cold fronts that move through the state in the winter and spring months. However, with the energy that Milton is producing, and that energy, as I just said, has to go somewhere, it's helping to really enhance the tornado threat. So while we typically preach that tropical tornadoes are weak and short-lived, today is a different kind of animal. We're going to be dealing with these much larger, these much longer lasting and potentially more dangerous and damaging tornadoes across the Treasure Coast, lifting their way into the Space Coast. And that's what this hatched area means. Places like Melbourne, Grant Valcaria, Kenansville, Yeehaw Junction, have the best chance of seeing tornadoes of EF2 or higher strength. Again, something we don't typically see here in Central Florida. We'll reset this radar view, but again, nearly a dozen tornado warnings right now all across South and Central Florida. Again, we will reset this view for a little bit of a more local look. We've got one tornado warning in Polk County. This is bordering on the western fringes of Osceola County. So if you're taking I-4 to the west, you are going to be running into that tornado warning. And then as we work our way again into Okeechobee, Indian River, and Osceola counties, we are dealing with those multiple tornado warnings down to the south, which are quickly lifting their way into Osceola and Brevard counties.
It looks like we have a new tornado warning coming on soon until 3:30. Another dangerous tag on this tornado warning for Brevard County. So that may be an extension from some of the ones that we've been continuing to track here. So that one is just coming on board here.
I see it. So we have two particularly dangerous tornado warnings, and it's on that same cell. So it is on that same cell working its way. It's going to be this middle one right here. If you can click that, Chris, because because at this point, when you have a radar screen so cluttered, I don't want to pick the wrong warning. So if you are just joining us, let's take a breath and reset. It's just about 2:50 here at Spectrum News. I'm meteorologist Zach Covey, joined alongside meteorologist Chris Gilson driving the radar, and meteorologist Mallory Nichols here as well. We are keeping an eye at this hour on two particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings. If you don't know what that phrase means, it is a warning that is issued. It is the top tier tornado warning, the top echelon of tornado warnings. They are typically issued 3% of all tornado warnings in a given year across the entire nation. Central Florida does not get these type of warnings very often, and it's going to be for this cell right here, lifting its way just across the Florida Turnpike, heading towards Yeehaw Junction. Mallory, could I bother you? Could I get a cup of water, please? Yes. Thank you so much. Live TV, just want to try and keep my throat going for you guys here. Yeehaw Junction, Lacosi. We are talking about a particularly dangerous and potentially deadly tornado on the ground, heading your way towards 3 and 315. We're going to switch this over real quick to the debris detector. Right here. Let's see if we can click that off. Chris, can you highlight this area right here?
Yeah. Highlight.
So right there, this is debris being wafted up by this extremely large and devastating tornado on the ground in Okeechobee County, heading towards extreme southern portions of Osceola County. This has just cleared the Florida Turnpike. Yeehaw Junction, I need you in your safe spot now, okay? The tone is changing at this point. We were talking about this system down in Okeechobee. I was a little hopeful that the system would ramp down. We are not seeing that at this point. Yeehaw Junction, I need you in your safe spot now. Turn up that TV, turn up your radio, take your phone with you as well. Thank you so much. Take your phone with you as well. We are dealing with a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado on the ground. Okay, so Chris, do we have any latest information on this cell?
This is going to be moving north at 30 miles per hour. And this is going to be tracking toward Yeehaw Junction. So we've been tracking this for the most part out of Okeechobee County, and it's just on the county line too of Indian River County, it looks like. But this is going to largely stay just to the east of Yeehaw Junction if it's continuing to move directly to the north. So we're looking at that potential rotation just to the north of the Florida Turnpike. So the good news is here, at least the silver lining is that it's already to the north of the Florida Turnpike. However, it's going to continue to track just to the east of Yeehaw Junction and Vero Beach here, and this would be along State Highway 60.
State Highway 60.
So around State Highway 60 to the east east of Yeehaw Junction, you need to continue to stay in your safe spot at this time. In the lowest portion of your home, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside. We've seen most of these tornado warnings here kind of flaring up to the south, Okeechobee County, Indian River County, farther to the south through Fort Pierce, Port St. Lucie. Multiple reports today of these tornadoes by emergency managers being spotted. So you need to take these tornado warnings seriously because they are being spotted by emergency managers. Hopefully all the storm preps are done and that you're in your safe spots right now, waiting the storm out. As we were mentioning, noon, 1, 2 o'clock, that's the chance to be in your safe spot in your home. And now we're going to see more of these tornado warnings likely issued through the afternoon. And we're seeing another extension here. It looks like maybe this has already been on the board. But just to the west of Satellite Beach, Indian Harbor Beach, Melbourne, and Palm Bay, this is also around Deer Park in eastern Osceola County.
Yeah, and Chris,
so there's that bigger rotation here.
And this one is radar indicated, but again, that rotational signature is coming up. This tornado warning, as Chris was just talking about, just issued moments ago until 3:30. This is located near the Camp Holly Fish Camp, moving to the north at about 25 miles per hour. And this storm does have a history of producing a tornado. So that's the latest information on this brand new tornado warning, again, lifting its way towards Deer Park. So those of you in Deer Park, I need you in your safe spot as well. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground from this system. However, it does have a history of producing a tornado. Although I will tell you, there's a little bit of a debris signature right there. Little bit of a debris signature right there. So again, Deer Park, I need you in your safe spot as well. What you're going to be dealing with is not only the potential of a tornado heading towards Deer Park, at least according to Klystron 13 radar data. Again, Klystron 13, the world's most powerful television radar. But look at the rain surrounding this tornado warning. This is going to be rain wrapped. So I understand hurricanes can
Tornado warning for the following counties in Florida: Brevard, Indian River, Okeechobee, and Osceola. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Okeechobee County in east central Florida, western Indian River County in east central Florida, south central Brevard, Florida, southeastern Osceola County in east central Florida, until 3:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 2:46 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles northeast of Fort Drum, moving north at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard: damaging tornado. Source: emergency management confirmed tornado. Impact: you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. The tornado will be near Blue Cypress Lake around 2:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Kind of has stopped with that cell, which is now lifting its way into Indian River County. It's going to be a close shave, so I still need everybody. Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction, I need you in your safe spot now. For those of you in Deer Park, we're watching a storm that is tightening up in your area, lofting your way. I need you in your safe location. That would be a most interior closet, most interior bathroom, again away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. It is crucial that we are keeping this tornado threat to the forefront of our minds. We are going to be going through this for the next several hours. Let's take it over to Yeehaw Junction. This is live on that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. This is a live look over there in Yeehaw Junction. And this is also why we're talking about people not going outside to look at where this storm might be. I understand that for some, they enjoy the thrill of getting to see a tornado in person, but you will not be able to see this particularly large and dangerous storm due to the nature of it being rain-wrapped.
But we have video of these tornadoes, and we are talking about how they are unusual for Florida in their intensity and their strength. We have other video from Clewiston. This is around Lake Okeechobee, farther to the south, but this is the sites that we were seeing earlier with some of these cells here as they've continued to move northward around the center of Milton. So we're looking at significant tornadoes. We often say tropical tornadoes, they're brief, they're usually weak. Today is not that case. We're looking at tornadoes much stronger than that. We had another video of a impressive tornado also around Lake Okeechobee earlier. So this tornado warning that we're on right now here just to the southeast of Yeehaw Junction, again, this was a spotted tornado by an emergency manager. And the movement here is to the north at 30 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and put the track
go
on
ahead
it.
and put the track. For some reason, this touchscreen is being very finicky today. I apologize, folks. It's kind of why we're tag teaming this off cam with Chris. But again, if you are in Osceola County, and even if you have friends or family, maybe you headed south or maybe you headed west out of Tampa over to Indian River County, saying the impacts are going to be on the lower fringe. This system, this particularly dangerous tornado warning, working its way now across extreme southeastern parts of Osceola County and across the most interior parts of Indian River County. So again, we are going to be watching this rotation work its way there, but you saw the traffic camera we just pulled up over at Yeehaw Junction. Just because we are seeing that shear and we're getting reports that there is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado on the ground near Yeehaw Junction, it is very, very, very difficult to see it. It is rain-wrapped. So we need to make sure that we are practicing, again, our safe spot if you are over near Yeehaw or Yeehaw Junction, and even up there in Deer Park in Brevard County. I don't want to forget about our friends and family and neighbors in Brevard County. We'll get to that tornado warning in just a second. But I need you guys to all be in the lowest level, most interior part of your home and business, and put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Chris, can we actually go up to Brevard County? I realize we also have this PDS tornado warning in extreme southern parts of Osceola, but I don't want to forget about our friends in Brevard County. And it looks like it's going to be this cell right here. And it is passing very close to the radar. So some encouraging trends. This is going to be that tornado warning near Deer Park. If you're in Deer Park, I need you in your safe spot now. However, I will say that there is an encouraging trend, and Chris, I think you'll agree, this rotation signature is a little broader than it was a few minutes ago, and certainly more broad than the signature to our south in Okeechobee and Indian River County. That's not to say that there isn't a tornado that could pop out of this cell very quickly. Again, as we've discussed, tornadoes ramp up and ramp back down. But I would say that this system near Deer Park, just south of US Highway 192 towards Kempfer Road, is at least a little bit more broad than what we're seeing to the south. Would you agree, Chris?
Yeah, it's much more, not as well defined as it was earlier. Obviously, we're also looking at some high winds, gusty winds potentially here, approaching 40 to 40 plus miles per hour. So regardless of whether there's a tornado or not, we're going to have these gusty winds here crossing near Holopaw, down toward Deer Park, and just west of Melbourne. So the rotation that we were tracking earlier, as Zach was pointing out, not as well defined, but still that chance for maybe a quick spin up.
Can we put the shear product
winds
on that real quick too, Chris? Let's just kind of compare So there's still some moderate mid-level shear, but down in the Yeehaw Junction storm, this is the one that we know is confirmed as a large and potentially dangerous and deadly tornado down there.
I mean, there's potentially 2 areas here now.
There are now 2, yeah, right there.
And this one here to the east of Yeehaw Junction.
That's the confirmed.
Yeah.
That's the confirmed. Can we put on the debris? Yeah, there we go. So again, confirmed debris by Klystron 13 right there. This is something that, again, as Chris was saying, we do not see tornadoes like this often in Central Florida. Control room, you were just saying something to me. What? Okay. So we continue to deal with 2 potential tornado warnings here in really the interior part of Indian River County at this point, but they are both lofting their way towards extreme southeastern edges of Osceola County. And eventually, if these storms hold together, as they have since Okeechobee County, we will likely see this extend eventually into parts of Brevard County. I'm going to step off screen real quick, and I'm going to reset a couple of things on our MAX system. Chris, if you want to take over real quick
let's put
with the latest information.
Yeah, let's put a track on the one that's just to the southeast of Yeehaw Junction here. Since this one is a little bit of a newer rotation that we have seen here on Klystron 13. So again, we've been talking about Yeehaw Junction, Yeehaw. For the most part, the rotation has stayed just to your east, but we are looking at 306, 310 for Yeehaw Junction. So if you're in these areas, you want to stay inside, put as many walls between you in the outside here and wait this storm out. Again, these tornado warnings have been basically continuous. We've been on the air since about 2:30 with multiple tornado warnings. And we're looking at these 2 spots here around Yeehaw Junction. One's looking like it's moving a little bit to the north. So a little bit to the north here and to the east of Yeehaw Junction. And then we're looking at another area a little bit farther to the south and west, which is basically looking like it's right over Yeehaw at this time. So this one could be moving a little bit more to the west and northwest. So around Yeehaw Junction and Yeehaw. In these areas, you need to be in your safe spot, lowest portion of your home, as many walls between you and the outside at this time. And then the area that continues to really show tight rotation here just to the northeast of Yeehaw Junction. That one is moving to the north. So we'll put Klystron 13 in the motion, and you can see the general movement here to the north. This one here a little bit closer to Yeehaw Junction, a little bit more so to the west and northwest. So we'll expand the picture and go back into the other activity that we also have that we are monitoring a little bit closer to Deer Park and western Brevard County here. And right around Deer Park here, I'll turn off the looping and then go back into the velocity and show you that potential here a little bit farther to the north. Still looking broad, as we were pointing out a moment ago, but we're not seeing the tight rotation with this storm as we're seeing a little bit farther to the south. But if you're around Deer Park and Holopaw, even if you're in Holopaw, you're like on the fringe of the tornado warning, you still could have some gusty winds here. We're seeing those brighter colors here of red. That's indicating where we could potentially have winds approaching 50 miles per hour. So this storm may be losing some of its intensity and putting out some stronger, gustier winds out ahead of it. But we still have a little bit of rotation here for this tornado warning, and that continues here around Deer Park, just to the west of Melbourne.
And Chris, if you switch over to Max 1 real quick, I want to show you something. Another thing that we are talking about here is debris fallout. So the flashing red box you see on that screen right there, that's a brand new, again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning.
This one.
That one right there. That is a brand new, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning continuing for Osceola and Brevard counties. It has been canceled out of Okeechobee, but it continues for Osceola and Brevard counties. It is moving to the north at 30. But you saw that debris fallout along Florida 60. So one thing that we also have to talk about isn't only the rotational signatures of these potentially dual tornadoes in Osceola County, but we're also talking about the debris fallout along State Road 60, along U.S. Highway 441, and along the Florida Turnpike, just along and south of Yeehaw Junction, or excuse me, along and north of Yeehaw Junction. So we are dealing with significant, at least according to Klystron 13, significant debris fallout along this storm, again along Florida 60 and the Florida Turnpike just to the north of Yeehaw Junction. So if you're not being impacted necessarily directly by the tornado, you could be feeling the impacts of debris falling out of the sky, Chris.
Yeah, and it's moving a little bit farther to the north here now. We just got an update on the radar. Maybe looks a touch broader, but still a pretty well-defined signature there. We'll go in and take a look at the shear, the rotation in the atmosphere with height. So we're looking at these two areas that are highlighted in the maroon. That's where we're seeing the rotation here. So we have two spots that we're watching, one just to the northeast of Yeehaw Junction. I'll zoom in a little bit closer, read off this name road. This is a Blue Cypress Ranch Road here, and this area just to the northeast of Yeehaw Junction. We'll expand the picture and go back up, and then we'll take another look at the debris signature here. But this, again, largely to the north and east of Yeehaw Junction at this point. So let's go back in, take a look at the debris. What we're looking for are brighter shades of blue here, maybe not as well defined as earlier.
I'm
It's still definitely that chance.
Yeah, I'm getting a little better debris signature on Max 1, just a little bit, and you can actually see, and I'll highlight it here for you, Chris. You can actually see two debris signatures. This is the fallout from that first tornado, which the rotation is largely done with, but now you're dealing with the fallout of that debris. And then the second debris signature from the current particularly dangerous situation tornado warning moving into the 441 area is right there. So again, we've got two debris signatures right at this hour. If we kind of step this back in time, you can actually see how that debris signature kind of balloons up along Florida 60.
And this tornado warning continues for a little bit longer. So again, if you're in these areas, you want to stay in your safe place at this time. We have a tornado watch that continues for most of Central Florida through the remainder of the night tonight. So even if you're not in one of these warnings in Osceola County, Brevard County, any of the areas that we've mentioned, you still want to be on guard for that potential, because we're going to see more of these tornado warnings issued likely as the activity continues to drift from south to north. Movement has been pretty quick, 30 to 35 miles per hour. So if you get under a warning, and a warning is when you take action. A watch is that you just need to be weather aware. A warning means that severe weather is ongoing. In this case, either a radar is indicating the potential for a tornado, or as we've seen throughout the day, emergency managers have spotted these tornadoes. So you want to get into the lowest portion of your home, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, and take the Spectrum News app with you into your safe spot so you can get the latest information, or turn the volume up on your TV so you can hear it throughout the house or your radio, and have shoes and food nearby. Maybe even take in a helmet to protect your head, a mattress, some blankets to protect your head in case there is flying debris. So we're likely going to see more of these tornadoes, because right now we're looking at tornado warnings that are pretty far south. Okeechobee County for the most part, Indian River County, now they're drifting into parts of Osceola County and Brevard County. We'll likely see this activity continue to expand farther to the north through other parts of Central Florida. Still a couple of signatures here, and it looks like this one here.
It's kind of like a new signature. You just pointed that out, Chris. So this was the original signature that prompted the particularly dangerous situation warning, or really the second signature. The first one was the one that kind of fell out on the south side of Yeehaw Junction. This is the current one, and now we're starting to see a brand new one fire up. So this severe thunderstorm has been ongoing since Okeechobee County, since Lake Okeechobee, and it has just been ramping up a tornado, and then when it tends to lose that tornado, it seems like it's kind of ramping up a new area of rotation to the north every, I'd say, 20-30 minutes. So we're going to need to watch this secondary area of rotation now, Chris. We've seen this storm do it once. It could be trying to ramp up a second area of rotation, or now, at this case, a third.
And that just shows you how much energy we have in place today. Rare event for Central Florida to see this happening and to see the potential intensity of these tornadoes happen around Milton. So we'll go back out. Let's take a wider view of what's going on elsewhere for some of the other counties. And we have eastern Osceola County still, basically western Brevard County, just to the west of I-95 around Deer Park. There was a little area being indicated of potential rotation, but we went through and investigated that about 5 minutes ago, and it looked like it was still pretty broad, and it's right over Deer Park. So if you're in Deer Park, maybe a little bit of a better signature here just to the west of Deer Park and to the south of Highway 192. So around Deer Park, you want to stay inside, away from windows, get into the lowest portion of your home. Of course, this tornado warning continues, even though it may not be as well defined as the one that we're tracking farther to the south. There's still that threat here, and maybe it's trying to get its act together a little bit to the west of Deer Park. And this will be moving to the north at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Definitely a lot of rotation being indicated here on Clystron 13 around Highway 192. So Highway 192, Deer Park Road. Again, stay inside, away from windows, in the lowest portion of your home. We've been talking about the intensity, too, of the rainfall. So if you're thinking that you're going to be able to see one of these things, that's not going to be the case, because take a look at the rain that's coming down. We have lightning also with these storms, and regardless of any tornado, potentially gusty winds of 40 to 50 plus miles per hour in these areas. So quite a bit of lightning, more than 20 lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes. Holopaw, you're right on the edge of the tornado warning, and then up to the north here around Narcoossee and St. Cloud, you're getting some heavy rain, but the strongest activity just off to your south and east, closer to Deer Park. And then we're looking at general rain here up to the north. Ocala, Leesburg, Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, Deltona, Sanford. You're looking at steady, persistent rain here, the active weather to your south. And we're seeing the lightning, and that's where we have the more intense thunderstorms and all the tornado warnings that are ongoing here. Portions of Polk County under a tornado warning. And take a look at the line of storms here right along the I-95 corridor around Vero Beach, down toward Port St. Lucie as I put Clystron 13 in motion. The general movement here kind of to the north, maybe a little bit to the northeast at times, depending on where you are and how these storms are lining up. But we are going to see this area here be the favored area for that potential for tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing in Osceola County and Brevard County. So we'll go back into the velocity and take a look at what we're seeing and turn off the lightning and go back down into Osceola County where we're seeing the more concerning signatures on radar for that potential or likely
here,
tornado.
I got you, Chris. I can move that for you.
So we just have this line really setting up along I-95, just west of I-95 in Brevard County. And yet again, we're looking at another strong signature here. It looks like northwestern Indian River County.
It's that new signature. We were just talking about it. This is one of those, maybe two sweeps since. This was the old signature, which was the second tornado signature on this storm. And this is now our new dominant feature. And this is, believe it or not, the third potential tornado signature on this long-lasting supercell tornado that first originated down near Lake Okeechobee. So this system has been working its way essentially now 40 miles, nearly 45 miles, and has maintained rotation ever since. This is
and it's been going on for about 2 hours, probably longer than 2 hours.
Yeah, it was just after I believe 1:30-ish we started seeing these warnings pop up around Polk County, Chris, and really it's been nonstop ever since. And if we take a broader view here for you, you'll notice how many of these red boxes are to the south. So this is not going to be ending anytime soon, and this is another reason, Chris, why the tornado threat is the first threat of 4 that we're going to be dealing with here in Central Florida, followed by the rain and wind this evening into the overnight hours, storm surge tomorrow morning.
Yeah, most of us are seeing rain, but the rain really is going to pick up later on tonight when we get closer to landfall. And Milton anticipated to make landfall along the Gulf Coast of Florida, likely between 10 o'clock and midnight, thereabouts this evening. So this is out ahead of the main storm system that is still off to the west and southwest of Tampa. And we likely got a 3 o'clock update on Milton.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get the update as well on Milton. Again, we've got quite a lot of information going on regarding this storm. Let me see if I can switch over to that update. Again, rain, wind, surge, and tornadoes all ongoing with Milton right now. I'll have see if the control room can reset my shot for me real quick. But in the short term, we'll take it over to Max 1 here. This is the 3 o'clock update, so 3:16 p.m. Again, if you are just joining us here at Spectrum News, we have been wall-to-wall since the first tornado warning came in, and so we've been kind of covering these tornado warnings, but we still need to cover the actual storm itself. Hurricane Milton, still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour. The pressure is going up. Something that is interesting, I believe we have hurricane hunters out there. I'm going to have to take a look at the hurricane hunter data. But I want you to see how Milton is essentially trying to compact its center of circulation, basically discarding the showers and storms to its north. This is common with very intense tropical systems like Category 4 and what was a Category 5 hurricane this morning. A lot of that energy can be recentered by dropping the wind speeds, and by doing that, it can force that energy to try and consolidate its center and kind of fight off that wind shear. And this is the reason why we have been forecasting Milton to be a major hurricane upon landfall. We've been calling for weakening of Milton throughout the day, and we have been seeing that, but we still anticipate that Milton is going to be a major hurricane upon landfall. Again, the latest track indicates that this will likely be a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 125 miles per hour, moving its way into Sarasota or Manatee counties. Let's go over some of the impacts again that we're going to feel with Milton. Rain and wind are going to be our biggest impacts starting this evening and continuing into the overnight hours. And then we'll deal with the surge impact heading into tomorrow morning, especially during both our morning and our afternoon high tide cycles, which happen on either side of 12 and 1 o'clock, depending on where you are along the eastern seaboard. But the first threat from Milton is that tornado threat, and we are already dealing with it here in Central Florida. Again, all of those red boxes indicating tornado warnings, and you can see just how tight that couplet is now about to work its way into extreme southern Brevard County. So it is finally pushing out. It's in the very northwest corner here of Indian River County. Again, this tornado warning going for another 10 minutes, but you can see how it's nearing the end of that tornado warning box. We'll likely see this extended further to the north. We are continuing to watch, again, a couple of signatures in southern Osceola County, but again, now a debris signature, and I'm going to step off cam just real quick to kind of zoom in on this debris signature there in northwestern Indian River County, because this indicates that the radar is picking up some debris. And remember, this was and still is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. That type of phrasing for this tornado warning moving into far eastern Osceola County, far southern Brevard County is only used with about 3% of all tornado warnings in the nation in a year. Florida hardly ever sees particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings. It's very, very rare. I can't even recall the last time we had a PDS tornado warning anywhere in the state of Florida. I'm going to have to go back and look it up after the storm. So we need to treat this situation very seriously. Again, this storm system will be working its way into portions of far eastern Osceola County and far southern Brevard County. Do you have that up on Links 1, Chris?
Yeah, it's up right now.
Okay, perfect.
I'll take the track off of it, but
that would be great.
It looks like it's more so now in Osceola County to the southeast of Kenansville.
It's kind of just barely pushed its way west, huh? Oh, wow. Look at that jump.
Northwest, yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll track this out here, 30 to 35 miles per hour. So we're looking at Kenansville and Whittier, around 332, 333. So around Kenansville, you want to be in your safe spot. Lowest. There's the tornado warning right there.
Yep, it just popped up.
Yeah, so that
one just popped up.
We'll track that. See what that information says.
And that information is a tornado warning until 4 o'clock. But, and this is some really good news, this tornado warning is now radar indicated. Okay, so this is no longer a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning.
However, that is a really strong signature.
But it is a strong signature, so I'm kind of surprised that it's not. So we will see if that wording could change. But again, as Chris is drawing this out here for us, green indicating winds moving towards our radar site, which is in Melbourne, to the top right-hand side of your screen. Red's indicating winds moving away from our radar site in Melbourne. And when he puts this track on, you'll notice that it is heading towards the Kenansville area, the Whittier area, Lake Marion Highlands as well, around 340. So I need all of you in your safe spot now. The good news is it's 321. You've got a bit of leeway, but if you're in Kenansville, that leeway is razor thin. You've got about 13 minutes before this system, this very tight couplet of rotation, begins to work its way, I would assume, just to the north and east, but it is going to be a close shave. So if you are in Kenansville, Whittier, Lake Marion Highlands, I need you in your safe spot. If you're wondering what that safe spot is, it is the lowest level, most interior part of your home or business. So you need to put as many doors and as walls in between you and the outside world as possible. I need you to stay away from those windows. Again, put as many of those most interior walls between you and the outside world. That's going to be something like an interior coat closet, something like a bathroom in the most interior part of your house that does not have any windows. Typically, in that case, it may be a half bath if you have that in your home or business. And if you're in a mobile home or manufactured home within the path of this storm over there in the Kenansville area, I hope you have a friend or a family member with a more sturdy structure that you can get into. You need to head over there. Again, this is, believe it or not, the storm that prompted this warning earlier down in Lake Okeechobee. This is that exact storm system, this wedge tornado crossing State Road 80 there in Lake Okeechobee. We had a couple of power flashes. This video being sent over by emergency management officials over into our chat rooms, courtesy with the Weather Service. So again, this is that tornado warning earlier down in Okeechobee County that has prompted this non-stop issuance of warning after warning after warning. Chris?
Sorry to interrupt, but we do have a new tornado warning, and this one now includes portions of southeastern Orange County, just to the south of the 528, down into Osceola County, closer to Harmony and Holopaw. It's going to be the area that we're looking at around Deer Park. That area of rotation a little bit broader, not as easy to pick out as the one we were tracking farther to the south, but still right here, just to the north of Deer Park, to the east of Holopaw, north of Highway 192, we have this new tornado warning here that also extends into southeastern Orange County, so just to the south of 528. So we have time to watch it in Orange County.
Could we put a loop on that? Because this warning, according to the data I'm seeing, is moving north at 30. I would say it's moving a little more to the northwest, though. So can we put a track on that, just to see if there are any homes, businesses, communities? Again, a large chunk of this part of Osceola County, and a lot of these tornado warnings that we've been dealing with over the past hour, hour and a half, Chris and I have been dealing with, have been in these larger agricultural, kind of honed-in locations of trees and not really communities. And based off of this track, Chris, it looks that Holopaw, or just to the east of Hualapaw is really the only real community that's going to be impacted outside of a few homes on the northern edge of Deer Park. We get down to street view here. Call out some of those streets. So Old Brick Road needs you in your safe spot now. You should have been in your safe spot with the old tornado warning, but I need you in your safe spot if you're along Old Brick Road. Back out through Tram Road as well. And then notice how these roads kind of dwell off. We've got Gator Branch Road, I believe. Yep, Gator Branch Road, Park Road, and then you head up towards County Road 532. And a lot of these are kind of agricultural side roads that branch off of 532. So again, if you're along the 532 highway, just to the west of Driftwood Road, just to the west of County Highway 532, which then leads into Nova Road and eventually up towards State Highway 520, this location needs to be in their safe spot. But again, a lot of this part of Osceola County is very large and barren locations. A lot of agricultural spots, so it's not necessarily dealing with these much more tighter communities that we will begin to feel more impacts on in central and northern Brevard County and eventually towards central Orange County as the afternoon and evening ramps on. But again, dealing with these tornado warnings, Chris, and you can see, I mean, just a cluster of these warnings now moving into Osceola and Brevard County. And it all stems from that tornado warning, which again originated 45 miles to the south on the northern edge of Okeechobee County towards State Road 80 near Lake Okeechobee, and has just been producing areas of rotation, and now, Chris, a fourth area of rotation. So again, we've been seeing this storm nonstop, ramping up an area of rotation. And when it feels that it's about to lose it, it seems to ramp up another one to the northern side. And this is going to be along 6 Mile Road, along Fellsmere Road, just to the north and east. I would say east-northeast of Kenansville. So
Tornado warning for the following counties in Florida, Brevard and Osceola. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Brevard County in east central Florida, east central Osceola County in east central Florida, until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:19 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Kenansville, moving north at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This tornadic thunderstorm will remain over mainly rural areas of southwestern Brevard and east central Osceola counties, including the following locations: forever Florida. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
The most impactful hurricane Central Florida has seen in the past 5 years, if not the past decade, because Central Florida is going to get every single impact.
And one of those impacts will be flooding, and we have a flash flood warning issued for portions of Brevard County and Osceola County now.
Let's go ahead and show that. I believe we've got that up on Max 1. I can pull that up real quick. Let's show you where that flash flood warning is. You said it's up in... oh, there it is.
Yeah, Brevard County, southern Brevard County, and southeastern Osceola County.
Very large flash flood warning, and I realize that these tornado warnings are going to pop up, but again, a very large green box there, stretching from St. Lucie and Martin counties through Indian River, Okeechobee, and now southern Brevard County. Let's go ahead and show you just how much rain has fallen in some of these bands. across southern Brevard County. We'll move it up towards Palm Bay, towards Floridiana Beach, Mico. Some of the lighter rain recently, but when you move across the more agricultural, the less inhabited zones of interior parts of Osceola and Brevard County, and you're finding rain totals in just the past 3 hours of 2 to 3, even nearly 4 inches of rain. And again, some of these totals are going to begin to work their way as feeder bands typically do. They'll rotate around. So we are going to see that heavier rain threat spread into Melbourne, Palm Bay, Floridiana Beach, Mico, and then eventually farther south in Indian River County towards Sebastian and Fellsmere. So again, we need to kind of understand the threat that we are dealing with right now. We've got a lot of heavy rain coming in with these feeder bands, and we also have the threat of tornadoes. And speaking of, I want to take it over. If you are in southern Brevard County, you are under not only that flash flood warning, but the tornado warning as well. And if you're wondering, okay, well, what do I do in this type of a scenario? How do I shelter? Do I run from the water or hide from the wind? You need to make that decision. So if you are in southern Brevard County, you are in a tornado warning right now and a flash flood warning. If flooding is not an imminent threat to you and your home, you need to move to the most interior room of the lowest level of your house. Again, those are for those of you in southern Brevard County that are under this tornado warning. However, if you're finding that flooding is an imminent threat, we need you to move to the most interior room of the lowest dry level of your household. Those located in a mobile or manufactured home should consider evacuating and make that decision quickly, as there could only be a few short minutes to get to safety. And again, this is something that is very, very rare when you see a tornado and a flash flood warning kind of coincide like that, but that is what we are dealing with in southern Brevard County, and eventually we'll likely see this head over into portions of eastern Osceola County as well. And again, we are tracking 2 tornado warnings here in Osceola County, and it eventually stretches up towards far eastern Orange County, Chris.
Yeah, we're looking at eastern Orange County included in the warning, but the area of rotation is way far south, just to the east of Harmony and Holopaw. And then we still have a strong signature, 2 signatures popping up farther to the south here to the east of Kenansville. This one just to the northeast of Kenansville, looking pretty strong at this time.
And this one's ramping down. This was the dominant feature, and now we're looking at a brand new, more dominant feature to its north. And this has happened now, Chris, 3 times with this storm. So this storm not only has a history of producing a large confirmed tornado on the ground, that was earlier, but also has a history of just consistently ramping up tornadoes downstream to the north. So again, I have high confidence that this system is going to continue to produce large areas of rotation as it works its way towards Orange County. The good news is for Osceola County, at least at this point in time, outside of the Holopaw area and Deer Park area, and we're watching very closely, you need to be in your safe, most interior room of your household right now. But outside of those 2 communities in Osceola County, this is largely in an uninhabited agricultural zone. But again, Deer Park, Holopaw, we need you in your safe spot now. And then as you look your way farther to the south, Chris, we don't tend to venture into Indian River or St. Lucie or Martin counties often, but with the speed of these storms, 30, 35, 40 miles per hour, they're moving very quickly northbound, and we've got numerous tornado warnings here, and these ones are closer to the coast. That means these, as they lift their way north into Brevard County shortly, will likely be impacting more locations that are inhabited.
Yeah, and we're likely going to see maybe, if this tornado continues here around Winter Beach, Vero Beach, southern Brevard County, so Mico at 357, the storm that's to the south of you in Indian River County, pretty far south around Vero Beach, could impact Mico, southern Brevard County as we head toward the 4 o'clock hour. So you're not in a warning just yet, but Mico, this is an early heads up to potentially pay attention to this storm. Get ready to go into your safe spot.
And I would say, Chris, if you're in Mico, Evans Pines, or Grant Volcaria, that's probably not a bad idea. Know where that safe spot is. Have blankets. Have potentially a helmet or some sort of protection for you, your body as well. Because again, Chris, and it's kind of weird to say this, some of these storms have been intense by Florida standards today.
Yeah.
These tornadoes are not something that we typically see in Central Florida.
Let's take a look at some of the video, if we can pull up the video that we had earlier
Okay.
from Lake Okeechobee. And if we can take a look at that tornado and explain the risk a little bit more here as to why it's so rare. Because we're going to also, we could also pull up the EF scale.
Okay.
We have the tornado strength scale.
Let's pull
so
that
we're
up.
talking about EF2 tornadoes. So just exactly how strong an EF2 tornado is. It potentially has winds of 111 to 135 miles per hour.
And parts of Brevard and Osceola County, and we were talking about this earlier today, based off of all the available data and guidance we have, parts of Brevard and Osceola County are favored for tornadoes of EF2 or higher. So that stretches with basically saying that winds of these tornadoes could be at a baseline of 111 miles per hour and stretch even higher. And if you're saying to yourself, well, that seems awfully high for a tropical tornado, it is. We do not typically see tornadoes of this strength in Central Florida on a rainy day, on a sea breeze day, let alone in a landfalling tropical system. But this has a lot of energy with it. We have that video out of Clewiston of the tornado that we are currently tracking in Osceola County. Again, the one in Osceola County right now, that tornado warning is not confirmed. But earlier today, down in Clewiston and then eventually on the northern side of Lake Okeechobee, we had a confirmed tornado, and that is a tornado that we call a wedge tornado. Wedge tornadoes look very fat on the basis, and they kind of branch out on either side as they reach up into the atmosphere. So you don't tend to see those. Here is that same tornado as it passed on past the State Road 80 area in Lake Okeechobee, and again, a great view of the wedge itself. Notice how it branches up and how wide this base is. These type of wedge tornadoes are most common in Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi. We hardly ever see wedge tornadoes here in Florida on a normal day, let alone with a tropical system. So again, when Chris and I are talking about the potential with these areas of rotation, and this is that area of rotation that produced both of those videos that we just showed you, when we talk about the intensity with today's tornado threat, we really need people to treat this seriously, because yes, we're talking about the rain and the wind and the storm surge, and I know we've been covering the tornado threat for now going on approximately 2.5 hours. But this is the first threat of what will be several more when it comes to rain, wind, and surge down the line. Chris, is there any other information when it comes to either of these tornado warnings, either the one in Indian River, which I do think, and I think you agree, might be extended farther to the north, or that system which will eventually stretch into southern Orange?
Yeah, the tornado warning for Brevard County and Osceola County, where we're seeing the stronger rotation there.
Okay.
That one is continuing. That continues to be radar indicated, but that's a pretty strong rotation. So it's not out of the question that there's something on the ground. As we pointed out, it's areas that are not heavily populated, so it could be on the ground, and it just hasn't been reported yet.
And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm actually taking a quick look. I'm gonna say it is on the ground. Let me switch over. This is max 1 here.
Yeah, check the debris.
I know this tornado warning signature is radar indicated. I'm going to tell you right now, I highly suspect that something is on the ground. We are seeing two very, very tight radar debris signatures according to Klystron 13. When you see the blues popping up on our debris detector, those are exceptionally hard to get when we're detecting debris. You have to be near certain that debris is being picked up by the radar to put that blue on this debris detector map, and that is exactly what Klystron 13 is indicating. So I realize that this is rated as a radar indicated tornado. I think we have not one but two on the ground along and just to the east of Highway 441. So let's take it back to Klystron 13 here, Chris. Let's zoom in on that track if we can and call out again Hullapaw and Deer Park. I really, really, really need you guys to be in your safe spot now. While this is a radar indicated tornado based off of the information we're receiving, based off of the radar that I just showed you, I think this thing is on the ground. So Deer Park, Hullapaw, between these two locations, this storm is likely to work its way between Deer Park out to the west and from Hullapaw out to the east. Deer Park, this will likely be near you around 350. Hullapaw around 354. This is a very tight radar signature, and again, based off of the debris detection that I just showed you right there and right there, I think we do have something on the ground. You just, and there we go. We've got even more radars detecting that debris signature. Chris, can we get some streets to call out?
Fontana Lane, North Kenansville Road, Williams Road. You're in the thick of it right now, so hopefully you're in your safe
Harris
place.
Road.
This is going to be heading north toward Highway 192.
There's Deer Park.
And Harris Road. And then we're looking at
Hullapaw's right over there, and we're going to have a Satellite Avenue, Topeka Avenue, Pierre Avenue. So
Osceola Drive.
Highway 192. If you are between Deer Park and Hullapaw, I need you in your safe zone now. This storm has a history of being a large and damaging tornado. It has done it now twice, down in Clewiston and down on State Road 80 near Lake Okeechobee. I need you guys to treat this seriously. And there's that second debris detection that I was talking about just to the north of Kenansville. Control room, can you repeat that?
Mallory has some safety tips and other updates on Milton.
Let's go over to Mallory real quick if we can.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, just a quick check of some tips for you. I want to get back to those tornado warnings for sure, because we do have the potential for that tornado warning on the ground. Just giving you some tips really quickly, because this is becoming a very dangerous situation. So if you are in that tornado warning, and I know everyone is in their safe spot, we've been preparing for Milton the past several days, so you're already in a safe location. But in that safe location, make sure you're on the lowest level, away from any doors or windows. You may have boarded them up, but just try to get to the center of the house and away from those doors and windows as much as possible. Put as many walls between you and that outside storm. And if you can, if you're in that warning, just go now. But if you can, make sure you have some shoes and something to cover your head just in case that debris comes in. You want to be protected. So this is what we're talking about when there is a tornado warning that is issued. We are still dealing with the effects from Milton, but we are also dealing with those warnings at this time. And as we look at the wind speeds and gusts starting to pick up just a bit, especially for areas to the south, we have sustained winds between 20 to 30 miles per hour, and we do have those gusts over 30 miles per hour. I'm seeing a gust up to 37 for Melbourne. We're really going to see these numbers ramp up here over the next few hours. And this is Milton already starting to impact what we're seeing at this point. The wind speeds around Milton are at 130 miles per hour, pushing off to the northeast at 16 miles per hour. And it's the bands of Milton that are swinging around and in an environment favorable for that spin up. That's why we've seen so many tornado warnings for Osceola, Brevard, now even Orange and South, dealing with that spinning in the storms that are pushing through. So we're going to continue to watch this. This is tracking again to the northeast at this point, expected to make landfall a little bit sooner this evening. And as it pushes inland, our conditions will get worse. And of course, we're going to keep you updated as they do so. But I do want to give it back to Zach and Chris for those updates on that tornado warning.
Yeah, we're still seeing tornado warnings here, continuing here, southeastern Orange County, Osceola County. Also a new area of rotation here just to the east of St. Cloud. So this is going to be moving to the northwest. So again, these areas here, east of St. Cloud, down toward Deer Park and Harmony, You want to be in your safe spot at this time, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside. These tornado warnings will continue here through 4 o'clock, and they'll likely be reissued. So we're tracking 2 areas of rotation. As we go in a little bit closer here, we'll go into this new area that we were just pointing out a moment ago.
Here, I got you, Chris. Sorry, I was trying to get some latest information, but I can handle that for you.
So we also have tornado warnings back to the west through portions of Polk County around Haines City. And then the activity that we're tracking a little bit closer to our region here is in Osceola County. But most of Central Florida, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties, continue to be under a tornado watch. So a watch means that you need to stay alert of the potential that you may have to take action. Now, what we're tracking here are areas that need to take action. These warnings here in Osceola County, just to the southwest of Deer Park, we've been tracking this strong signature here to the southwest, also indicating the potential for debris being lofted with this storm. And then another area of rotation here just to the north, east of Harmony, to the northeast of Holopaw. This is going to be tracking to the northwest. Narcoossee, you're not included in the warning right now, but we could have some gusty winds there around Narcoossee. You'll also want to pay attention to this. Just keep in mind you're not in the tornado warning. It's just to the south. But again, this is going to be one area that we continue to monitor in Narcoossee.
Chris,
you want to have your safe spot also picked out just in case.
Quick update, that tornado warning is now observed on the one from Deer Park to Holopaw, so the one you currently have circled. We are observed.
We were tracking a pretty strong debris signature earlier, about 5 minutes ago. We still have a strong signature here for rotation on the radar. Debris signature still showing some signs here just to the south of Deer Park. So we'll zoom in and again, potentially read off some names. If Zach, you can go back to the other source and zoom in.
Yeah, I got you. We are again tracking this storm system with some of those street names. Let's zoom on in if we can. We're talking about Fontana Lane, Kenansville Road. This storm is just to your east. Again, this is a confirmed tornado working its way now towards Donovan Cruz Road. If you are up in Deer Park, if you're over in Holopaw, US Highway 192, I need you in your safe spot now. That would be a bathroom or closet, the most interior part of your house. We've got a little bit of a neighborhood here that is just to the north of this potentially damaging tornado. Crabgrass Road, Owens Road, Blue Moon Trail, Chad Jason Road, Crazy Court, and Powers Road, Jorganen Road, Harris Road, Palm Frond Road. I need you in your safe spot now. Again, the potential, actually no longer a potential, an observed tornado just to your south. This is going to be minutes from moving through this neighborhood to the south of US Highway 192 between Deer Park and Holopaw. So if you just heard me say your roadway name, I need you in your safe spot. This is going to be, again, a bathroom, a closet, most interior spot of your household, away from doors and windows. And Chris, I'll put that track on for you.
Yeah, so we're looking at this moving to the north at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We listed off the roads there, the main one being 192 between Holopaw and Deer Park. So those areas, even though we're not getting a specific time of approach, you need to be in your safe spot because that tornado warning is ongoing at this time, and it has been confirmed that we do have a tornado on the ground with this storm as it continues to track through portions of eastern Osceola County. We also have tornado warnings farther to the north here in northeastern Osceola County, and that one showing a little bit of rotation just to the northeast of Harmony here. We're seeing the shade of gray and the brighter shades of red there. That's another area of rotation that we continue to monitor here.
And Chris, new tornado warning. This is going to be for extreme southern Brevard County. This is mainly for a system near Vero Beach Airport in Indian River County. However, the tornado warning has been expanded. We just got a gust up to 66 miles per hour moments ago at Vero Beach Airport in Indian River County along that tornado warned cell. This is heading towards the Mico and Grant Volcaria area.
So this is right around Vero Beach. This is the area that we were looking at earlier with that potential here in Indian River County for a tornado. And we're talking about how this would likely be extended or expanded into southern Brevard County, and that Mico, Grant Valcaria would have to watch this storm. So now we have southern Brevard County included in this tornado warning there in portions of Brevard County. So we'll go back in a little bit closer here into Brevard County, and I'll turn the warnings back on. So it's really around Mico that we're looking at that potential rotation here, and we'll zoom in a little bit closer. And as we take a look at it, the rotation is just to the south here. So we're looking down towards Sebastian, Indian River Shores, Mico, and that rotation is just to your south. So if you're in Mico, you need to be in your safe spot. As we've been mentioning, it's the lowest portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside. This storm moving to the north at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So we'll put a track on it with that area of rotation down to the south of you. And if we can put a track on that, we'll show you with the potential time. So we've been watching this, and we were mentioning this about 10 minutes ago, that this would be a likelihood that we would see it into Brevard County. So we're looking at places like Winter Beach, 351, Sebastian, 401, Mico, 409, Evans Pines, and around Grant Valcaria at 415, Grant at 416. So this is going to be drifting to the north, just to the east of the I-95 corridor, right along the coastline here of Indian River County, Brevard County. So Mico, Barefoot Bay, you want to be in your safe spot at this time. Again, lowest portion of your home, away from windows. Take a helmet, take a blanket, something to protect yourself in case there is flying debris. And as we've seen, we've shown you videos, we've had reports of pretty large tornadoes on the ground here through the afternoon. And this activity will continue to move northward as we head through the remainder of the afternoon and into the evening hours. So a tornado watch continues for most of Central Florida until 9 o'clock. And we're getting new video in of some of these tornadoes. What source is that?
This is Max 1. This was a photo. This is a still image from a Florida 511 traffic camera earlier this morning down there in Alligator Alley. And this was part of one of the first of several large tornadoes that developed across South Florida and eventually tracked up into Okeechobee County. And then obviously we've been showing you the videos that have come out of Okeechobee County ever since then, over towards Clewiston as well, on either side of Okeechobee. So again, when we talk about these tornadoes, Chris, we do not deal with these large, significant tornadoes often. We typically talk about this knowing with a parameter called the Strong Tornado Potential Parameter, or the STP. And typically for Central Florida, the STP values tend to stay in the green. But you can see that energy that Milton is outputting, and leading to moderate to even moderate to high values of strong tornado potential. This means the potential for EF2, EF3 tornadoes is quite high. We could continue to see this potential across Orange and Osceola counties through midnight tonight before some of those values finally begin to fall apart by 2 to 3 o'clock in Volusia and Seminole counties. Again, the best chance for tornadoes today is south of the I-4 corridor. With that being said, as we get these feeder bands on shore, everyone's going to have a potential, Chris, but the best chance is going to be south of I-4. And in fact, you know what? This is the latest SPC update. I don't think we've shown this. It's gone a little bit farther north. So it is farther north now.
Because before it was just Osceola County.
It was.
Southern Brevard County. So now we're seeing it.
Tornado warning for the following counties in Florida, Brevard, and Indian River. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for eastern Indian River County in east central Florida, southeastern Brevard County in east central Florida, until 4:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Winter Beach, moving north at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Sebastian, Indian River Shores, and Sebastian Highlands around 3:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Sebastian Inlet and Mico around 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Orchid. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
I just were talking about. We just called out all of those street names for this community. If this storm continues just to the west, it might just barely miss that community. But again, we need everybody basically from 192 Earlo Bronson Memorial Highway South. They're near the Hullapaw and Deer Park area in their safe spot now.
Yeah, and we also have a traffic cam right now, 192. So this is the area that we are tracking. This is the turnpike. You can see the sheets of rain and the cars driving through that rain and all the rain that they're picking up there along the Florida Turnpike. Fortunately, not a lot of cars on the roadway from this vantage point, but this is the area that we continue to watch just to the east of the Florida Turnpike around Highway 192 here, where we're seeing that strong signature of a reported tornado on the ground, debris signature, so debris has been lofted in the air, and we're looking at the heavy rain here from this vantage point and the Florida Turnpike. So we'll continue to watch areas around Deer Park, Hullapaw, where we're continuing to see that debris signature here just to the east of the Florida Turnpike, where we had the live shot there a moment ago, and to the west of 441, Highway 441. So a lot of activity here on Clystron 13. This is another vantage point of the debris signature. In fact, it's getting a bit stronger here just to the southeast of the Canoe Creek Service Plaza. So if you're in Hullapaw, this is just to your south. So this is around Golden Citrus Road, Coaches Lane, Kenansville Road, Omni Way, Donovan's Cruz Road, Golden Citrus Road, which I just said. So this area here, we're looking at a strong debris signature here. We're seeing the brighter shades of greens and blues. That's radar indicating that debris is being lofted into the air from this tornado here that continues to track through portions of Osceola County. So this is just to the south of Hullapaw and to the southeast of the Canoe Creek Service Plaza, staying largely to the east of the Florida Turnpike. But if you're in Hullapaw, you want to be in your safe spot, get into the lowest portion of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. We're also seeing that rotation continuing here right along 192, along the 192 that stretches between Hullapaw and Deer Park. So this is our area of concern here in Osceola County. Harmony, you're also in a tornado warning, so you also want to be in your safe spot at this time. This stretches up into portions of Orange County, just to the south of the 528, to the south of the 417 here, and we'll see if this continues, the trend continues for a rotation and that possibility. And right now, definitely a tornado on the ground here in Osceola County if this will continue to lift to the north into portions of Orange County. Let's go out and take a wider view of what's going on and also go down into portions of Brevard County and check in on Mico. Southern Brevard County here under a tornado warning. We do have a storm rolling out of Indian River County right along the coast, and Sebastian, Mico in that tornado warning. Grand Falcaria, you should also be in your safe spots. We're looking at heavy rain obviously coming down here, so you're not going to be able to see the tornado. And as we take a look at the radar and the winds, we're seeing the brighter shades of reds here. Definitely some strong winds associated with this activity. It looks like the rotation's a little bit farther to the south, though, into southern Brevard,
It's going
or
to be
southern
near
Indian River County.
Yeah, Vero Beach, Gifford, Indian River Shores, and working up the A1A corridor, eventually towards Vero Lake Estates, Sebastian, Fellsmere, excuse me, not Fellsmere, Fellsmere's further inland, but Sebastian, Vero Lake Estates, and eventually towards Barefoot Bay.
So we're looking at this tornado warning in southern Brevard County. Mico, even though the sign of rotation is still well to your south, Movement is to the north, 30 to 35 miles per hour. So again, be in your safe spot there around Micco, Grand Valkyria, Evans Park, and Barefoot Bay, as this is going to be tracking to the north. So we're looking at Micco potentially around 423, 430, Sebastian 415, and we're looking at places like Winter Beach at 403, a little bit farther to the south. So all the tornado warnings so far have been to the south of Orange County, Osceola County, portions of Brevard County, down into Indian River County, and definite signs that we've had tornadoes on the ground with debris signatures, emergency managers confirming these reports, and we're starting to see this activity get a little bit closer to the attractions, and it looks like we have a tornado warning hugging the Osceola County line here, pretty close to Kissimmee. So we'll be watching northwestern Osceola County here, and that tornado warning has come off the board. But we are looking at all this lifting to the north, the more intense activity, and some of this is producing lightning here down to the south and east, along with that heavy rain threat, that tornado threat. Where you're seeing the lightning, that's where we're seeing the most dynamics in the atmosphere right now for these squalls to kind of spawn the tornadoes that have been pretty strong. So a tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock for most of central Florida. Marion and Flagler counties not yet, but you could be included in a watch, which means conditions are favorable. What we're tracking right now are warnings and reports of tornadoes on the ground in Osceola County. So you want to get into the lowest portion of your home, away from windows. Here's a look at that watch. Again, Marion, Flagler County is not in it, but that will likely change. We're seeing the red polygons here. That's where we're telling people to take action and to get into their safe spots there in Osceola County and southern Brevard County. So when you get that alert, and hopefully you have multiple ways to get weather alerts in case the power goes out, because we are going to have that chance with the powers going out tonight. And if the power goes out, you need to have multiple ways to get weather alerts, something that could wake you up if you're trying to sleep and whatnot as we go through the evening. Turn up the volume on your TV if you find yourself in one of the warnings, and keep the volume up so you can hear what's going on in your area. So all this is out ahead of Milton. Milton is down to the southwest here. Movement is to northeast at 17 miles per hour. We've been getting hourly updates now as it nears Florida's Gulf Coast. Winds have come down to 125 miles per hour. It's still a major hurricane. It's a Category 3 hurricane. It was a Category 4 hurricane earlier this afternoon, but it's encountering some stronger winds higher up in the atmosphere, some wind shear, and that's helping weaken the winds just a little bit. However, when that happens, the wind field also expands, so a lot of us will feel the gusty winds through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Here's a look at the latest track. It's 100 miles to the west-northwest of Fort Myers, and the cone hasn't been changing all that much over the past several days, maybe just a little bit farther to the south at times, but that's been pretty much the target here to southwest Florida. So we're looking at the tornado threat really ramping up here across east central Florida right now with those tornado warnings ongoing. We have heavy rain threat. We've already had a flash flood warning issued for portions of Osceola County and southern Brevard County. So flooding is going to become a big concern. Wind, whether you're in a tornado warning or not, we're going to have high winds through the night tonight. Mallory was pointing out some of those gustier winds earlier, and also looking at storm surge. And storm surge, a problem tonight along the southwest coast of Florida, along the west coast of Florida. Tomorrow, it shifts to the east coast of Florida for places like Brevard County, Volusia County, and Flagler County, as we look at Milton tracking across east central Florida and back out into the Atlantic. So multiple tornado warnings ongoing, and we'll continue to track those tornado warnings as we get them, most of them in Osceola County and Brevard County. And here's a look at the rainfall estimates. Just take a look at the areas here, especially along the I-75 corridor, Lake County. That's where we could see a foot to a foot plus of rain, also into portions of Flagler County. So to the north, even though Milton's center is going to be making landfall here down to the south, closer to Bradenton, Sarasota, the heavy weather, the heavy rain, and the flooding threat is going to be significant here across portions of central Florida, especially across Marion, Flagler, portions of Volusia, Lake County. Notice around Kissimmee, Melbourne, looking at 3 to 5 plus inches of rain, and we're looking at that tornado threat ongoing. So multiple hazards that we'll continue to track. Any updates on the tornado warnings, Zach?
Not tornado warnings, but we do now have a flash flood warning, which encompasses a very large area. This includes Brevard, Volusia, Brevard, Volusia, Seminole, Osceola, Orange, and Indian River County. This flash flood warning going until 7 p.m. this evening. Doppler radar and automatic rain gauges indicating thunderstorms are producing heavy rain across the area. 2 to 4 inches of rain has fallen, and an additional 2 to 4 inches is possible in this very large warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. This would include locations like Orlando, Palm Bay, Melbourne, Kissimmee, Titusville, Oviedo, St. Cloud, Winter Park, Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach, Cape Canaveral, Wedgefield, Malabar, Indy Atlantic, Bay Lake, Hullapaw, and the Lone Cabbage Fish Camp, as well as Narcoossee. There are a lot of cities in this flash flood warning. And this is basically them getting ahead of the game and saying, instead of doing a warning here, a warning there, we're going to just blanket warning the area. So this is the first of what will likely be several flash flood warnings. But again, this flash flood warning in effect for Brevard, Indian River, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, and Volusia counties running through 7 p.m. Another 2 to 4 inches on the way, and that's just through 7 o'clock, Chris. We will, as you just pointed out, likely have another foot of rain in some spots, especially north of the I-4 corridor.
Yeah, a lot more rain to come, and as you can see over the past 3 hours, radar estimates here from Clytron 13 to the east of Florida Turnpike, where we've seen the most intense thunderstorms today, already nearly 3.5 inches of spots, and around Vero Beach, likely 4 to 5+ inches there to the south. So all this is lifting north. The rain intensity is going to pick up, and this is only the beginning. As we go through the night tonight, we'll see more squally weather, more heavy rain setting up through the region.
And we are now getting a confirmed report from a trained storm spotter of a tornado touching down on US 192 between Deer Park and Hullapaw.
So that is the tornado warning that we've been continuing to track and seeing the strong tornado signature.
Let me go ahead and zoom in on that for you. So that is going to be right here. We have a confirmed report. Let's go back to velocity. There we go. Confirmed report of a tornado on the ground here between Hullapaw and Deer Park that just crossed US 192. Again, this is a trained storm spotter. So this is just to the north of Hullapaw, just to the north of Satellite Avenue, Topeka Avenue, just crossed 192. This is heading towards Old Brick Road. So again,
and there's Old Brick Road right there.
We need to stress that this is on the ground, Chris, now.
Yeah, there's Old Brick Road. So we're looking at that strong signature right there. This is a look at the wind field. So again, where the greens, where you're seeing the color green, that's the wind going toward the radar. Red is going away from the radar. So where they're meeting up, that's where we're seeing the rotation. And then we've been also tracking the debris signatures. Not as strong as it was earlier, but still that potential here right around Old Brick Road, obviously, for a tornado to be on the ground. So this is just to the east of Harmony. In these areas, you need to stay in your safe spot. The tornado warning has been extended until 4:30. So we'll go back in and take a look at a wider view of what's going on as well, a little bit farther to the north, because portions of southeastern Orange County are under this tornado warning, but that's dependent on the rotation that's farther to the south here. And if this continues to hold together, which it has, we'll likely see this tornado warning expanded maybe a little bit farther to the north, closer to the 528, maybe the 417, depending on the exact movement. The other tornado warning that we have is down into Indian River County, southern Brevard County around Mico. That tornado warning continuing. The rotation with that storm was well to the south here into portions of Indian River County closer to Vero Beach, but as we take a little bit of a closer look, not seeing a strong signature, but maybe some higher winds here. Winds gusting close to 45 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour there around Mico and Barefoot Bay. But this tornado warning continuing for portions of southern Brevard County down into Indian River County. So here as well.
That continues for another 7 minutes. So we'll see if another warning comes out, because I agree with you, Chris, that rotation in Brevard, or excuse me, in Indian River County heading towards Brevard County is is starting to get weaker. However, even though that rotation is getting weaker, we have three areas of very strong rotation, one just north of Okeechobee, a couple of them in St. Lucie County that earlier were confirmed, now radar indicated. So again, just because the rotation is ramping down in spots does not mean this tornado threat is over, as we still have some pretty decent rotation to our south that still has to clear Central Florida, as you said.
Yeah, and just expanding the picture a little bit farther to the south and east, you can see all the tornado warnings that are popping up here on the board with the stronger activity well away from the eye of Milton. The eye of Milton here, you can see that coming into the picture now from the radar site. And then we're looking at the stronger activity on the eastern side, the extreme eastern side, and we're looking at that threat for potentially strong tornadoes of EF2
There's a new warning
here.
Coming in for Orange County.
Orange
And we
County.
also have a new warning for Orange County that looks to be an extension of the warning that we have down into Osceola County.
There it is. It's just come in.
Just popped in. So this tornado warning located 7 miles east of Lake Hart or 8 miles to the northeast in Arcousie. It is moving to the north at 25 miles per hour. This is a radar indicated tornado that could be around Wedgefield around 410, Avalon Park around 420, Bithlow and Union Park around 430. This tornadic storm, again, radar indicated, but has a history of producing a tornado, as we've been tracking ever since just after 1:30, Chris.
Yeah, and that's the area that we're watching down into Osceola County here as it continues to track to the north. So it's going to be this area here around 192, just the north of 192 between Harmony and Holopaw. Still a strong signature here, and this will likely continue to move to the north into portions of Orange County as we head into the next 20 minutes or so. So eastern sides of Orlando need to take cover in your safe spot. Of course, we're all hunkering down for the storm, but this is the other safe spot, the safe spot within the safe spot. Put as many walls between you and the outside, as the tornado warnings will continue here as we head toward 4:30 and 4:45. So we're looking at that strong rotation here down to the south. If I zoom in, and that is just to the north of Holopaw now and to the east of Harmony. And this is where we continue to see this strong indication here of rotation. And with this storm, a tornado was reported on the ground. So we'll take a look at the debris signature.
And we're also kind of getting a broad signature on the southern edge of Orange County out ahead of the main signature as well. I'm starting to detect that on our velocity couplet. This is heading just to the south of the 528 as well.
We'll go up to the north here.
Yeah, it's going to be that little area of rotation now, just to the
southeast of
Lake Nona. Yep.
Lake Nona. So we're looking at places like Moss Park Road, Tyson Road off in the distance here, but to the southeast of Lake Nona, a little bit of rotation here being tracked as we continue to monitor this new tornado warning here to the south and east of the 417. So we'll take a look at the velocity, and you can see a weak signature here, not as strong as the one farther to the south, but we are looking. Here's Lake Nona, 417, and there's that area of rotation here as it continues to move northward. So this is going to be moving to the north at about 30 to 34 miles per hour. So areas in eastern Orange County need to be in your safe spots. So this is to the east of 417 that we're seeing the rotation.
And Chris, if you switch over to Max 1, I've pulled up the radar imagery out of Orlando International. We are getting a little bit of some interference on the southern storms down in Osceola County, but you can at least see the county, the Orange County system a little better.
Yeah, to the southeast of Lake Hart. So this is going to be the area that we're tracking here in Orange County, southern Orange County, lifting to the north. So if you're around Lake Hart, the 528 here to the east of Belle Isle, you want to be in your safe spot at this time. So that's the area of rotation there. And then we also continue to watch these areas here to the east of St. Cloud and to the northeast of Highway 192 and to the north of the 441 and Osceola County. So multiple areas that we continue to monitor here on Klystron 13 for that potential for rotation.
And if we take a look, I'm not seeing much in the way of debris detection anymore on any of those storms. So I'm not one to make the call here, Chris, and we'll wait and see how this tornadic storm, this long-lasting tornadic storm since 1:30 there in the Okeechobee and extreme southern Osceola County area has been. But we'll see if the storm ramps up again. But this might be some good news for far eastern Orange County, that the storm might finally be ramping down after what has been nearly 3 hours of nonstop tornado coverage.
Yeah, just tracking that one. But we also have this area, again, around Lake Nona, Lake Hart, that's moving into Orange County along the 528. So University Park, Bithlow, Christmas, Wedgefield, you still have time here as the potential circulation here is a little bit farther to the south, but this is going to be quickly lifting to the north here as we head into the next 20 minutes or so. So crossing the 528, again, it's this area here we're seeing the reds and grays come together, that we have that chance for some potential rotation. So areas to the east of the Orlando International Airport, east of Belle Isle, need to be in your safe spot as this tornado warning here for portions of Orange County runs until 4:45.
And I'm not really seeing much in the way of debris detection. Again, I'm keeping a very close eye, especially on that cell in Harmony. I know now we've got multiple tornado warnings that we're keeping track of between Orange County, Osceola County. We really can't forget about our friends and neighbors down in southern Brevard County either. We are getting a little bit, actually, a little debris signature down near the Vera Lakes Estates area and Fellsmere area of Indian River County. Let me take a look at that cell just real quick there. Although it looks like that rotation is broadening out, so that might have been a debris signature from earlier. But again, at this point in time, we're tracking multiple areas of rotation all across Central Florida. Southern Brevard County near Mico and Barefoot Bay, still under a tornado warning, really about to expire. We'll see if that actually gets extended. Should be expiring any minute.
Yeah, we're not seeing any rotation here on.
Yeah, and that's starting to fade away. So that debris signature might have been an old one. And then we've got the tornado warning in Osceola County between Harmony and Deer Park. That one lasting for another 15 minutes. That's a dual area of rotation. And Chris, I'm starting to see again the tightening up of that cell. So
just to the east of Narcoossee.
Just to the east of Narcoossee. So again, this will be the fourth ramp up of rotation with this storm that has happened ever since 1:30. This storm has now created 4 areas of rotation. You can actually see the broader signature just to its south and west. And that broader signature to the south and west was the dominant signature that prompted this original tornado warning. That was the 3rd rotation signature. And then just to its north, to the south and east of Lake Nona, south and west of Weehawhoty, we're dealing with another more broad signature, which is lifting its way towards the 528 and could impact places like Wedgefield, Azalea Park, and Bithlow, and that warning goes through 4:45 p.m. as well.
So multiple warnings here, multiple areas of rotation. We continue to see new areas form. Here's the other area that I was trying to track a little bit closer to Lake Nona that's showing some weak signs of rotation. So this is going to be heading toward Avalon Park, University Park, Union Park at around 4:40 to 4:45. So these areas you need to be in your safe spot, away from windows, in the lowest portion of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside. So a lot of activity on Klystron 13 that we continue to track with those tornado warnings ongoing here through Orange County, Osceola County, down into southern Brevard County.
And Chris, I'll step up. I'll give you a little bit of a break. You've been talking now for about 40 minutes at least. It seems like time is flying here, but we've got 3 tornado warnings that we continue to talk about, so I'll let you drive the radar for a second. Mallory is trying to bring up our Kissimmee camera, so when that is up, let me know, Mallory, and we'll pull that up as well. Control room, if we can raise the camera height up to me, and just let me know when I can step on. But again, what we are tracking at this hour is 3 tornado warning, or excuse me, 3 potential areas of rotation. 2 of them in the Harmony and Deer Park area just to the north, which are working their way essentially northward towards southern Orange County. This tornado warning continues for 12 minutes. And then we've got another area of rotation near the Lake Hart area, which is working its way towards Wedgefield. So again, if you are just joining us, let's take a break. Let's reset. My name is meteorologist Zach Covey. I'm joined with with meteorologist Chris Gilson and Mallory Nichols, who are currently continuing to watch now 3 tornado warnings across the central Florida area. Let's actually zoom out real quick and confirm that tornado warning in Brevard County has dropped. So we can now say that we have 2 tornado warnings in Central Florida, and those 2 tornado warnings are going to be up here in the Osceola and Orange County area. Again, the Osceola County tornado warning going until 4:30, the Orange County warning going until 4:45. And if we kind of show you where those areas of rotation are, we've got one area of rotation right there, got one area of rotation right there, and we've got another area of rotation just to its north. Now, none of those areas of rotation at this point are nearly as strong as they were earlier. In fact, earlier we had not 1 but 2 particularly dangerous situation tornado warnings for southern Osceola County. PDS tornado warnings are historically issued 3% of all tornado warnings in the nation within any given year. Central Florida hardly ever gets any of those. So again, we need to be mindful that these tornadoes that we've been dealing with and that we've been really seeing across southern Florida today are quite strong. Let's go into the biggest rotation signature that I am tracking right now. They're in Osceola County. This is going to be just to the north of County Road 532. State Highway 13 is right here. We head on over towards Tram Road. This is that broad rotation signature, actually getting a little bit tighter now as our winds are kind of starting to rotate around this radar signature here. Let's see if we can zoom on out. There we go. So again, Nova Road or County Road 532 is right there. This is lifting its way northbound. Again, kind of moving into a largely uninhabited part of northern Osceola County. You can see Lake Nona, Narcoossee out to the west. The only location that I'm really concerned about moving into this tornadic warn storm would be the Weehawhoty area around 4:40 p.m. So if you're in Weehawhoty, I need you in your lowest level, most interior spot of your home at this point. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. One way you can keep alert of this tornado warning is turn your TV to the max when you head into that lowest level, most interior part of your home. Again, that could be an interior closet, that could be a half bathroom with no windows in the most interior part of your home. Have shoes, food, and some of these tornadoes have been a little bit on the upper echelon of the scale, right? We've been talking about those strong tornadoes there in Okeechobee County earlier in the way of wedge tornadoes. We hardly ever get wedge tornadoes here in Central Florida, but those are very powerful tornadoes. So if you have maybe a bicycle helmet, that may not be a bad idea to also take with you into your safe spot. So again, we're showing you here our radar imagery on Klystron 13. We've got Orange County here. That is Orlando International Airport, the 528 stretching south towards Osceola County. This is going to be our location that we continue to watch for these 2 potential tornado warnings or potential tornadoes within these tornado warnings. Let's go over to our shear rate, and you can easily see what the dominant shear storm is. Zoom out, and it's going to be that one that is just to the north of County Road 532. This is the most impressive sheared storm right now, the most impressive storm in kind of at least capable of producing a tornado, if you will. State Highway 13 out to its west. You've got Tram Road out to its east, and this storm is lofting its way to the north. Now, if I zoom out, you'll notice that that area of rotation is right on the edge of a tornado warning. Is that a brand new one that just came in?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah,
or
it
it's
does.
A continuation.
Maybe it's a continuation.
Because we did just get another update, so maybe it was just a refresh of the
maybe that's
polygon.
what it was.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering where that polygon went. So, okay, so now we've got these 2. That was definitely a continuation. They've trimmed off the southern extent of this tornado warning. And then we also have this little area of rotation over near the Lake Nona area. This is just to the south and east of Lake Nona.
I can get back to the radar.
Yeah, let's see if we can zoom on out. Chris will direct that for us. We're having some touchscreen issues, as you can see. But the tornado warning over near Lake Nona This broad rotation just off of Lake Hart, or just to the south and east of Lake Hart. Lake Nona is right there, the medical complex right over there. Some really good food and hotels over in the Lake Nona area. This rotation right along the Moss Park Road area, Lake Mary Jane Road, dealing with some of that broad rotation. This will be lifting towards Weewahootie Road, Aerospace Parkway, and then eventually heading over towards the 528. This is the 528 meeting the 417. So this is the 417-528 split. We're tracking this rotation northbound. This is going to be just to the east of the 528-417. So this is just east of Orlando International Airport. You've got Lee Vista Boulevard right there. Again, so this rotation working what will likely be just to the east of 528
and we have
and 417. We do.
Yeah, live look at the 528, and you can see the sheets of rain. So this is going to be tough to see. We've been talking about the rain threat too, the flooding threat coming and increasing here with these heavy downpours. But this is a look at the 528, where we're seeing the rotation is just to the south, a little bit closer to Weewahootie Road, getting a little bit of less rotation now popping up on Clyshon 13. But you can see it's tough to see anything out there from this vantage point. Thank goodness, very few cars out there driving across the 528. So this tornado warning here, that includes areas along the 528 to the east of Belle Isle and around Lake Nona, continues until 4:45. So you want to wait this storm out in your safe spot as we continue to track that potential for some rotation. Also seeing maybe two areas of rotation a little bit closer to the 417, and apologies if you were pointing this out, but then another area a little bit farther to the east around the Cocoa Water Plant Road and Highway 13.
Just to the east. Yeah, you're exactly right. So again, this is going to be common with these tropical tornadoes as we go throughout the next several hours. If there's any good news to take away from this continuing tornado coverage that we've been doing now for about 3 hours here on Spectrum News, it's that I do anticipate the tornado threat will ramp down at some point this evening as we begin to transition from the rotation in the atmosphere to the strong winds in the atmosphere as Milton eventually works its way inland. But again, we are tracking multiple areas of rotation here, working its way out of Osceola County into Orange County, mainly south of the 528, mainly to the east of the 417. Lake Nona will be right about here, Lake Hart right here, Orlando International Airport. And look at the rotation. This is that cell, Chris, that we've been tracking since Okeechobee, that has ramped up now 4 times. It's ramped up, ramped back down, ramped up, ramped back down. Again, this is probably now the more dominant rotation signature yet again. This is just to the north of County Highway 532, and this is the storm that not only produced a tornado down near Clewiston, not only produced a tornado over in Okeechobee, but also confirmed tornado touchdown between Hullapaw and Deer Park earlier this afternoon, Chris.
Yeah, so we've been tracking this storm for several hours, and meteorologist Mallory Nichols also joins us. She has some of the tips that you can do to take safety during these tornado warnings. Of course, a warning is when you take action. A watch means conditions are favorable. Most of us, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties, continue to be under a tornado watch. So, Mallory, if you have some safety tips coming up for us, we'll get that over to you shortly. But let's take a look at the radar again, Zach.
Well, one thing before we go over to Mallory, just real quick, and I'll take it over to Max 1. In addition to the tornado warnings that we're dealing with in Osceola and Orange counties at this hour, we also have a very large flash flood warning. So if you are in both of those, if you're in Orange County, if you're in Osceola County under that tornado warning, and you're wondering, hey, I'm under a tornado warning and a flash flood warning, you're telling me to get to the lowest level of my house, but flooding, you tell me to get to the top. What do I do? Well, if flooding is not an imminent threat to your property, you need to move to the most interior room of the lowest level of your house. However, if the flash flooding is leading to flooding becoming an imminent threat, you need to move to the most interior room of the lowest dry level of your household. Those in mobile and manufactured homes should have already evacuated, but if you did not, now is the time to hopefully try and find somewhere you can go And again, remember to make that decision quickly, as there could only be a few short minutes to get to safety. At this point, I do think we've got Mallory Nichols up right now, so let's head on over to Mallory. Mallory, you've got a lot of tips coming up, but we also have to reaffirm that this tornado threat is going to continue at least for the next few hours, and that's why that tornado watch is in effect for the majority of Central Florida.
Yeah, it has definitely ramped up. You guys have been covering it for the past several hours, and we do have that tornado watch that is in effect. This doesn't include Flagler and Marion County at this point, but the rest of Central Florida is under that watch. And we do have a couple of tornado warnings that Zach and Chris have been bringing you, that rotation, and they just keep flaring up over and over again. And now they are pushing north into northern Osceola as well as south central Orange County at this point. These are our tornado alerts. And if you are in those tornado warnings, that means that it is imminent. There is the potential for a tornado on the ground. And we have had confirmed tornadoes on the ground with these storms. So as they've been mentioning, get to the lowest level. I know we're encountering a tropical system at this point, and you've already done what you can to shelter, but get into the lowest level, away from the windows and doors, so the most interior part of your house, and put as many walls between you and that storm as possible. If you can, grab shoes and something to protect your head with from maybe flying debris, and that is in those tornado warnings. Now, I also want to mention there has been a lot of rain that has already come down, and we're just starting this system. So we do have that flash flood warning that includes parts of Seminole, southern Volusia, Brevard, parts of Orange and Osceola County. This is a flash flood warning for several inches that have already come down in those areas. So looking at the flooding concern, this is what we want you to do. Don't drive through the flooded roadways. Don't know what's happening underneath those flood waters. So turn around, don't drown, as we always say. If the road is barricaded, find another route. Of course, this is after the storm for that particular tip there. Don't head outside right now, because we are dealing with Milton here for the next several hours. Don't play in the flood waters. If you're asked to evacuate, do so. If flooding enters your home, call 911, and don't touch any electrical equipment. We have that potential for some flooding and some tornado concerns that we're watching at this point. And myself and Nicole Griffin are looking around at the cameras all across Central Florida to see if we can see anything that's going on. And I do have to tell you, those conditions are pretty rough out there at this time. Those heavier showers are coming down at this point. So we'll toss back to Zach and Chris. I believe they have an update at this point.
Yeah, we have a new tornado warning, Mallory. Some fantastic tips there as we continue to deal with Hurricane Milton. Here at the bottom of the hour, 4:30, meteorologist Zach Covey alongside meteorologist Chris Gilson and Mallory Nichols, who you just heard from. And we do have this new tornado warning. This is the existing one through 4:45. Let me step off and see if I can just move this real quick for you to pull up that brand new tornado warning that runs now through 5:15. Radar indicated tornado warning for Azalea Park, Belle Isle, Conway, and Pine Castle. And again, we've been tracking this one long rotating thunderstorm, which initially started down in Okeechobee County, worked its way through the entirety of Osceola County, firing off numerous tornado warnings over time, and is now starting to enter into Orange County. Now, the rotation there in Orange County, the radar imagery that we are using here, is coming from our Orlando International Airport radar, and you can see that broad rotation couplet, maybe another area, very weak rotation to the north near Belle Isle, but we've got dual areas of rotation. When we look at our debris signature here, we are not detecting any debris with either couplet at this point in time. However, it needs to be said that if you are under these tornado warnings right now, places like Lake Hart, Wedgefield, Bithlow, Christmas, and then back out towards the Orlando Metroplex, downtown Orlando, Oak Ridge, over towards Taft. Here's the 528, so that merges into I-4 down the line, so over towards the Florida Mall, back out towards where the 528 and the Florida Turnpike meet, and then up towards places like Winter Park. Eventually, this downstream warning will eventually head your way. You need to be in that safe spot now. So what is that safe spot? That is the lowest level, the most interior part of your home or your business. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. turn up the volume on your television or your radio and bring your cell phone or mobile device or digital device with you. Remember, you can download the Spectrum News app for free and watch our coverage for the entire duration of Hurricane Milton, before, during, and after on the Spectrum News app. Also, make sure you have shoes and food nearby just in case it is a longer duration tornado warning. So we'll take it over to Klystron 13 here. We've put a tracker on that broad area of rotation near Weehawhoty around 436, Lake Nona around 439, which is just mere minutes. So you need to be in your safe spot now if you're in Weehawhoty, Lake Nona, Vista Lakes, Orlando International Airport. I need you in your closet. This storm has a history of producing large and dangerous tornadoes down in Osceola County, so it has that history to it. If you're over towards Pine Castle, Edgewood, Conway, we are looking about this system working its way towards you around the 4:50 to 4:54 hour. Azalea Park near the top of the hour, very close to 5 o'clock. So you've got a little bit more time over towards UCF, University Park, Azalea Park, Conway, Pine Castle. But if you're down near the Weehawhoty area, Lake Nona, Vista Lakes, Orlando International Airport, right there along the strip of Narcoossee Road, I need you in your safe spot now. When we show you that rotation, we continue to have broad rotation signatures here. This is not nearly as tight as this rotation signature was, say, around 1:30, 2:30, 3 o'clock, when this signature had a particularly dangerous situation tag on it. However, it does have a history of producing not one, not two, but 3 tornadoes as we've gone throughout this afternoon. We have 3 separate attempts of this storm actually touching down across South and Central Florida. So we need to treat this storm seriously, even though it is looking a little bit weaker than maybe what it has been in the past. It has that historical kind of tornado genesis to it, so we need to treat this seriously. On top of the tornado threat, you saw some of those stronger gusty winds, and Chris, you can actually kind of make out, it looks like you know, we've got the broad area of rotation right here. This is going to be our rotational couplet, but then you've got those downburst winds on the northern fringe of the actual couplet itself. So again, it's kind of a dual threat that we're dealing with, that rotation moving towards the Lake Nona area, but we also have that heavy wind threat that's quickly lifting towards the 528. And Chris is also just showed you the radar, and you saw that this tornado, if it does develop, is going to be rain wrapped in nature. But look at some of these wind speeds here, 44, 47 miles per hour, and look how tightly clustered they are. When you move out, you've got those 20 to 30. So this is going to be a quick hitting kind of wind event. If you're over near Lake Nona, the 528 is this line right here. 417 is here. So again, a lot of these strong winds lifting towards Lake Nona, towards Orlando International. This is going to be Narcoossee Road over towards the Vista Lakes area. Back over towards, what do we have over there? We've got Red Hot and Brews over there. We've got the Home Depot, the Walmart. You've got quite a lot of restaurants right there along the Narcoossee area and the Cimarron area. So again, we need to make sure that these locations over towards South Conway Road, South Cimarron Boulevard, Highway 521, and the 417 are all getting in their safe spots at this point. Chris, is there any new information on this tornado warning at this point?
We don't have any new updates coming in, but they continue here until shortly after 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And as we've been pointing out, the rotation just not as strong, so maybe this is becoming more of a high wind event here for portions of the metro area along the 528 and the 417. But we'll continue to watch it. And also, as we've seen too, it doesn't take long for some quick spin-ups, which is what we're seeing here throughout the afternoon. So we could see some rotation maybe pop up in the next minute or two, but at this point, nothing overly intense.
And if you could do me one favor, Chris, on top of just the storm winds, let's look at how much rain has fallen in the past 3 hours in this area, because remember, this is a rain-wrapped risk of a tornado. And look at some of these values here in just the past 3 hours. We're talking 2, 3, nearly 4 inches of rain stretching from Hullapaw and Deer Park back out through Harmony towards Narcoossee, and a lot of this rain, notice how it spreads in really just the past 30 minutes or so. So a lot of this rain is coming down very, very quickly. A reminder, we also have a flash flood warning in effect. So not only are we tracking the rotational element, not only are we tracking the risk for strong damaging winds from the storm, but we're also tracking the risk of flooding rains in a very short amount of time. So if you are over near 528, Cimarron, Narcoossee, over towards the Waterford Lakes area, Orlando, Conway, a lot of this rain is coming down now. There is absolutely no reason anybody should be on the roadways at this point. You need to be in your safe spot at this point. Again, it looks like the rotational couplet really starting to fall apart, Chris. I'm not seeing much that is concerning me necessarily. What does the storm rotation tracker show if we keep that kind of highlighted? So that's from Melbourne. Shear rate.
There we go.
And it's dissipating there too.
Yeah.
So we're really starting to, and this is some big time encouraging news. We still need you in your safe spot. Again, if you're in Orange County, Lake Nona, Vista Lakes, Narcoossee, St. Cloud and Harmony, I believe, have been let go of that warning. If we could put that warning on just real quick. Yeah, so they've been let go. But again, that warning now stretching up towards the University Park area, UCF, Lake Nona, Bithlow, Christmas, over towards downtown Orlando, Belle Isle, Pine Castle, Edgewood, Conway, Orlando International. Two broad areas of rotation working their way to the northwest around 35 miles per hour. So even though the rotation is starting to broaden out and there is hope that these tornado warnings will expire shortly, we need you still in your safe spot due to the historical nature that the storm has produced not one, not two, but 3 tornadoes during its life cycle since 1 p.m. today. Lake Nona around 4:43, Azalea Park around 4:57. That's when this rotation is going to be near you. Conway around 4:58, Union Park around 5, Baldwin Park around 5:02. This is going to pass very close to the downtown area. Aloma around 5:04, Winter Park around 5:05, and Goldenrod around 5:06. So the time right now is 4:39. A lot of these areas downstream of Lake Nona, Vista Lakes, Cimarron, over towards Narcoossee, Waterford Lakes, a lot of those downstream locations, we're talking about an arrival time of around 4:50 to 5:05, if you will, Chris. So again, we really need to make sure that we are in our safe spot. That's the lowest level, most interior part of your safe space. We've been saying the safest space of your safe space. So again, that would be an interior closet, interior bathroom without doors or windows, and turning up that TV or radio as we go throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, we're not getting any new information coming in, Zach, with these tornado warnings. So we're not getting the confirmed reports, the reports that we had earlier this afternoon. But I want to just re-emphasize too, to recap a little bit, is that we still have a tornado watch for most of East Central Florida, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties. That runs until 9 o'clock. We did have a tornado warning for southern Brevard County. That has come off the board.
Yep, that expired. But
So-
we've got 2 others in Indian River counties. So
Yeah, so we'll continue to watch southern Brevard
Yep.
County. We're not missing that one. Also, we have a Wall Street camera downtown Orlando ready to go to take. And
Okay.
we can see the heavy rain coming down here, a little bit of wind. But the core of the wind is to the southeast of Lake Nona, southeast of the 417. We'll likely see this wind and obviously conditions through the night here from this vantage point drastically change as we go through the rest of the evening and into the overnight hours. So we're looking at the wind threat though here around downtown Orlando, regardless of whether we have a tornado on the ground. We just haven't seen the strong rotation that we saw earlier through portions of Osceola County. So we have the tornado watch, and we've had an enhanced risk for tornadoes today,
Yeah.
a higher risk than normal, with that potential for maybe EF2 or stronger tornadoes.
And let's talk about that. You've got a perfect graphic to explain what EF2 or higher tornadoes are. Again, here in Central Florida, especially with landfalling tropical systems, you hear it time and time again from your weather experts here at Spectrum News that tropical tornadoes tend to be very weak, tend to be very short-lived. EF0s, maybe EF1s. But what we have witnessed throughout the day today, Alligator Alley along I-75, back out through Clewiston, over towards Okeechobee County. We had one reported tornado down in St. Lucie County, and then we had that particularly dangerous situation warning out of Okeechobee County into southern Osceola County for a tornado that could have been on the EF2 to EF5 scale, the upper echelon, if you will, for what would have been a tropical tornado. So we tend to deal with these very short-lived, very weak tornadoes, EF0, EF1, but more likely than not, a couple of the tornadoes that happened in South Florida, and we'll obviously see what the damage estimates are after Milton over there in Osceola County could have been, might have seen an EF2 or potentially an EF3. But again, very, very rare to talk about this type of a scale, the scope of intensity with tornadoes in Central Florida, Chris.
Yeah, we've seen that throughout the day today, as you've been pointing out, Zach. And as we go back into Clystron 13, we'll take a look at some of the winds within the storm here.
Let's do it.
And we're seeing some lightning popping up.
Just 2 lightning strikes. It's actually a little bit lower than it was earlier when we had nearly a dozen lightning strikes. I'll turn off that lightning for you, Chris. Oh, well, I'll let you turn off that lightning. How about that? But again, the rotation is not nearly as strong as it was earlier. Moving out of Osceola County, we just got a brand new scan in here. And again, you're not seeing a lot of those tighter reds. You're not really seeing as much of those grays. This indicates that the winds are finally starting to ramp down, at least in the rotational aspect. But when those rotational winds begin to ramp down, you tend to spread those winds out. And so as a result, you see what Chris is putting on. We're dealing with wind speeds of 40. I just saw a 50-mile-per-hour wind speed that just updated with the latest frame. But again, these winds are now ramping down to the surface. So even though these tornado warnings are now looking a little unlikely to actually produce a tornado out of them, we are likely to have some very strong damaging winds. Lake Nona, over towards Waterford Lakes, over towards Vista Lakes, how about Cimarron, over towards Conway, Belle Isle, Pine Castle, Edgewood. These strong winds working their way your direction. Orlando International closed. You've heard us talk about that. All flights operations have ceased for the duration of the storm. We'll wait to hear from Orlando International officials at a later point about when they open, but those winds are heading towards Orlando International as well. So these brighter greens indicating some of those gusts of around 40 miles per hour that are starting to work their way in. And again, this is just the first true feeder band of Milton locally. We still have the eye wall of Milton to get through, Chris, and that's obviously going to bring us much heavier rain, much stronger winds through the overnight period tonight as well. While Chris loads up some more stuff, I also want to show you our rain totals here. We'll actually reset this to a view across all of Central Florida, and we'll put on a little bit of a tracker here, and you can see some of these values in Osceola County that came out of this band of around 2 to 3 inches that are rotating their way into the Orlando Metroplex. What you also might notice are some of these heavier rain bands over in Polk County, 2.5, 3 inches of rain. So again, we're dealing with some pretty high rain rates in Polk County, which eventually, as this eye wall of Milton comes ashore, will then shift from Polk County over and really along the I-4 corridor. And that is the reason why we are likely to see rain and wind becoming the more dominant impacts as we go into tonight, certainly this evening into tonight, and throughout the first half of tomorrow. And for those of you along the coastline, for Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties, storm surge is going to become a major concern for Flagler and Volusia counties, especially come tomorrow morning's high tide cycle, which is just after midnight, and tomorrow afternoon's high tide cycle, which is just after the lunchtime hour. I think this could be one of the largest storm surge threats Central Florida has seen in the past 5 years, with surge in parts of Flagler and Volusia County coming close to 4 to 5 feet in several spots. And again, we have mandatory evacuations in Zone A in Volusia County. That's the A1A corridor along the Barrier Island chain. And for Flagler County, coastal communities right along A1A have to move further inland Island. Again, those are mandatory evacuations due to the storm surge threat that will likely be coming up at a later point in time. But again, Chris, if we could reset Klystron real quick.
I want to point out that we're still monitoring the latest with Milton. We'll get another update on its current intensity and, of course, a full advisory coming up at the top of the hour.
That's in 10 minutes, roughly. So again, we'll get a new update. Milton, as of the 4 o'clock update, a Category 3 storm, a high-end Category 3 storm, winds of 125 miles per hour with Milton right now.
And it looks like we only have one tornado warning left.
And it does. It looks like they've allowed the other one to expire, and this one is running through 5:15. I think it's really just this kind of broad area of rotation. Yep, right there. There's that broad area of rotation. Notice how it's not as compact as it was before. It's not as tight. It's not as bright either, which indicates that this rotational signature here approaching the 528 well to the east of Lake Nona and Vista Lakes now is really starting to break down officially. And as that rotation signature breaks down, what it is doing, as you see Chris is showing, is rushing those winds, which for the past several hours since 1:30 down in Lake Okeechobee have been rotating around. As that rotation breaks down, those winds have to go somewhere, and you start getting some really strong wind gusts of 30, 35, 37, 40 plus, near 50 miles per hour. This is rushing towards University Park. This is going to be over towards the UCF area shortly. This is over near Waterford Lakes at this point. We've got Lake Nona. We've got the Vista Lakes area right here, Azalea Park. We've got the Walmart near Goldenrod Road popping up. Lee Vista Boulevard is right here. There's so there's Cimarron. There is Lee Vista. We've got Goldenrod. So you've got the Walmart, the Tesla dealership going up right here, all picking up those 30, 35 mile per hour winds with those stronger winds just to your east. That's going to be back out towards the Waterford Lakes area and the dump over there in Orange County just to the north of 528. So these wind speeds working their way north towards University Park and the UCF area. Chris?
Yeah, so we're looking at a lower tornado risk here, at least in Orange County, even though the warning continues until 5:15.
Yep.
We'll continue to watch to see if there's any brief little areas, quick spin-ups that try to get going here within the warning box, though. And as we go back out, we'll reset the picture here with the warnings that we have. And most of the warnings have been to the south.
And I was going to say, can we take a look at the rotation in Indian River County, because we've got now 3 warnings that basically cover the entirety of Indian River County and a good chunk of St. Lucie County too. That hook, especially just to the west of Port St. Lucie, over near the ballpark there for the New York Mets. A lot of this rotation is working its way up due north, the 95 corridor. So again, we're going to be tracking these warnings northbound, and while we are starting to ramp down the tornado threat, at least across Orange County, southern Brevard County needs to be on guard, because we've got warnings just to your south, and you can see the rotation tracker, a lot more rotation in Indian River and St. Lucie counties than what we were tracking in Osceola and Orange counties. You can see how that rotation kind of petered out into Orange County, and now all of that rotation is starting to focus in Palm Beach County, Martin County, St. Lucie County, Indian River, and lifting its way out of Okeechobee County as well into the Brevard County area. So I think the next real location that we're going to be watching for numerous tornado warnings over the next, let's say, hour, 2 hours or so, is going to be from Melbourne south towards the Indian River County line, Chris.
Yeah, and we're going to see that tornado threat continue into the night tonight. And even if the tornado risk goes down a little bit, it may not be as intense as it was at times this afternoon for parts. We still could have some brief spin-ups as we go through the overnight hours. So even if you're not in a warning right now, have multiple ways to get weather alerts, because we have, as we've been talking about, multiple other threats, looking at the flooding threat that will be during the overnight, high winds potentially. So have multiple ways to continue to get weather alerts, and of course we'll bring them through to you as soon as we get them here on Spectrum News 13. But this is a wider view of Klystron, and this is going out into the Gulf, and there is the center of Milton here.
Could we switch to Klystron 9 and potentially see how close that eye wall is to the coastline?
Yeah, we'll go into Klystron 9.
Let's see if we can. We'll see if we can get a real high-resolution view. So we understand a lot of people have evacuated from Tampa and St. Petersburg. We started seeing those evacuation orders called on Monday. We saw I-75, I-4, big-time evacuations to the east. So if you are maybe visiting, you're staying in Central Florida, East Florida, and you're wondering what is happening back home in Pinellas, in Hillsborough, and Manatee and Sarasota counties, we don't want to discredit you as well. We want you to know what is going on. And I'll tell you what, I think that eye wall now starting to work its way very close to shore of Manatee and Sarasota counties, now sitting roughly 70 miles. And again, we'll get a brand new update on Milton coming up in about 8 minutes time or less. But based off of this track and based off of the movement of this storm, it's been accelerating. I believe the last movement was around 17 miles per hour, Chris. I think we could be seeing the start of the eye wall pushing ashore in Manatee and Sarasota counties just to the south of Tampa Bay in probably the next hour and a half, 2 hours, and then a potential landfall maybe around 8 o'clock, 8:30, I think, based off of its current forward speed and its location. Again, we'll get a brand new update any minute now from the Hurricane Center, but you just saw that Chris kind of measured that out between Bradenton and Sarasota to the center of the storm. We're talking about 70 miles just offshore. So
yeah, it has
very, very close.
4 o'clock update. We're still waiting on the 5, but it had winds of 125 miles per hour. Movement was to the northeast at 17.
So 17, and that's been picking up because this morning it was around 11, picked up to around 14, then around 16, then 17, and that's that acceleration of our cold front diving into the northern Gulf of Mexico, accelerating the storm into the Tampa Bay area. If we can zoom into the Tampa Bay area very, very closely, I want to see where we might be able to see a potential landfall, because this is kind of the razor's edge of where the storm surge goes. Does it go into Tampa Bay or does it not? You've been hearing just about everybody talking about how this could be a disastrous impact in Tampa Bay based off of its location. And based off of this, Chris, center of the storm's right around here. If it's tracking to the north and east, we're talking a landfall around Bradenton, Sarasota. That would keep the worst surge probably by maybe 10, 15 miles just to the south of Tampa Bay. You have to pick between a bad scenario and a disastrous scenario. And it does look like the disastrous scenario for Tampa Bay when it comes to the surge of 10, 15, in excess of 15 feet is going to be just south of Tampa Bay towards Bradenton, Sarasota, and then towards Venice and the Port Charlotte area, down near Charlotte Harbor. Don't get me wrong, it's still going to be some bad surge there in the Tampa Bay area, but we will gladly take 5 to 8 feet of storm surge in Tampa Bay compared to the outlook that we had a few days ago of 10, 15, potentially 16 to 17 feet in a few isolated locations, Chris.
Yeah, so we're going to continue to watch that and get the latest update here at 5 o'clock. Mallory Nichols is also with us, and she's on standby here to share some of the other current conditions and other things that we're going to be tracking throughout the night. And as soon as we get the 5 o'clock advisory for Milton and any other tornado warnings, we'll bring that to you as we continue to also track that tornado warning for portions of Orange County around the 417. So we'll have more details on that. But Mallory joins us now with the latest on what else we're watching for this evening.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I just want to bring up first the tornado watch at this point. We have all of Central Florida that is in that tornado watch. This is with the exception of Flagler and Marion County. We also still have that one tornado warning that is for parts of Orange County that is set to go until 5:15. And this is the last tornado warning that is on the board at this time, although we're continuing to watch those bands, and that threat will stick around here. So we'll keep an eye on where there's the potential for rotation, because it does look like south of Brevard County, and there's still quite a few of tornado warnings at this time. So rotating within those bands, rotating around Milton Center is what we're keeping an eye on. And as we look at our flash flood alerts, we do still have that flash flood warning that includes Seminole, Volusia, Brevard, Orange, and Osceola County. And this is set to go for the next several hours here. There is a lot of rain that have come down in the area area. So we've got their first flash flood warning that is in effect. This does extend back toward Pinellas County as well. This first band that has pushed through, that has been tornadic, has also brought quite a bit of rain to the area. So that's what we're watching as well. Strong gusty winds, tornado threat, and that flood potential we've been saying are going to be the impacts with this system for the past several days. And I am keeping an eye up. It looks like that update has come in now. So we've got wind speeds on Hurricane Milton at 120 miles per hour. This is still a Category 3. We've been seeing those winds back down. Not fast enough for my liking, but still backing down here over the past few hours. It is moving off to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. So it did pick up some speed a little bit today. And as Zach was mentioning, that eye wall is getting close to the west coast. So in the next hour and a half, potentially 2 hours, we could start to see some of those strongest winds around that center of circulation begin to push in along the east coast. Here's the latest updated track. It looks like around 2 a.m. pushing across, and I do think maybe push this a little bit sooner because it does look like it picked up a little bit of speed. However, we are going to be dealing with the impacts of Milton here late for our Wednesday into early Thursday. This is 2 o'clock Thursday afternoon, and it is going to finally be pulling away. But the thing to consider as it pushes out into the Atlantic is that storm surge threat along the east coast. So we're talking about it being pretty high along the west coast, and yes, that is a threat, but there's also that potential threat that that wall of water gets pushed back toward the east coast as Milton moves away from us. So again, this track, latest update here, it looks like maybe Bradenton, Sarasota area pushing inland here in the next few hours, and then it will cross through, it looks like Polk County, Osceola, potentially into parts of Orange, Brevard County, and then out into the Atlantic. And what I'm talking about is just the center where we're going to see the strongest winds. Everyone is going to see the impacts. We've already had those impacts being felt across the area today. So I'm just talking about that center line where we'll see the strongest of the winds is where it's going to go here overnight tonight. But we are watching everyone across Central Florida for those impacts that we have already been dealing with. And here's a look at the radar picture. There's that eye. It looks like almost just due west of Venice at this point and inland. We've had bands push through, especially that strong band that was on the tornadic side that does keep us with a tornado warning in parts of Orange County. Zach and Chris have been with you for the past several hours showing you the rotation within this band pushing through. And there's still a little bit of activity rotating just to the south of Brevard County that we'll have to watch spin up to the north. Could impact parts of Brevard County here very soon, and seeing also a lot of lightning there off the coast. We have had some gusty winds so far. I saw at Barefoot Bay in Brevard County a gust of 64 miles per hour. It looks like we had a confirmed tornado touchdown in parts of Osceola County, as well as several tornadoes that have touched down south of the area. And again, we are still looking at that threat for the next several hours. So the latest on that tornado warning that continues here until 5:15. We've got another 15 minutes of that particular warning. I'll give it back to Zach and Chris.
Yeah, Mallory, we are still tracking that tornado warning here. It continues. Not much has changed with that warning just yet, but it does continue until 5:15. So the warning does include portions of the metro, and then it stretches down into the Conway area, Edgewood, Pine Castle, Belle Isle, around the Orlando International Airport, stretching down toward Lake Nona. A little bit of lightning popping up here on Clystron 13. But as I pause the radar down and take a look inside at the storm for the possibility of some rotation, is that we're not getting clear signatures here. Maybe a little bit of some weak rotation in spots, but probably more than anything else, we're continuing to track some gusty winds here with inside the storm. As we take a look at the radar a little bit closer to Orlando from the Orlando International Airport, looking at areas potentially here on the east side of downtown Orlando where winds could be gusting upwards of 30 to 30 plus miles per hour. So we're going to continue to watch this area here along the 417 Lake Nona, stretching out to the 528 around University Park, downtown Orlando, the east side. That's where the tornado warning continues for about another 15 minutes until 5:15. So if you're in these areas Even though we don't have a clear signature, we could have a brief spin up here around the metro area. So everybody is hunkered down right now. You're in your safe spot. Continue to stay in your extra safe spot. Maybe that closet, that bathroom. I'll wait this tornado warning out for another 15 minutes. Put as many walls between you and the outside. So we've been tracking a lot of heavy rain here around the metro area. Live look at our launch credit union camera downtown Orlando, pointed to the west and southwest, showing that it's tough to see much beyond the Kia Center. Usually you can see a little bit of the attractions off in the distance. Not the case today with that rain continuing to fall. As we take a look to the east, usually we can see the Orlando Executive Airport. Not the case right now. And this is going to be the side of the city, the side of the metro area that could have some of the gustier winds here as we head through the next 10 to 15 minutes. So a lot of rain coming down. This rain is going to continue. We've already had flash flood warnings posted for portions of Central Florida, and areas already picking up 3+ inches of rain, and this will continue to be the case through the night tonight, with some areas picking up, especially to the north and west of Orlando, upwards of a foot of rain. So here's a look at Clystron 13 again with the winds, and we're still seeing that chance for some of the stronger winds right along the 417 corridor, and then getting a little bit closer to Metro Orlando. As we take another look at the potential for some rotation, again, if we're seeing a little bit, there could be some to the south and east of the metro area, but nothing that is overly strong at this point. However, when we get into these tropical situations, we can have some brief, quick spin-ups, and that's what we're looking for with this storm as it continues to move to the northwest at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. So University Park, Conway, we're looking at Belle Isle, Edgewood, Pine Castle, all these areas here continue to be under that tornado warning for about another 15 minutes until 5:15. So again, you want to stay inside, away from windows, interior closet, and wait this tornado warning out. We'll reset the picture here on Clystron 13 and go back down to portions of Brevard County, where we did have tornado warnings here for Mico and Barefoot Bay. We'll turn the warnings back on, and at this point, most of the warnings staying out of Brevard County and farther to the south through Indian River County and closer to Port St. Lucie. But we'll continue to watch this area here to the south of Mico. It looks like most of the tornado warnings too that we had for Indian River County are now off the board. So Mico, you had that tornado warning earlier, no longer the case. Palm Bay, Melbourne, looking at pockets of heavy rain stretching up to Rockledge, Port St. John, Merritt Island, Mims, Titusville, heavy rain continuing here. And the rain continues to pick up too, outside of this tornado warning, across portions of the metro area. So the I-4 corridor has seen steady rain throughout the afternoon, but we're getting pockets of heavier rain now with this activity along the I-95 corridor, a little bit farther to the south and east, that has been gradually pushing to the west and northwest here, closer to I-4. Steady pockets of rain through Marion, Flagler County, Lake, and Sumter County. So
tornado warning has been canceled for Orange County.
So the tornado warning that we've been tracking over Metro Orlando has been canceled. It was supposed to run until 5:15, but as we are pointing out, it looks like it would be more of a gusty wind event and not so much the potential for rotation. We had the strong rotation signatures farther to the south in Osceola County, and initially some rotation in southeastern Orange County, but over the past 20 minutes or so, it just hasn't been rotating or producing that signature strong enough that there would be a potential tornado. So we're looking at just rain here across the metro area with that tornado warning off the board and the potential for some gusty winds. So we'll continue to track it, but at this time here across East Central Florida, for the first time since about 2 o'clock, we don't have any tornado warnings locally. So as soon as we get another tornado warning, we can bring it to you. And if we're going to go to news, all right, we're going to do a recap, and we continue with a tornado watch. For most of Central Florida, that runs until 9 o'clock tonight. What we were tracking earlier was a warning. A warning is when you need to take action. A watch is when you need to stay aware of the situation and monitor the conditions for potential tornado. But we don't have any warnings at this time. But a watch does continue for most of Central Florida, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties, until 9 o'clock tonight. So let's go back over to the 5 o'clock advisory here. And this is a look at the latest on Milton. Winds have come down to 120 miles per hour, but it's still a major hurricane, a Category 3 hurricane. Movement is to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Notice the location, 60 miles to the west-southwest of Sarasota. So we're anticipating landfall later on tonight, say between about 10 o'clock and maybe midnight. So as we go through the evening, we still have more concerns with more heavy rain, the potential for flooding, and then as it moves off our east coast tomorrow, we're looking at the storm surge threat ramping up for places like Brevard County, Volusia County, into Flagler County. So the impact scale here, as we zoom in a little bit closer, we're looking at the potential for disastrous conditions, at least in parts of Central Florida, mainly to the south and west of Orlando here. And we're also looking at damaging concerns here, of course, along the coast of Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler counties with the storm surge. And some of these areas here to the north and west of Orlando, places like Lake County, Sumter County, Marion County, and northwestern Volusia County, could see upwards of a foot of rain. So flooding is going to be a major concern here as we head through the rest of the evening and into the night. We'll have more on the county by county impacts and any warnings as we get them coming up a little bit later. Tammy and Greg.
I want the people to hear it from me directly. FEMA is ready. Our agency is postured to respond to this storm and help the state of Florida.
Hurricane Milton is bearing down on Florida. We are expecting landfall tonight along our west coast. I want to thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Tammy Fields.
And I'm Greg Angel. We are continuing to track the progress of Hurricane Milton. Right now is really the time that a lot of folks, all folks, should be in your safe place, hunkered down and prepared for this storm. First responders and law enforcement, they are ready to respond and also to help with recovery efforts, but they can only do that when it is then safe to do so.
Our team of reporters, they are ready to bring you the latest conditions on the ground across our state.
Now, mandatory evacuation orders, they are in effect in some places here in Central Florida. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these locations here. They include Volusia County, where residents in zones A, flood zones, mobile homes, campsites, and RV parks in Volusia County, they are under an evacuation order. Mobile home residents in Marion County and Flagler County, as well as those in coastal and island communities, also under evacuation orders. Seminole County residents and mobile homes in low-lying areas should also evacuate.
Some Central Florida curfews are also in place at this time. Flagler County under a curfew until Thursday at 7:30 in the morning. Volusia County is in effect until Thursday at 8 a.m. Osceola County is under a curfew until 10 a.m. on Thursday. Now, if these are extended, we will let you know.
And of course, we invite you to stay with us here before, during, and after the storm. We do have ongoing coverage with the Spectrum News app as well. All restrictions have been lifted, so no matter where you are, you can see our coverage. Even if you are not a Spectrum customer, you'll still be able to stream all this live coverage and get all the updates, again, before, during, and after the storm.
Also, an important reminder that you can keep up with Spectrum News 13's coverage as we track the storm and its impacts by listening to our radio partner, Central Florida Public Media. You'll find them at 90.7 on your FM radio.
Well, Health First Cape Canaveral Hospital has evacuated patients and staff. They have shut down operations ahead of the storm. Health First shared some video here of the evacuation efforts yesterday. Leaders say storm surge is their biggest concern as the hospital is located on the Barrier Island in Cocoa Beach. About 36 patients have been relocated to different facilities. Last time this hospital was evacuated was about 5 years ago during Hurricane Dorian. Emergency shoulder use is no longer allowed on I-4 or I-75. It had previously been allowed over the last couple days to help get as many people as possible into evacuation areas. Florida Highway Patrol troopers will be along the roads helping with traffic. You should not drive during the hurricane unless it is absolutely necessary. So A lot of developments here, and we want to make sure that you are informed so you are prepared and not scared.
Just got some new information just a few minutes ago at the top of the hour at 5. So let's toss things back over to the Weather Center to get the very latest when it comes to the track of the storm.
Yeah, and Tammy and Greg here at 511, meteorologist Zach Covey with you, and we are talking about Hurricane Milton, which is winds of 120 miles per hour right now, a Category 3 hurricane working its way towards the coastline of west central Florida. Again, the pressure continues to rise at this point. This is a moderate Category 3 storm now just 60 miles to the west-southwest of Sarasota. So if you're doing the math, roughly 20 miles per hour moving to the northeast, it's roughly 60 miles south, west-southwest of Sarasota. This should be coming ashore around 8 p.m. Okay, so we are likely to start seeing extreme wind warnings along the western fringes of Manatee, Sarasota, Hillsborough, Pinellas County very shortly once that eye wall hits. But this storm will be working its way ashore very, very shortly. Here comes the dry air. We talked about the dry air the other day, that when this dry air rotates in and likely around, what this is going to do is kind of take away the rain chance on the southern side, load the northern side of the storm with heavy rain, and then potentially bring a damaging wind threat on the southern side of this system. So there are parts of Osceola and Brevard counties tonight into tomorrow that might not be dealing with rain, but could be dealing with hurricane force gusts outside. So we need to be mindful of that as that increasing shear aloft continues. Again, the latest track moving up that time frame, likely making landfall Manatee, Sarasota counties around the Bradenton area in the next 2 to 3 hours, pushing into central Florida by this evening. This has 2 a.m. I think it's going to be over central Florida maybe closer to midnight, 1 a.m., and then exiting the eastern seaboard by tomorrow morning. It'll be off of our coastline by 2 o'clock, but we'll still be feeling the impacts of storm surge by that hour along our coastline. Now, the wind timeline has updated. I'll just advance past that. We'll clean that graphic up and show you in just a second. But the wind threat is going to be quite high. In fact, it is an extreme wind threat for parts of Hillsborough, southern Pinellas County, over into a good chunk of Polk County. And we are likely to see hurricane force winds for places like Claremont, Sanford, Orlando, Kissimmee, Kenansville, Titusville, and Melbourne. If you're saying to yourself, hey, I'm up in the Villages, hey, I'm in DeLand, Palm Coast, it seems like this wind threat has shifted south. It has, and that's because of the potential landfall now down there near Bradenton. So let's time out our latest high-res model. With the fact that we've been in tornado warnings since basically 1:30 this afternoon, I have not seen this model. We're going to go through it together for the very first time. You'll notice those wind gusts, those sustained wind gusts of 40 miles per hour starting to work their way into Polk, Lake, Sumter, Marion, Orange County as early as 8, 9 o'clock. Our in-house model has this making landfall just north of Bradenton, actually the eye of the storm going through the Tampa Bay area around 10. I'm going to tell you right now, I think this system is coming in closer to 8 o'clock, but the track of this system might be spot on as this moves out of the bay, bringing the eye wall of the storm right up the I-4 corridor, the eye of the storm moving directly over downtown Orlando, near Orlando International Airport, Orlando Executive, continuing into Sanford, and then the eye exiting New Smyrna Beach. Now look at this wind field tomorrow morning coming out of the northwest side. We've got hurricane force gusts along the coastline, but most importantly, that wind direction out of the northeast is going to start building the surge. So this is a threat. This is a storm system where we're getting multiple threats. The tornado threat now, the rain and the wind threat tonight into very early tomorrow morning, and then the surge threat for our coastal communities tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon's high tide cycle. So for Leesburg, for a place like Leesburg, we're talking about those 60-mile-per-hour gusts in the very early morning Thursday hours. Could be talking 8 to 12 inches of rainfall. Orlando will likely start seeing those gusts this evening around 7 to 8, really picking up early Thursday morning. Just after midnight, we will likely have the eye go right through Orlando. And for Flagler Beach, this is a big-time concern. Not only the freshwater flooding of 18 to 24 inches of rain, but the storm surge. surge. Remember, if you're in Zone A of Volusia County, you need to be out of that area now. And if you're along the A1A corridor of Flagler County, you need to have evacuated by now as well, as 4 to 5 feet of water could be ultimately up on that typical dry ground. Tammy, Greg.
Thank you so much for that report. For the very latest, our Jeff Allen is standing by this hour in Hillsborough County, a county that really got socked hard during Hurricane Helene. Jeff, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Tammy. Yeah, we are here on the campus of the University of South Florida, just about 20 minutes north of downtown Tampa, where we will definitely be expecting some of the strongest impacts from Milton over the next few hours. You know, we've been getting waves of heavy wind and rain throughout the afternoon. Those have been kind of slowly picking up bit by bit, getting some pretty good rain right now. In fact, that rain is really starting to kind of take a toll on the area. You know, obviously, we've been getting some rain throughout several days, even leading up to this storm across Central Florida, and that rain is starting to tax the drainage systems. Let me show you something we're seeing here in this parking garage that we are next to over here. Just about in the last few minutes, we started seeing water bubble up over here out of these 2 drains over there. You can see them just kind of bubbling up almost like a geyser here. So that's a sign that just the drainage in this area, we had a period of especially heavy rain in the last hour or so here. So it's just starting to get taxed. There's nowhere at some point for that water to go. So definitely kind of a bit of a concerning sign that the drainage system, again, are already taxed here. Some students here at USF, again, we're about 20 minutes north of downtown Tampa. They've been even parking their cars here in this structure with all those trees over some properties. Obviously, you have the danger of potentially trees and limbs coming down when the wind really ramps up over the next several hours. So some people have been parking their cars here and then having people pick them up to take them elsewhere. We've even seen a few folks driving around still, but obviously you don't want to be on the roads at this point. We've mainly just been seeing a couple emergency vehicles. A USF police officer, actually, we talked with earlier, said he's going to be continuing to patrol campus. When you have kind of a deserted campus like this, obviously class is closed at this point. There is the concern of a potential break-ins, which is unfortunate, but they're keeping an eye on that. So just seeing that wind and rain kind of ramping up here, again, in the University of South Florida campus in Tampa. We'll keep an eye on it here and we'll be back with you later on. Reporting live in Hillsborough County, Jeff Allen, Spectrum News.
Jeff, appreciate that. Step by step, we are going through this hurricane together.
Stick with us throughout the evening and into the morning as we track the storm and focus on keeping you and your loved ones up to date on the latest conditions here in Central Florida.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fields BMW. Come see our full lineup of BMW cars and SUVs.
Here are your winning lottery numbers.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Here's the deal. In this election year, people need a place to explore national issues that have an impact on their community. To understand those issues better, we're bringing together our team of local political journalists from across the country to break down what's happening. So join us every week to catch up on the key stories making a big difference across the nation and in your local community.
Watch The Big Deal with Errol Lewis Friday nights at 7:30 on Spectrum News 13. Available on all of your favorite devices exclusively on Spectrum.
Don't miss a great day of basketball and building bridges to the community. Join the Brevard Prevention Coalition and Hey Blue for the 6th Man Tournament. Watch local youth and officers from these agencies hit the court to play for prizes and to build lasting bonds. Bring your family and friends. Admission is free. The 6th Man Tournament, Saturday, October 12th at Cocoa High School. Tip-off is at 10 a.m. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit brevardprevention.org and click on events.
Welcome to MedFast Urgent Care. We are Brevard County's largest urgent care network. MedFast is now open at 7:30 a.m. every day. That's right, 7:30 a.m. every day. We will get you in and out so you can get back to your day. When you are sick or injured, MedFast is here for you. 7 days a week. Think fast. Think MedFast. With 18 locations, there's a MedFast near you.
Thank you, MedFast.
Been some time since I heard your name.
I can't believe someone gave up on her so early. You know, it breaks my heart to know that she was abandoned. But now I have the perfect addition to my family at only a fraction of the cost. Plus, with only 5,000 miles on her, she runs good as new.
Huh?
With our Red Tag sales event going on now, there's no better time to adopt a pre-owned vehicle from Lexus of Melbourne. Elevate your expectations with a great selection of pre-owned vehicles only at Lexus of Melbourne.
Certainly appreciate you being with us here on Spectrum News 13, continuing to track Hurricane Milton. There's a lot of information coming in, not only from our team of meteorologists, our reporters across the state, the governor and other state and local leaders have been holding press conferences throughout the day here. Want to go ahead and bring in a member of our meteorologist team, Chris Gilson, live for us now, and already seen some of those watches and warnings come in and the storm approaching quicker now.
Yeah, plenty of tornado warnings earlier, including right around Osceola County, eastern Osceola County. We're tracking a tornado on the ground near Deer Park earlier this afternoon. Fortunately, the warnings have come off the board. Now we're left with some gusty winds and the heavy rain here from the Florida 5-star roofing camera over Kissimmee. A live look at Clydeshawn 13 showing the heavy rain stretching from around Deltona, Sanford, Orlando, down toward Kissimmee along the I-95 corridor to the south of Melbourne. There are still some tornado warnings, but no one in our local area here in East Central Florida at this time, at this hour, is under a tornado warning. All the warnings that we had earlier have come off the board, so we're contending with that heavy rain, and this is going to be one of the bigger threats as we go through the night tonight is the rain. Many areas already picking up 3 to 4+ inches of rain so far. As we were talking about the tornadoes, we still have a tornado watch for most of Central Florida through 9 o'clock tonight. This is a look at some of the tornadoes farther to the south around Lake Okeechobee. Strong tornado, wedge tornado here. You don't usually see these here in Central Florida, and especially with the tropical system, but that was not the case today, and this is what we were tracking through the afternoon. A high tornado threat, but again, no warnings at this time, but a watch does continue until 9 o'clock for most of our counties, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties. So a tornado watch means conditions are favorable for severe weather. To develop a warning is when you need to take action. The latest on Hurricane Milton, it has winds of 120 miles per hour. Movement is to the northeast fairly quickly at 17 miles per hour. We're expecting landfall later on this evening between about 8 and 9 o'clock. And as Milton works across the region, we are looking at more rounds of heavy rain, maybe some brief tornado warnings through the night. And then we're also looking at that storm surge threat tomorrow as it pulls off our east coast for places like Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County. So winds have been kind of gusty through the afternoon. The wind's starting to pick up in Orlando, gusting over 40 miles per hour, a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust in the past hour in Leesburg and Lake County. So here's a look at Futurecast. This is beginning this evening at 6 o'clock, so within the next half hour or so, and you can see that heavy rain setting up here north and west of Orlando. There's the eye, the center of Milton, as we head toward potentially 9-10 o'clock. It's working through portions of Polk County along I-4 and getting close to Orlando, Kissimmee, as we head toward midnight. And notice where the heavy rain's setting up. It's setting up to the north and west and the portions of Lake, Sumter, and Marion counties along with Flagler and Volusia County. So we're going to have the wind. We're going to have the heavy rain continuing through the night tonight, and that's going to be one of the bigger impacts for most regions here across East Central Florida is the rainfall. 8 to 15 inches potentially in portions of Lake, Sumter, and Marion counties, with winds gusting around 65 to 95 miles per hour along the East Coast. Storm surge will be the threat tomorrow, and we're looking at rainfall potentially of 4 to 10+ inches here in places like Orange County, Seminole County, and along our East Coast. We'll continue to track it, bring you any warnings as soon as we get them. Tammy and Greg?
All right, Chris, thank you very much for that. And again, a lot of information coming in as this storm is getting much closer to us. And a lot of folks across the state keeping eyes on this.
A lot of good information coming out of Tallahassee, too, and has been coming out of Tallahassee all day long. Let's get to our Jason Delgado. He's standing by in the capital city, where the governor has been giving us updates. And not only the governor, but also Florida Highway Patrol and other state leaders.
Yeah, Tammy, well, tension here is starting to shift, particularly as Hurricane Milton starts making its way closer to our shores. Now, the focus here is more so on those who's choosing to ride the storm out here at home, as opposed to those who have gone off to evacuate. Now, by now, state leaders are hoping that most of those residential storm preps are at least nearly done. Rainfall is starting to increase in some areas, and soon, so too will the wind. Now, the wind poses a greater threat this time around, given the amount of leftover debris after Hurricane Helene. At the EOC, state leaders are warning Floridians to brace for major impacts. They're also warning folks to prepare for a potential shift.
All right, Jason Delgado, thank you. So Governor coming up at 7:30. All right, let's go ahead and go back to our weather center here. We are constantly getting new information here. Chris Gilson, the entire team standing by. What's the latest now?
Just a minute ago, we got a new tornado warning for Brevard County. As we go back into Clashtron 13, we were talking about that tornado threat not completely being done with, but it looks like it's right along the coast here, right around Cape Canaveral and Rockledge. So we're looking at a band of rain here setting up, and maybe a brief spin-up tornado, and depending on where we can find the rotation, maybe even a water spout just offshore. So this is around Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, stretching down towards South Patrick Shores and around South Satellite Beach. So in these areas here, you want to stay inside and away from windows. Of course, we're in our safe spots already, but get into your extra safe spot at this time. As we're looking at rotation, it looks to be just off the east coast of the Patrick Space Force Base and South Patrick Shores. This is going to be tracking to the northwest, so we're looking at Patrick's Space Force Base at 538, South Cocoa Beach at 540, Cocoa Beach at 544, Angel City at 551, and Footman at 552. So if you see any of your towns on this map, this is where you need to take shelter immediately. Get into the lowest portion of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. So it looks like we're looking at the rotation out over the water, so this could be a water spout tracking toward the coast of Brevard County here, over toward places like Cocoa Beach and the Patrick Space Force Base just to the north of South Patrick Shores. So if you're in South Patrick Shores, you also want to be in your safe space at this time. So this is right around Satellite Beach and Indian Harbor Beach. So we have that track there. We'll go out to Cocoa Beach and see which angle our camera is pointed at. And you can definitely see the winds whipping here, nonetheless, and the rain. And you can see the palm trees off in the distance being blown around in the high winds that we have here with this activity in Brevard County. So again, a tornado warning that does include Cocoa Beach. So if you're in Cocoa Beach, hopefully you evacuate if we had evacuations here in Brevard County in this area. But again, you want to be in your safe spot. Put as many walls between you and the outside. Wait this tornado warning out. It's looking like the rotation is just off the east coast, so I'll zoom in a little bit closer here, just off the east coast of Brevard County, and we're looking at Highway A1A, South Patrick Shores, and the Space Force Base, and there's the rotation. Very strong rotation here, just off the east coast, prompting this tornado warning, and this is going to be moving to the northwest, so we'll put Clashtron 13 in motion, and you can see that general movement. So this is likely going to stay to the north and east of Satellite Beach and work toward land a little bit closer to South Patrick Shores and up to the Space Force Base. So as we go back out, you can see this tornado warning extends a little bit farther to the north to include Cocoa Beach, as we just showed you a moment ago, and the winds whipping there along the east coast. And then areas here closer to Cape Canaveral, also getting quite a bit of lightning. So we're looking at a lot of lightning just off the east coast here and down to the south. The tornado warning, a small area here in Brevard County, as meteorologist Zach Covey zooms in a little bit closer. What's the speed on the movement.
The speed of this storm is 40 miles per hour, and it is likely to move just to the north of Satellite Beach towards South Patrick Shores, and as you alluded, towards the Patrick Space Force Base. But this may also be including locations like Cocoa Beach and Rockledge around 540. Again, we are dealing with this tornado warning here for Brevard County.
Tornado warning for the following county, Brevard, Florida. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for central Brevard County in east central Florida until 5:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Patrick Air Force Base, moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Rockledge, Cocoa Beach, and Satellite Beach around 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Cocoa and Vera around 5:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Space Coast Stadium. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now.
Rural Road, all going to be under this tornado warning. And Chris, this is likely the first truly large residential location with a tight couplet like this. But then you look offshore.
There's a couple of them.
We've got one here, which I would almost guarantee is a water spout. We've got another broad one right here. And then we have this one down here in Vero Beach, which has been a large, and again, a PDS tornado warning down there farther south in the Indian River, and we have another one down towards St. Lucie County. So, again, numerous kind of rotating updrafts from these cells that with time will continue to rotate over the water's edge and then follow their way back inland over Brevard County. So, Brevard County, especially central and southern, this is going to be our next big tornado hotspot over the next couple of hours, Chris.
Yeah, very well-defined rotation here. So we have the reds and greens meeting up, and you can see that kind of lining up there as Zach Covey illustrated there, circling them, highlighting them, and we're starting to see this getting a little bit closer to the Patrick Space Force Base, so just to the north of Satellite Beach, and this area of rotation here, likely a water spout. If it moves over land, it would become a tornado, but we are looking at a well-defined signature here for this tornado warning. So again, get into the lowest portion of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside. We're all taking shelter right now, but if you are in these areas, again, get into your extra safe place. That's something without windows, a bathroom, a closet, and make sure that with the high wind risk that you're also protecting your head. Maybe a helmet, blankets, something to protect your head from the potential of flying debris from the high winds that we're seeing here with some of this activity. So Patrick Space Force Base, South Patrick Shores, down towards Satellite Beach. This tornado warning continuing here with this activity right along the Atlantic coast, where we have the heavy gusty thunderstorms here working across Central Florida. As we go out to the landkia.com cam here at Shepherd Park, Cocoa Beach yet again, you can see the wind really whipping up here around Cocoa Beach, in this area also included in the tornado warning for this water spout that's likely just offshore. So maybe we can adjust that camera and point it out into the Atlantic and see if we can see anything. But We're seeing the rotation out over the Atlantic waters, but this is moving quickly to the west and northwest here at about 40 miles per hour. So Rockledge, it's well to your south and east, but if you're in Rockledge, again, you want to be in the lowest portion of your home away from windows, Cocoa Beach, South Patrick Shores, and just to the north of Satellite Beach. And that's where we're seeing the strongest rotation here with this tornado warning for Brevard County. So we're looking at still the potential for tornadoes here with the activity as we go through the rest of this evening. We've seen the greater risk basically south and east of Interstate 4 in Orlando through most of the afternoon, with multiple tornado warnings in Brevard County, into Osceola County, and parts of Orange County. But this is a little bit different than what we were tracking earlier, because we're seeing that rotation out over the Atlantic, whereas earlier today most of the rotation was over land. So we're looking at a water spout potential right now. If the rotation holds together, and that would bring the water spout into a tornado if it moves over land here along the east coast of Brevard County. So right along the A1A here, stretching from Cocoa Beach to South Patrick Shores, it's going to be crossing this area here to the west and northwest. So again, these areas, if you're in, you need to be in the lowest portion of your home, stay away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as we continue to track this tornado risk. So we're going to be looking at this potential continuing for most of Central Florida through the night tonight. We have a tornado watch that's in effect for most of our counties, with the exception of Marion and Flagler counties. That runs until 9 o'clock tonight, the tornado watch. We'll likely see that extended well into the evening. So this is the only tornado warning that we have on the board right now. I'm going to try and go back into Klystron 13 and try and get a better view, a wider view.
And I was trying to look for our Cocoa Beach camera. It seems like we are not able to connect to that Cocoa Beach camera at this point in time. So producers in the back, if you have any cameras around the South Patrick Shores, Melbourne, Vieira area, let's work with that. All right, let's take one right now. We've got a live look as Chris kind of resets the view. This is going to be I-95 over there at mile marker 188. So again, we continue to track this very kind of complex line of storms offshore. This line of storms obviously rotating, working their way towards the Central Florida community. Brevard County, down through Cocoa Beach, Satellite Beach, Patrick Space Force Base, South Patrick Shores, Gulfstream Beach. We're talking to you. How about the communities of Wickham Forest, Summerbrook, Peneda Crossing? How about Suntree Golf Course over there? All going to be dealing with these very heavy rainfall rates, strong damaging winds, and then of course the risk of some rotation. And you see that rotation that Chris is kind of pointing out here. Very broad. It's not nearly as tight and consolidated as what we were seeing earlier, Chris, but again, working its way towards the South Patrick Shores area.
I'm going to slow the radar down a little bit and back it up to when the tornado warning was initially issued, which was just before 5:30, and you can see very well-defined rotation here just offshore, which prompted the tornado warning. But within the past couple of minutes, we're starting to see that loosen up a bit. So we're not looking at the situation that we had just about 10 minutes ago. As we go into another vantage point on the radar, you can clearly see the reds and greens coming together, which again, the greens are going toward a radar, indicating the wind's going toward a radar, the red's going away, and it was pretty evident right here, just to the east and northeast of South Patrick Shores of that rotation. And then as we've gone through time here, you can see that rotation really has fallen apart. So maybe some gusty winds here right along the coast between Cocoa Beach and South Patrick Shores, as we showed you from multiple vantage points here, from the I-95 camera to the Cocoa Beach camera. We have heavy rain coming down, gusty winds here regardless of any tornado at this point. But it does look like the tornado risk for this warning here in Brevard County starting to come down a bit. We'll go back out and see if we can see the other areas of rotation that were pointed out earlier.
They're starting to weaken themselves. I was noticing that one cell that we had circled right here, you'll notice how tight it was, and now it's starting to fall apart as well. So again, this is classic, Chris, with these kind of rotating supercells as they push their way ashore. They tend to create a little bit of areas of spin offshore. They ramp up and then they begin to ramp back down. So again, we've got numerous potential waterspouts offshore following that wind onshore, so this will likely continue to be a threat in central and southern Brevard County from Merritt Island south towards Micco, Sebastian, Grant, Valcaria, Fellsmere over the course of the next several hours. But again, if we zoom into that tornado warning there in the Cocoa Beach area, the Satellite Beach area, over towards Patrick Space Force Base, towards South Patrick Shores, just to the north of Satellite Beach. A lot of this rotation starting to broaden out. I wish we had our Cocoa Beach camera, but for some reason I'm unable to get that camera to respond at this point. So we'll see if we can troubleshoot that issue down the line. But Vieira Boulevard, hey, if you're in the city of Vieira, north of Wickham Road, I need you in your safe spot. I know the rotation is ramping down, but as is common, as we've seen throughout today, since this morning in South Florida, tornadoes ramp up, ramp down, and can ramp back up. So again, we need you in your safe spot if you're in Wickham Road, Spyglass Road. There we go.
It's tough to say.
It is tough to say after you've been talking for a while. But these tornado warnings are going to continue over there towards Rockledge, Satellite Beach, Cocoa Beach, and Cape Canaveral, at least for a little bit longer. Waiting to see if it'll get expired, Chris.
Yeah, intense lightning with these storms right along the A1A, along the East Coast. Tornado warnings down to the south into portions of Indian River County, too. So we're going to continue to watch southern Brevard County around Micco, which was also under a tornado warning earlier, but no tornado warnings outside of the one that we have for Cocoa Beach and Satellite Beach at this time. It looks like a couple of new ones are being issued, but not for our area. So we continue with this tornado warning. Kind of surprised it hasn't come off the board just yet, because
it is expected to come off the board in 3 minutes.
Okay.
So this warning expiring there again in the South Patrick Shores area, Vieira, Rockledge. Again, if you're in your safe spot over there in Cocoa Beach, Cocoa, Vieira, this dangerous storm expected to be in your area any minute, really. But again, we'll get an update very shortly within the next 2 minutes. This warning expected to come off the board, and based off of the satellite presentation, I think that it will come off the board. But Chris, we're still talking. Remember, on top of the tornado warnings, flash flood warnings continue for a good chunk of the counties. Brevard County, Orange County, Osceola County, southeastern Seminole County, southeastern Volusia County, all under a flash flood warning until 7 o'clock. And we've already picked up a good 4 or 5 inches of rain, and this is just from one outer band. We actually now have a considerable flash flood warning just to our south in Indian River and St. Lucie County, and we will likely see more of that as the eye wall of Milton eventually works its way along I-4. Again, remember, some of the highest rainfall totals could be across Flagler County later on today. We could be dealing with upwards of 2 feet of freshwater rain in Flagler County later on today. And I also don't want this to go out either, or be forgotten either. I don't think we've mentioned this yet. We do also have a flash flood warning for the entirety of Flagler County until 11:15. Again, this is a normal flash flood warning, but it is a flash flood warning for the entirety of Flagler County through 11:15. Again, they've already had quite a lot of rainfall, and it is an observed flash flood warning, meaning flash flooding has been reported by emergency management officials in places like Palm Coast, Palatka, Flagler Beach, Bunnell, and Crescent City. These also extend even further into Putnam and St. Johns counties as well. But again, numerous flash flooding alerts also in effect outside of the tornado threat in southern Brevard County, Chris.
And you can really see the heavy rain here kind of wrapping in around the center of Milton, which is offshore, to the north around Ocala, Leesburg, Orlando, Sanford, Deltona. The rain intensity has really been picking up over the past 2 to 3 hours. If we continue to see tornado warnings issued, that will likely be along the I-95 corridor, so a little bit farther to the south and east of I-4. You can see the eye of Milton, not too far away, just to the southwest of Bradenton.
Tornado warning expired.
The tornado warning has been expired, so we no longer have a tornado warning for Brevard County, as the rotation, as we've been pointing out, has been weakening over the past 10 to 15 minutes, but it was pretty strong earlier. We'll continue to watch this line kind of setting up along I-95 through Brevard County, Indian River County, and farther to the south, closer to Port St. Lucie, as we head through the next couple of hours. But at this time, no warnings. We're back to just continuing to monitor the situation for more tornado warnings as a tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock for most of Central Florida. Tammy and Greg?
All right. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. In Seminole County now, Seminole County leaders, they are now advising people to stay off the roadways and shelter in place.
Yeah, our Destiny Wiggins joining us live now in downtown Sanford. Destiny, what are conditions like where you are now?
Yes, well, Tammy and Greg, we know that the riverfront downtown Sanford floods and heavy rain events, and right now it's no different. We're already starting to see those impacts, and Seminole County officials are urging people to stay off the roads and to shelter in place. Now, they did have a press conference today at 2 p.m., and just a few things for people to keep in mind is that Duke Energy officials are saying that they are anticipating a significant rainfall with this storm. That means power outages, right? So they want people to be patient, and they do have about 16,000 people who are here on the ground, specifically in the area of the villages, ready to help and assess those damages when, of course, it is safe to do so. But their main focus, and the one thing that they want people to remember, is to just be patient as we all get through this storm. Now, a few safety tips for you all. If you will be using a generator, you do not need to have that generator inside your home. Officials said that it should be at least 20 feet away from your home if you plan on using a generator to power up some of those appliances in your house. And in addition, there are 8 emergency shelters throughout the county if you need assistance. You can also text 911 if you cannot call. If you do text 911, you must include your home address if you need to have any help throughout the storm. Also, just remember that they are only going to be able to assist when it is safe to do so. That includes law enforcement, fire, EMS, Duke Energy as well. The county is asking for patience and compassion as we all get through the storm. I am live downtown Sanford, Destiny Wiggins, Spectrum News.
We appreciate that, and again, need to heed the warning because first responders will not be able to get to you when the conditions are not safe. Want to let you know about some of the other impacts here. Airports, of course, have been impacted. Most of our area airports have suspended commercial flight operations because of Hurricane Milton. This includes Orlando International Airport, Orlando Sanford International Airport, Daytona Beach International, Tampa International Airports. They have all stopped commercial flights. They will evaluate any damage. They will assess what they need to do once the storm passes, and then determine at that point when they can reopen. Melbourne Orlando International Airport, they've also ceased operations at this time. They are hoping to reopen Friday morning. So again, it's an hour by hour here kind of situation. We are learning city of Kissimmee has the largest recovery team in the city's history.
Well, with tornado warnings in Osceola County and emergency managers, they are keeping tabs on the area. Spectrum News 13's Maria Serrano is joining us now live in the Champions Gate area. Maria, tell us about what you're seeing there.
Hey there, good evening. Yes, we were in the city of Kissimmee earlier, but because of those tornado watches and warnings, we have moved now to the Champions Gate area. As you can see, a lot of wind here, nonstop rain here behind me. But what we're looking at here is we're continuing to see those winds strengthen and that nonstop rain, as I've been telling you. We got a chance earlier to speak to officials in Kissimmee earlier today, where we learned dozens of city employees are doing research. They're getting together, looking at issues already coming in at this hour, checking for tornado warnings. That team will be leading over 200 independent individuals to where they need to go. They'll all be working overnight through tomorrow in emergency operations, looking at flooding concerns and amounts of rainfall, and again, ready to deploy and send out over 200 fire, police, public works, and emergency management personnel. The city right now, we know, is monitoring all emergency requests from the community and prepping for what's to come. Osceola County leaders telling us emergency vehicles will not operate on the roads when sustained winds reach 45 miles per hour or greater. If you're looking for shelter, as we're learning about sold out hotels in the Osceola County area, take a look at that list of shelters open in Osceola County. Those shelters in several high schools, middle schools, elementary schools, and community centers. We know right now Kissimmee Middle School, Gateway High School, and Liberty High School are at full capacity, but still shelters will not turn people away. If you're staying in one of those shelters, just remember to bring your own bedding, bring your own pillows, air mattresses perhaps. We'll continue to keep an eye in the area of Kissimmee and of course here in the area of Champions Gate. But for now, I'm live here in Champions Gate. Maria Serrano, Spectrum News.
Maria, thank you. All right, let's go back to our weather center. Dual certified meteorologist Mallory Nichols with the latest track, and again, a lot that we are all watching.
Yeah, and we definitely are. Of course, Zach and Chris have been with you for the past several hours discussing those tornado warnings that have been in effect. I guess the good news right now is there are no longer any tornado warnings, but we are still dealing with Hurricane Milton. And as you can see on Klystron 13, we do have those bands that are wrapping around and will continue to bring some heavy rain along with some gusty wind for the next several hours. So I'm going to switch over and we'll check out the latest on Hurricane Milton. Wind speeds are at 120 miles per hour. Moving off to the northeast at about 17 miles per hour. And as we look at how close the eye wall is getting to the west coast here, it looks like around maybe 10 o'clock we could have a landfall, which is a little bit earlier than what was being thought of yesterday, but it could be around 10 o'clock that it pushes in, maybe just to the south of the Tampa area, down near the Bradenton. If that happens, then that might help with the storm surge in the Tampa area, but there's still some big impacts that are going to be felt here across the west coast to the east coast as Milton makes its way across the peninsula. And as we check out here some of the flash flood warnings, these are the green boxes that we have for some of our southern counties already. Several inches of rain have come down in the area, and they are continuing to come down at this point. So we do have that flash flood warning. This is for Brevard, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, Kissimmee, Melbourne, Palm Bay, Titusville, a lot of counties in this flash flood warning. That is set to go until at least 7 o'clock. But again, that rain continues to fall in the area. A little to the north, we also have a flash flood warning for Flagler County. This is set to go until 9:15. Several inches of rain have already come down in that area as well. And we've been talking about the flood risk capability the past several days. In fact, the areas in purple here looking at that very large risk that we could be seeing some heavy rain, some flash flooding concerns here as it continues. What's that?
We have a new tornado warning for Brevard.
Okay. We have a new tornado warning for Brevard County at this time. So I'm actually going to send that maybe to you guys back in the weather center here.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll go back into Klystron 13, and it's kind of the similar area that we were watching earlier, right around Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, Cocoa, and Rockledge. This time, we're looking at the rotation likely between Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach, and it's just offshore yet again. We were watching this area earlier for the potential for a water spout heading toward the coast, and it looks like we have another situation just like that, as quite a bit of rotation is being spotted right here, just off the east coast, right around Cocoa Beach. So where the reds and greens are kind of lining up here, this is where we have that potential for a water spout to be moving to the west and northwest, and it's moving quickly. Just getting another radar update scan, and definitely tightening up here just to the north of Cocoa Beach along the A1A. And again, this is going to be moving to the northwest if it continues around Cocoa and Rockledge. So if you're in Cocoa, Rockledge, you want to be in your safe spot. We were pointing out this earlier in similar areas. areas that you want to put as many walls between you and the outside. So we're looking at Cocoa Beach, right along the A1A here. It is hugging the coast where the reds and greens are coming together. So we're looking at the reds moving away from the radar and the greens moving toward the radar, and the radar sight down into Melbourne. So it's kind of moving back toward the coast here or just offshore. And this is where we're seeing the best chance for maybe a water spout. And again, if it moves over land, it could become a tornado. So we're looking at this tornado warning continuing here for Cocoa Beach, and then it also stretches farther to the west toward Angel City, and then along the causeway back toward Rockledge and Cocoa. So we are looking at this area here in Brevard County, Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, and then back into inland Brevard County along I-95 around Port St. John, Cocoa, and over toward Rockledge. So the movement is quick, about 40 miles per hour. So we're looking at Angel City at 5:59, Rockledge at 6:05, Cocoa at 6:07, Sharps at 6:11, Williams Point, we're looking at 6:12, and Canaveral Acres at 6:16. So if you're in any of these areas, get into your safe spot. Of course, the extra safe spot, as we've been talking about, a closet, a bathroom, something that does not have windows. So we're looking at this moving onshore quickly. You can see the tight outlet here where the winds are coming together. So we're looking at the winds going and wrapping around here. So the red is going away from the radar, green's going toward the radar just to the north of Cocoa Beach. So if we go out to our camera here at Cocoa Beach, we can't control it, but we can at least see that the rain doesn't look to be as intense here, but it's on the north side of Cocoa Beach. So if we were able to turn the camera around, we'd likely have a better vantage point, but that's not the case right now. So we're looking at calmer conditions, but I guarantee you if we switch the camera around, we would see a lot of activity here and that we're seeing here on Clystron 13. So it's right along the A1A. This is going to be moving to the west and northwest, crossing the Intracoastal Waterway, heading toward Angel City, and then eventually back toward Cocoa and Rockledge. This is the only tornado warning that we have on the board. We are tracking multiple areas of rotation off the east coast earlier, and we did have a tornado warning in a similar area for the same situation where there was rotation out over the Atlantic and getting closer to land. So that's what we're seeing yet again. We'll take a look at the shear rate. So this is a look at the winds changing direction with height, and still pretty strong indication here that we have a lot of twisting and turning here in the atmosphere between Cape Canaveral and Cocoa Beach. So this is moving to the west and northwest. So Cocoa, Rockledge, Port St. John, you're included in the warning. The strongest activity just off the east coast, but if this continues and the rotation continues, you could have some impacts here. So you still have a little bit of time, but do it now. Get into the lowest portion of your home, stay away from those windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as we continue to monitor the potential for tornadoes. So we'll go back out and reset the picture. If you can reset that, we're back out into the waters here, Zach, but we'll go into some of our cameras here out to Cocoa Beach yet again, to landkia.com cam. When we were looking at the storm earlier with some of this activity, we had sheets of rain coming down. It looks like conditions have improved a little bit, just slightly, but again, this storm is on.
Friday nights, The Big Deal with Errol Lewis, where Spectrum News is.
Tornado warning for the following county, Brevard, Florida. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for central Brevard County in east central Florida until 6:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 5:51 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Cocoa Beach, moving northwest at 40 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Rockledge, Cocoa, and Cocoa Beach around 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Port St. John and Canaveral Groves around 6:10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Bellwood. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now.
Watch this threat here right along the East Coast. Still the threat for maybe some inland spots too to have some brief, quick spin-up tornadoes. So this is the only tornado warning right now here for East Central Florida. This continues for Port St. John, Cocoa, Rockledge, Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, and we're seeing the greatest rotation right around Cocoa Beach. So this is moving to the northwest. Rockledge 609, Cocoa 611, City Point 613, Williams Point 617, Canaveral Acres at 620. So stay inside, away from windows, as many walls between you and the outside as this chance for a water spout to move over land, become a tornado continues. A lot of intense lightning here with this activity right off the Brevard County coast. And we're looking at the movement here kind of to the north-northwest, but that area that we are watching for rotation is generally kind of moving to the west. You can see the difference in the movement. The wind's clearly changing here with the rain kind of moving to the north and these winds here off the Atlantic coming out of the east and southeast, leading to that rotation here right along the coast of Brevard County. So it's getting closer to Angel City. Here's Angel City. And this is State Highway 520. So if we have any cameras, DOT cameras 520, let's look into those here to the south of Cape Canaveral. And where you're seeing the reds and greens coming together, that's where we have the rotation. So potential water spout here right along the causeway. So this is heading toward Angel City, places like Merritt Avenue, up toward Artemis Boulevard, Plum Avenue, Phyllis Drive. So all these areas are looking at the rotation heading your way, moving from east to west. And this is a look at 528. This is around Cape Canaveral, is that correct?
Yeah, the beach.
Port Canaveral at the bridge. So sheets of rain coming down. The wind doesn't look too bad, at least from the trees there, but heavy rain coming down here. Tough to make out much off in the distance. So it would be tough to see this tornado water spout working in along the coast here, along the causeway of Brevard County. So we'll continue to watch that camera. If we have any others, let me know. But thank you for pulling up those cameras. Here's a look at the latest track. We're looking at Angel City. It's basically right on top of you at this point. Indianola at 609, Cocoa 611, City Point 613, Sharp 614, Williams Point 615, Port St. John 619, and Canaveral Acres at 620. So this is going to be working across the causeway, pushing to the west and northwest into Brevard County over land. We've been talking a lot about the debris tracker here. Another way to see if there's an actual tornado or water spout ongoing in the area, and still getting a little bit of a signature right where we're looking at the rotation as we switch back over from the debris tracker to the winds. It's lining up perfectly here with the potential to have a water spout here working across the 528 and heading closer to Angel City. So Angel City is right there, and then just to the northeast looking at that area of rotation. So this is the only tornado warning that we have on the board at this time, and it runs until 6:15. And this movement is pretty quick to the west and northwest. A lot of lightning just offshore here with some of the stronger thunderstorms that are hugging the Brevard County coast and just to the east of Mico. But it's this area that we continue to monitor that chance for a water spout, a potential tornado, if that circulation moves over land. And then as we expand the picture back to the north and west here, around Orlando, Kissimmee, some heavier rain working toward the Four Corners. This is going to be lifting up to the north around Apopka, Windermere, Ocoee, seeing some of that heavier rain, and then stretching up toward Ocala, Palm Coast, steady pockets of rain. And we're getting close to, if we expand it just a little bit more and show you where the eye wall or the eye of Milton is right now, it's not too far away. It's sitting right to the south and west of St. Pete and Bradenton. So this is another vantage point of it. So we're getting close, maybe the next couple of hours, 2 to 3 hours, to landfall here, right around the Bradenton, Sarasota area. The center of the eye has to cross over into land for it to be official landfall, and we're looking at it around 40 to 45 miles away from Bradenton and Sarasota. Movement is pretty quick to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Still a Category 3 hurricane. Winds have come down throughout the day today. We're looking at winds, though, still making it a major hurricane, Category 3, of 120 miles per hour. So we're looking at that activity drifting to the northeast as we near landfall over the next 2 to 3 hours there along the Gulf Coast of Florida. As we expand the picture, we're looking at the more intense weather, the severe weather right now here right along the coast of Brevard County, stretching down the I-95 corridor into Indian River County. Multiple tornado warnings, multiple reports of tornadoes today from emergency managers and trained weather spotters, and large tornadoes at that. So we have a lot of energy, dynamics in the atmosphere working today to spark pretty significant tornado risk for us here in Central Florida. So that's why, if you're not under this warning here locally in Brevard County, we still have a watch for most of East Central Florida that runs through 9 o'clock. So we'll continue to monitor areas all across the region for that potential for some spin-ups as we go through the rest of the night tonight. So this is another vantage point of the winds and how they're changing with height. The rotation tracker here. So we're seeing the brighter shades of maroon, reds. That's where we're looking at still the possibility of a waterspout right along the 520 here on the causeway, right along the coast of Brevard County. Still pretty strong signature of rotation here. Again, where the reds and greens are meeting up, that's where the winds are changing direction. So we're looking at the winds going toward the radar, the green, reds going away, or the reds indicate the winds going away from the radar. So we'll continue to monitor this area here. Cocoa and Rockledge, you're included in the tornado warning as well. So if you're back to the west, this, if it continues, the rotation, you have the possibility of being impacted by a tornado, likely a waterspout right now as it continues to work across the causeway. Meteorologist Zach Covey driving the radar. Meteorologist Mallory Nichols also with us this evening. And Mallory, you have more details on what we're watching for tonight.
Yeah, that's right. We are continuing to track Hurricane Milton with wind speeds, as Chris mentioned, of 120 miles per hour, moving to the northeast now at 15. So it's back down in the movement of this storm at this time, but it is still a Category 3 hurricane. And as we switch back over, I want to show you radar picture at this time. This is Klystron 13. We do still have quite a few areas where there's a little bit of a spin up. Check out the storm winds just off the coast. I'm pretty certain that there is a waterspout in this area that is just to the east of the Cocoa Beach area. But we are, of course, watching this tornado warning that is a little further inland. And as we go in slightly closer to this area, you can see that rotation here that is just to the southwest of the Cape Canaveral area. So if you look at the winds, when we talk about rotation with a storm, you have to watch the winds that are going toward the radar and the winds that are going away from the radar. And that's what we're looking at in this area here. Your reds go away, your greens go toward, and that's why we're seeing in this area right here that potential for some rotation. And that is just to, again, the southeast of the Cape Canaveral area. And you can see the rotation tracker here definitely picking up in that area that we are spotting the rotation on the velocity. With those reds and greens, it's also picking up on that rotation here at this time. And this is pushing off to the northwest. So we are looking at it over water maybe at this point, but pushing into land here in parts of Brevard County. And that's why we do have that tornado warning that is in effect here for the next maybe 7 minutes as we go to 6:15. And here's the track as we look at some of the cities that may be impacted by this rotation, that potential for a tornado on the ground. This is Indianola at 6:12, Courtney at 6:15, City Point at 6:16, Sharps at 6:17. If it continues to hold together past the warning, maybe it gets extended. Bellwood at 6:24. We'll be dealing with that possibility of a tornado that's on the ground. So this is the one warning that we have at this time, a tornado warning in Brevard County set to go until 6:15. And we've had several tornado warnings the past several hours. You know, we were talking about that potential for some shear helping to weaken Milton altogether, but when you have that high shear around, it does create a tornado risk, and that is what we have seen today for parts of Central Florida and definitely areas to the south. And as we look at the debris detector, I'm not really seeing a big signature, but there might be some indications there could be some debris lofted, but not as impressive as what we had on some of those earlier warnings at this time. But it is right around where we have the rotation at this time. So we're just watching this particular area here for the next few minutes. It doesn't look as impressive as what we had earlier. The wind speeds may be up to about 30 miles per hour at times. They could see some strong wind gusts in this particular rotating area. Of course, we're dealing with a hurricane on top of these tornado warnings, so there will be strong gusts higher than 30 as we go into tonight. But at this point, we are focused on this tornado warning and the potential gusts associated in this area as it tracks again to the northwest here in parts of Brevard County. So we are continuing to watch that potential for rotation. It doesn't look as well defined at this time. Hopefully we'll be able to get this warning to expire here in about 5 minutes or 6 minutes, but there is still, and there's the latest update that just came in. And again, it doesn't look maybe as impressive, but there's still some green going toward the radar, red going away. So rotation in this area still possible. And that is right around, I'm gonna have to go in just a little bit closer here. It looks like Bennett Causeway as well as Sea Ray Drive, and it looks like the North Banana River Drive, looking at that potential for rotation in the area. We like to get down to street level so that you have an idea of exactly where we're looking at that possibility. And if you are in this tornado warning, we have been trying to give you some tips, some pointers on how you can protect yourself. I know you're probably in your home already sheltered from the hurricane, but we want you to think about these tornado warnings on top of that hurricane protection. Go to the center of your house, away from doors and windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as you possibly can, and protect yourself until that warning passes. This is the one warning that is out there at this time, and it is going to continue until 6:15, and I'm not sure if there's an update. I don't know if Zach or Chris can hear me. Did you guys get it? Yeah, I'm actually going to send it back to you guys if you have that update on this warning, if it's going to expire or if there's any new details.
Yeah, we don't have any updates on it expiring just yet, so it's going to continue just until it's allowed to come off the board, which is at 6:15, so about another 4 minutes here. But we're looking at, as Mallory was pointing out, still a little bit of rotation, but it's not as well defined as it was earlier. However, if you're still around Cocoa, Rockledge, Port St. John, you want to continue to stay in your safe spot. We'll go back into Clashawn 13 and reset the picture for all of Central Florida here as we're looking at steady rain stretching from Ocala, Palm Coast, over toward Daytona Beach, Deltona, and Sanford. Let's go out to some of our cameras here. New Teeth Now camera, Flagler Beach Pier Cam, showing the rain coming down. Storm surge not an impact tonight, but that will change tomorrow as we go through the day. Storm surge is going to be a huge concern for Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. Let's go over to Sanford. DeLandKia.com cam here, looking over Lake Monroe. Got some gusty winds here from this vantage point. So we're looking at this heavy rain really adding up. Many spots already seeing 3 to 4+ inches of rain. We already have flash flood warnings ongoing ahead of some of the heavier rain that's going to continue to fall through the night tonight. So again, flooding a huge concern as we go out to Lake County. DeLandKia.com cam, looking at the Citrus Tower in Claremont, and we're looking at steady rain here as well. So basically all of Central Florida is seeing some heavier rain at this time, with the exception of the southeastern portion of Osceola County. And we're looking at the most intense weather here in Brevard County with this tornado warning, as we had strong rotation indicating a water spout right off the east coast, working across the causeway into the intracoastal waterways here in Brevard County. Port St. John, Cocoa, Rockledge, Cape Canaveral, Cocoa Beach, all under that tornado warning. As we take a look at the rotation inside the storm, still maybe some rotation though, looking like to the south of Cape Canaveral here, just to the east or right over Indianola, but now we get another update and it doesn't look as good there, so the rotation may be broadening out a bit more, but we could still have some gusty winds here with this storm as it continues to hug the I-95 corridor here in central Brevard County, in eastern Orange County, and we'll see some of this wind potentially pick up around Merritt Island and Port St. John. So we're looking at this quickly to the west and northwest, but it does look like the chance that we have a water spout or tornado continue to go down because the rotation isn't as strong as it was earlier at the top of the hour. We'll take another look at the vantage point of the rotation. You can clearly see here where you're seeing the brighter shades of reds, maroons. We had the strong rotation. Now as it's gotten a little bit closer to Cocoa, it has kind of fallen apart, but notice that strong rotation just offshore. So we'll continue to watch these bands here kind of setting up right along the coast of Brevard County, just offshore. If any of these try to continue to move a little bit closer to land, we could see more of these tornado warnings kind of flare up here in portions of Brevard County as we go through the next couple of hours. But it does look like the threat for a tornado or water spout here in Brevard County is starting to diminish. And we're looking at more of a gusty wind event and heavy rain here through Brevard County. Let's go out to downtown Orlando, another vantage point from one of our cameras. And we did have tornado warnings here in Orange County earlier, but now we're just looking at the steady rain continuing from the Launch Credit Union camera pointed to the east. You can kind of see the Orlando Executive Airport, a slight improvement of the visibility compared to the last hour when we had heavy rain continuing. So Milton is still a Category 3 hurricane. 6 o'clock advisory came out. It has winds of 120 miles per hour. The difference with the 6 o'clock advisory is that it's slowed just a little bit. It's down from 17 miles per hour movement to the northeast to 15 miles per hour. Not a huge difference, but a little bit slower here. And as we take a look at the eye just to the south and west of Bradenton and Sarasota. So Tammy and Greg, tornado warnings continue to pop up. We'll continue to monitor it, but right now, the warning that we had for Brevard County around Cocoa Beach off the board. We'll be back with more details on the timing of impacts here for Central Florida coming up at 6:21.
All right, Chris and the team, thank you. And again, we are starting to feel a lot of those impacts here and the effects of it, and that's going to continue to ramp up with landfall nearing ever so closer within the next couple of hours.
We are ready to take you through the storm in a calm and informative manner. Our team of reporters, they are standing by. Many of them are going to be joining us through the overnight hours, along with our team of dual certified meteorologists.
We have Brandon Green standing by in Orange County. Maria Serrano is going to join us in just a bit. Jason Delgado in Tallahassee, more from him in a moment. But let's go ahead and get a view. One of the harder hit areas is going to be the Gulf Coast, Hillsborough County. We've got Jeff Allen joining us live tonight. Jeff, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. We are on the campus of the University of South Florida, just about 20 minutes north of downtown Tampa, and we have really started to feel some really heavier wind gusts ramp up in just the last few moments. It's settled back down just a bit at the moment, but those winds really were starting to pick up, and we expect that to continue to intensify over the next several hours as this area is going to feel some of the strongest effects of Hurricane Milton. I want to step out of the way and let you look a little closer into an area of campus here. You can see actually just a couple of vehicles. Those are the campus police that are driving by. They are continuing to kind of keep an eye on things, make sure that there's nobody trying to break into any cars. We talked with the officer earlier today, but off in the distance there's a part of campus here that's obviously already potentially flood prone. We see a pump over there, and I don't know if you can see where the water is really up there. It's a kind of a parking area with a grassing area. That water has really been rising over there, even beyond where it likely normally does. So that drainage, that water just doesn't really have anywhere to go. We even saw some of the drains here in a parking garage facility that we are under here really kind of bubbling up a little while ago. And so just the water has nowhere to go, and those drainage systems tax. And of course, they will be even more so as we expect more inches of rain as Milton moves through here. Just pretty much a dead campus right now. Obviously, class is closed, but we've seen a few students throughout the day today, not so much now, but coming into this parking garage that we're near, just parking their cars. So their cars will be safer here than potentially at other properties, apartment complexes, when students said that, you know, they live somewhere where there's a lot of trees hanging over and they don't want those trees to fall into their cars. So they kind of parked them here and had somebody then drive them away from here. But of course, at this point, nobody really should be out on the roads except for those emergency officials, which we're seeing one now. Again, they're kind of just patrolling campus here. But that's what it's looking like here at the University of South Florida campus in Tampa, Hillsborough County. Back to you.
Jeff Allen live for us in Hillsborough County. Really appreciate that. We are keeping tabs on counties all across Central Florida, talking about Seminole County now as well.
That's right. In preparation for Hurricane Milton, HCA Florida Lake Monroe Hospital installed a dam to try to help in case of flooding there.
Yeah, closing their doors during the storm really not an option for a level 2 trauma center. We do have Spectrum News 13's Brandon Green. He is in Sanford right now. Brandon, what kind of conditions are you seeing there?
Okay. Yeah, we've been out here at the Lake Monroe Hospital since about 9 a.m. this morning. Not too much has changed in terms of condition. It's just started raining really heavy over the past couple of hours, which can in turn affect Lake Monroe, which is across the street. Now, to prevent flooding like what happened here in 2008, the hospital has installed a Tiger Dam. The dam is filled with water, which allows it to take any shape to prevent water from Lake Monroe coming in. The hospital's chief executive officer, John Gearhold, said the installation could not have been completed without the help of the Florida National Guard.
The local contractor came in, he had so much resources, but given the magnitude and scale of what we installed here, we had to enlist the local Army National Guard. And so yesterday there was about 60 guardsmen came here. It was a really impressive thing to show you what our government can do to help protect hospitals.
And Gearhold said some water will still get inside the dam from the rain, but there has been a crew out here working all day long with a sump pump picking up all that excess water so it doesn't breach the hospital. Reporting live in Sanford, I'm Brandon Green for Spectrum News 13.
Brandon, thank you. Well, some Central Florida curfews are also in place at this time. Flagler County is under a curfew until Thursday at 7:30 a.m. Volusia County is in effect until Thursday at 8 a.m., the curfew there. Osceola County is under a curfew until 10 a.m. on Thursday. If these are extended, we will let you know.
And of course, we invite you to stay with us. We do have ongoing updates of Hurricane Milton. You can download the free Spectrum News app. We have lifted all the restrictions on the app, so even if you are not a Spectrum customer, you can still stream live coverage and receive updates before, during, and after the storm. A lot more to get to here. Still getting updates from different counties. Mallory Nichols and our team, including Zach and Chris and everyone else, keeping tab on the track itself. Mallory?
Thanks, Greg and Tammy. And yeah, we're continuing to watch the bands rotating around. Milton at this point has been bringing quite a few tornado warnings as it's moved through. So I'm going to put this into motion again because we did just have that one tornado warning go off the board in Brevard County. That was expiring at 6:15. So we're past that point now. There are no longer any warnings that are in effect, but we're still going to be dealing with Milton here for the next several hours. And there may be a little bit of a break coming in rainfall. However, as Milton gets closer to the west coast, and that expected landfall will take place here in maybe about 4 hours. It looks like possibly around 10 o'clock, if not sooner, could begin to push inland. And that's when we're really going to see the winds begin to ramp up. So even if the tornado threat is starting to lower, we are going to be dealing with those strong winds and heavy rains for the next several hours before conditions really begin to improve. And as we look at the latest on Hurricane Milton, wind speeds are at 120 miles per hour, still a Category 3, moving off to the northeast at about 15 miles per hour. This is definitely a strong system here, and that is moving through. That will continue to track as we go into the overnight hours. So I'm going to go a little bit closer in here with what we're watching. We do have flash flood warnings that are in effect. This is for parts of Central Florida. So I'm going to go into the first flash flood warning here, and that is for a large area. This includes Brevard, Orange, Osceola, Seminole, Kissimmee, Melbourne, Palm Bay, and Titusville until 7 o'clock. There's also a flash flood warning ongoing here in Flagler County, set to go until 9:15. And we have another flash flood warning that has been issued for Marion County because of those heavier showers that have been able to come down in the area. And we've been talking about this flood threat for the last several days. The area is in purple, looking at that extreme potential that we could be seeing flooding issues across the area over the next several hours. It's not out of the question that there could be a few locations that pick up a foot of rain, if not higher. That's what we're going to be watching. And we do have that flood threat continuing for the remainder of our Wednesday Wednesday as well as into Thursday. It's not often that we see flash flood expected across the area, but with Hurricane Milton, that is definitely a possibility. So if you do have floodwaters in your area, a few tips to keep in mind. Don't drive through flooded roadways. Find another route if the road is if it's barricaded or flooded. Do not walk, bike, or play in the floodwaters, and make sure to let people know if you are dealing with flooding. Don't touch any electrical equipment. We'll be back with you in less than 10 minutes for another update.
Mallory, appreciate that. And again, you want to heed the warning. Sarasota police, for example, saying conditions are now too severe for them to go out and patrol anymore. So again, you really want to heed the warnings here. There are widespread impacts, especially on operations. This includes airports, as a lot of folks in recent days have been trying to get in and out. Well, a lot of our area airports have suspended commercial flight operations. Orlando International Airport included there. We've also got Orlando Sanford International, Daytona Beach International, and Tampa International airports. They have suspended commercial flights. If there are emergency situations and aid flights, some of those are still able to get in and out. They're going to assess once the storm passes. They'll see the extent of damage and work that needs to be done, and then assess at that point as far as when they can actually reopen there. So that's a look at the airports. On our East Coast, we've got Port Canaveral. That is closed to all traffic. They are now in what's called Condition Zulu. The port set that condition due to gale force winds in the area. No cruises are scheduled in or out of the port today. MSC Seashore was set to arrive tomorrow. 3 others on Friday, with all those ships departing in the evening. Right now, it's not clear how long Port Canaveral will remain closed. Again, it's kind of touch and go at this point once we see when the storm comes through and the extent of impacts here. I want to take a look at transportation systems here in Central Florida as we're getting updates even from Lynx a short time ago. Lynx has suspended services because of the high winds. Sunrail suspending services until Thursday. We've got Brightline. They're expected to cease operations between Orlando and West Palm Beach stations through Thursday. Votran services, those are suspended in Volusia County until further notice. And of course, we will let you know when all these services get back up and running or if any of their closures are extended.
Now, when it comes to school closures, Orange, Seminole, Osceola, Marion, Flagler, and Sumter County Public Schools will all be closed through Friday. Lake County Public Schools are closed until Monday. Friday was a previously scheduled day off for students. In Volusia County, public schools there are closed through Monday. Monday was a previously scheduled day off. Brevard Public Schools are closed through Monday, and that is due to Columbus Day. Don't worry about getting your college application done while Hurricane Milton passes through. Several Florida universities are extending their deadlines due to the impacts of both Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Florida Atlantic University, Florida State University, and the University of Central Florida have moved their early action application deadlines to November the 1st. An update now on theme park and attractions operating hours. All Walt Disney World parks in Disney Springs, they are officially closed through Thursday. Universal Orlando Resort is also closed through Thursday. Halloween Horror Nights is canceled on Thursday. Legoland Florida and SeaWorld Orlando will also be closed through Thursday. Right now, this is a live look at Cocoa Beach Shepherd Park. Not too bad there as far as what we're seeing from this camera, but we know that conditions can change rapidly all day long. I would say since about the 1 o'clock hour, we've been hearing about tornado warnings and flash flood warnings all across Central Florida. So this is the time to really pay attention and, of course, stay home.
Yeah, and this is something that we've been seeing, especially with those tornado warnings popping in and popping out. And here's the thing, we know that there's a lot of people here in Central Florida. They've been through a few storms. Not every storm is the same. We also know there's a lot of folks joining us that live on the Gulf Coast. They have evacuated. They've heeded those warnings. We know there's a lot of people that are watching online because they've got loved ones here in Central Florida. So we're going to make sure that you are prepared, not scared, and have all the latest information. Meteorologists and reporters standing by. More to come as we continue.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum. This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection. Available on all of your favorite devices.
Flooring America saved us $3,000.
Financing our new hardwood floor at one of those big chain stores was going to cost us $3,000 in interest charges.
And then we found out about Flooring America's interest-free financing. We got a great floor at a fantastic price.
Chain stores don't always have knowledgeable salespeople. They don't have 17,000 floors, and they don't have 36-month interest-free financing. Flooring America, where friends send friends.
The debate over affordable health care is settled. For your pets, that is. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products. With surgeries for spaying and neutering, dental cleanings just $150. Even cats and dogs agree. Florida Aid to Animals will save you money in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Don't miss a great day of basketball and building bridges to the community. Join the Brevard Prevention Coalition and Hey Blue for the 6th Man Tournament. Watch local youth and officers from these agencies hit the court to play for prizes and to build lasting bonds. Bring your family and friends. Admission is free. The 6th Man Tournament, Saturday, October 12th at Cocoa High School. Tip-off is at 10 a.m. Scan the QR code to find out more or visit brevardprevention.org and click on events.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America. It's huge.
Try to provide our community enough information so they can make an informed decision, and we're being upfront, very honest with them.
Continuing to track Hurricane Milton, the storm is bearing down on Florida, spinning up tornadoes. That's a real big concern here. We've also got heavy rain coming across our counties. We do appreciate you being with us. I'm Greg Angel.
And I'm Tammy Fields. We are expecting landfall of this storm tonight along our west coast. You should be in your safe place watching us now, hunkered down and prepared for this storm. We have a team of reporters that are out there ready to bring you the very latest conditions on the ground across our state.
Right now, we are going to head to the Weather Center, fully staffed with our dual certified meteorologists here. They have been tracking a lot of changes here. And walk us through, Mallory, kind of the timing and what we need to be looking for at this point.
Well, right now, like you mentioned, we should be sheltered in place because the impacts are already being felt. We have been dealing with those tornado warnings the past several hours. There are no tornado warnings on the board at this time, but there are some strong winds. I'm going to stop this radar picture for us here because I want to go in closer to this activity that is impacting parts of Brevard County. I'm going to switch over to our winds. And you can see this bright band of green here north of Port St. John near Merritt Island. I'm starting to see some wind gusts over 70 miles per hour. So we're starting to really see those winds begin to pick up. If that is in fact true, and these are hurricane force winds that are starting to push ashore along the east coast. And Milton hasn't even made landfall at this time, but that does show you that those outer bands can produce some strong gusty wind along with that tornado threat. And that's what we're seeing at this point. It does look like landfall in the next few hours somewhere along the west coast, and as it pushes inland and toward the east coast, that's when we're going to be seeing the biggest impacts with those high gusty winds and heavy rain. We already have several flash flood warnings that are in effect, and I'll break down those warnings for you, plus the timing for the rest of the night coming up in less than 10 minutes.
Asher Wildman is joining us now. He is among our team of reporters as we again are feeling the impacts of this. And again, we are going to take you through this storm through a very calm and step-by-step process here. Just want to make sure that you are prepared and not scared. And being prepared is having the right information. Again, our team of reporters standing by: Jason Delgado, Jeff Allen, Maria Serrano, Brandon Green, Asher Wildman, and many, many more here.
We want to get to the latest conditions that are outside right now. As you were saying, our Asher Wildman, he is in Hillsborough County in the Tampa Heights area where the Hillsborough River runs right through that. Asher, give us some details on what you're seeing at this hour.
Tammy, Greg, good evening. We did have stronger rain earlier, but right now it's just a typical summer rain. It feels like right now, rain coming straight down. We don't have the zigzagging rain that we're expecting to have when the wind gusts come in later tonight. Also, you can see down the tree line, we don't really have a lot of wind at the moment as the rain starts to pick up as we're talking here. But the big key is down 7th Avenue down there to see potential flooding. In fact, partially the road down there is partially blocked off. We are expecting to have some flooding later on tonight. But just to give you an idea of why so much of the debris that is left over from Helene was such a big priority to get cleaned up here, it's because of the amount of rain we're going to see. We don't have puddling just yet. We do have some very slick roads. You can see the roads are actually starting to hold a lot of water. But I want to show you how much water we're talking about already early on tonight. And I'm going to give you a great example. And again, you see behind me, the rain wasn't that heavy just yet. But just take a listen to this, okay? And then I'll put the light on for you. But take a listen. So what you're looking at is this is a storm drain that goes right into the Tampa Bay. And the reason why these storm drains are so important and why we were so cognizant of making sure that the storm debris would get picked up is because there's mattresses outside people's homes. There's yard waste outside people's homes. There's wood, there's drywall, you name it. And the number one priority right now, aside from getting that off the roads, is to keep the storm drains clear so we don't eventually see flooding in the city, in residential areas, because it is expecting to happen whether we have the surge or we have just overall flooding from all the rain that we are expecting to see here tonight from Milton. So right now, rain is coming down. It's coming down steady. It's not heavy just yet. We've had a couple, as I mentioned, strong gusts of wind, but right now fairly calm. But you could see and hear how much water we're already dealing with, and it's only 6:30. So we're going to monitor this. We're expecting flooding down 7th Avenue out here in Tampa Heights. We are expecting to see that. That's why the road's closed off. As far as who's on the road tonight, I can tell you other than a couple police officers, we see some tow trucks out and about because there are some low-lying areas where if people don't make the smart decision, tow trucks can help them get out. So if you are watching, I hope you're safe. I hope you're indoors. There were a lot of evacuation areas here on this side of town. A lot of people have cleared out. We've seen a lot of boarded up homes, a lot of sandbag driveways, and a lot of sandbag front doors. A lot of people were telling me that after seeing what Helene did, they did not mess around with Milton. So they took all the precautions seriously. Everybody evacuated and went inland or went to some relatives or went over to your side of town in Orlando. So people here in Tampa definitely taking Milton seriously. We're waiting to see as an alert comes in on my phone. But for now in Tampa Heights, this is what we're seeing. And of course, we'll be with you all night tonight as Milton makes its way closer and closer. Reporting live in Tampa Heights, Asher Wildman, Spectrum News.
Asher, thank you. And again, want to give you a live look here downtown Orlando, because here right along I-4 here in Orlando and parts of Central Florida, we are also, right in the track for Milton, and we are certainly going to see hurricane level conditions. And again, it's a wide storm, so the impacts you see where you are at will depend on exactly where you are. Sumter County may be a little bit different than Osceola County. This is another vantage point here, looking another direction of downtown Orlando. You see the Kia Center right there. By the way, the New Orleans versus Orlando Magic game, preseason game that was supposed to happen Friday, that's been canceled. So that game's not happening. Just one of many operational impacts going on as we are continuing to track this storm, Tammy.
Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick said just 3 minutes ago that this storm, Hurricane Milton, is about to make landfall less than 3 hours away from that moment. This is a live look at Flagler Beach. I can say from both of the shots there in downtown Orlando, Greg, and now here at Flagler Beach, a lot less traffic on the roadways. I know officials that are monitoring the news at the emergency operations centers would like to see absolutely no one out at this time, just to be on the safe side. But there are many people who still have to get home from perhaps work or something like that, and they're out there.
And again, you want to be mindful. You don't want to put first responders in dangerous conditions trying to come rescue you because you ignored all the advice and things like that. And again, Sarasota Police Department saying their patrol officers are in. Like,
they're done.
They cannot respond. It's too dangerous.
Yeah.
So again, our promise to you is to bring you updated information in a calm way. We're continuing to track Hurricane Milton, and we're going to be back with you in just a moment with the latest from our team of dual certified meteorologists and reporters stationed across the state.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
When you can make anything possible because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
If you're in an accident due to someone else's negligence, it's so important to consider your future. What if you don't heal? What if you're unable to do the things you love? What if you can't support your family? Choosing a trial firm with decades of experience can make all the difference. At Bogan Munz & Munz, we have the passion to help and the experience necessary to fight for every penny you deserve. Choose experience. Choose Bogan Munz & Munz.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. Time now is 3:22. I'm meteorologist Mallory Nichols here with meteorologist Chris Gilson and Zach Covey, all following Hurricane Milton as it gets closer to the coast. And notice this box that has just popped up here. This is an extreme wind warning that is for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County until 9:30. And what that means is winds in excess of 115 miles per hour will be possible. And these are not issued often, usually with a major hurricane, and that is what we are dealing with Milton, with those wind speeds still at 120 miles per hour. And inland, we do still have a band of rain that is pushing across the area, but notice a little bit of a dry slot that is pushing into parts of Osceola, Brevard, and even into Orange County at this point. A little bit of a break from the rain, but that does not mean that conditions are improving. We're still looking at some strong gusty wind, even without the rain rolling through. through, and there is the potential for some flooding. We might get a little bit of a break, but there's still a large area of central Florida under that flash flood warning at this time. But as we check out the latest wind speeds here, these are what we're looking at. Wind gusts to 35 in Kissimmee is possible, a wind gust to 47 for Daytona Beach, and a wind gust to 51 in Leesburg. We also have some of those strong winds that are pushing ashore in Brevard County as well. Here's where that extreme wind warning is, again, closer to the coast, and you could see maybe parts of the eye wall starting to push ashore. And that does not mean it's made landfall. The center of the eye has to move ashore, and it looks like that may be happening here in the next few hours. And once it moves inland and races across the peninsula, that's when we're going to see our biggest impacts with the strongest of the winds. And I mentioned those winds are still at 120 miles per hour, moving off to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. Here is the track. Again, not much is expected to change. It looks like right along or just off to the south of the I-4 corridor is where that center will go. But as we've been mentioning, it's not all about the center of that storm. The impacts are going to be felt well outside, and that's already what we're seeing at this time. Here's a look at the wind threat. Where that extreme wind warning is where we do have the highest wind threat, but areas in red in level 2 for that wind warning gets a little bit less as you travel more to the north, but those strong gusty winds will be possible as we head into tonight. So here's 10 o'clock, and you can see the majority of the area seeing sustained winds, at least in tropical storm status. And as this center gets across the state and toward the east coast, that's when we'll see the potential for even higher gusts, and maybe even at times up to 90 miles per hour, if not higher. So that's what we're going to be watching for the next several hours. It's not until early tomorrow morning that center will push out into the Atlantic and start to pull away, improving our winds. However, that's when we're going to start to get the impacts along the east coast in terms of storm surge. So Leesburg overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, looking at the potential for gusts over 60 miles per hour. Also, several inches of rain will be possible in the Orlando area through tomorrow morning. Gusts to 55 miles per hour possible. I think that might be a bit higher as well, depending on exactly where that center goes, but definitely some strong winds and some heavy rain. And we're also looking at Flagler Beach to not only be dealing with the rain, but that storm surge could be around 4 to 5 feet. Tammy and Greg.
All right, Mallory, thank you. Let's talk about Osceola County here, because we do have the city of Kissimmee, and they have the largest recovery team in the city's history.
That's right. As emergency managers keep tabs on this area, we know Spectrum News 13's Maria Serrano. She is standing by live in the Champions Gate area. Marie, what is the update there, and what are you seeing? It looks like the winds have picked up.
That's right, and just to describe it in one word, I would definitely call these winds violent, just because that they could push you over. So that's what we're experiencing here. Honestly, here in the Champions Gate area, we're seeing those wind gusts strengthen. Absolutely. We got a chance to speak with City of Kissimmee officials earlier as they took us in through their Emergency Operations Center in Kissimmee. Just keep in mind, overall in Osceola County, that curfew will be set in place for 8 p.m. tonight. Keep that in mind. Dozens of city employees earlier continue to do research, looking at issues already coming in and checking for tornado warnings and watches. The city's organizational control center team will be leading over 200 individuals to where they need to go, ready to deploy and send out fire, police, public works, and emergency management personnel. The city right now continues to monitor all emergency requests from the community and preparing for what's coming, making sure they respond to all the residents' needs before, during, and after the hurricane.
This response is unprecedented. It's been probably since Hurricane Charlie, since we had a storm that has had the potential for the damage that we fear that this one may. I want the community to know that we're here, we're ready.
If you're looking for shelter, as we're learning about sold out hotels in the area, take a look at this list on your screen. We could tell you that right now, Kissimmee Middle School, Gateway High School, and Liberty High School are at full capacity, but still they will not turn anyone that shows up away. At this point, again, those winds here in the Champions Gate area continue to strengthen. Again, keep in mind in Osceola County that curfew kicks off at 8 p.m. until 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'm live tonight in Champions Gate. Maria Serrano, Spectrum News.
Yeah, thank you. And again, here in that 2004 Hurricane Charlie, many of us remember 2004 and the series of storms, but no storm is ever the same. You are getting a live look here. This is at Sanford Marina in Seminole County. Quite a few boats out there. And again, flooding in certain parts of Central Florida, something we are watching, and really potential tornadic activity and the winds.
Here's a live look at Cocoa Beach, Shepherd Park right now. I know that you were looking, Greg, and you're starting to see some damage in the Cocoa Beach area. So that is something definitely we want to keep our eyes on when we get an opportunity to take a closer look at what's going on there.
Especially in the populated areas there. We are tracking Milton landfall. We anticipate just a few hours away, and the effects here in Central Florida. So we will continue to be here with you through it all as we continue on Spectrum News 13. Thank you for being with us.
At Bob Steele Chevy, your customer experience and our kindness is our priority. Just go to bobsteelchevy.com for our best prices. With lifetime warranties, free lifetime tire rotations, and oil changes for life. For real savings, see Steele before you make any deal.
Flooring America saved our sanity.
Our dog was driving us crazy with his accidents. Then a friend told us about pet-proof carpet from Flooring America.
The team was so helpful. They got us a pet-proof carpet at a great price and 0 interest payments.
Are your pets driving you nuts? With our no exclusion stain warranty and interest-free financing, we make it easy for you to afford the floor you really need. Flooring America, where friends send friends.
With over 30 years of roofing experience and winner of Florida Today's 2022 Best of Brevard Award, DC Roofing is proud to be serving the residents of the Space Coast with top-of-the-line metal, shingle, and even dock roofs. Our family-owned business will get the job done for you, going above and beyond to ensure the best experience possible. DC Roofing. Let us do your roof right the first time.
The debate over affordable health care is settled. For your pets, that is. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products. With surgeries for spaying and neutering, dental cleanings just $150. Even cats and dogs agree. Florida Aid to Animals will save you money in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Why is everybody switching to Bob Steele Chevy? It's our low prices, huge inventory, and free lifetime tire rotations and oil changes for life is why we're Brevard County Chevy store. And we'll always pay you top dollar for your trade, whether you buy from us or not. For real savings, see Steele before you make any deal.
Welcome back to your Weather on the Ones. I'm meteorologist Mallory Nichols. Okay, and we just got an update here from meteorologist Zach Covey. We have a tornado warning, a new one that has been issued for parts of Brevard County. Now, I have been looking at this area for extreme winds, and very quickly, we have a little bit of a spin up in this area. And this is a tornado warning that is for Brevard County. As you go in a little bit closer here, this is where we're seeing that rotation. All right, so we've been talking about this the past several hours with all the warnings that have been issued. That wind going toward toward and away from the radar. So the radar is south of this warning. And we've got the reds going away, the greens going toward. So we do have rotation, it looks like, in this area right here. This warning is set to go until 7:15. And this is impacting northern Brevard County at this time and pushing off, it looks like, to the north into parts of Volusia County, maybe here if it continues to hold together. So here's the track of this potential tornado. It hasn't been confirmed on the ground, but there is the potential for a tornado. Dummit Grove at about 7 o'clock. If it continues, Allenhurst at 7:04 and Shiloh at 7:12 could be dealing with the rotation that we are picking up here on radar. And right where we saw that rotation, you could see the tracker is picking up on it as well. Although that last scan, it doesn't look as impressive, but there is still the potential that we could be seeing some rotation in this area just off to the north of the Kennedy Space Center. And this is that band that has been moving up the East Coast and has been rotating here for the past several hours, and it continues to do so. So very quickly, because we have an environment that is conducive for rotation, we do have another warning that is issued here with those winds that are rotating in parts of Brevard County. So if you are in this area, as we've been mentioning, we know you're in the shelter. Head to the most interior part of your home as you possibly can, away from those doors and windows, and protect yourself even more. If this tornado were to touch down, those winds will be a lot higher than what we're dealing with at this point, but there is still the chance that we could have this tornado touchdown in the area as it pushes off to the north. And it looks like County Road 3 as well as County Road 402, County Road 406, looking at in that area of Brevard County is where that rotation is on the ground at this time. And you can see where it is circled right there as we switch over to the rotation tracker. That's where we're seeing that rotation at this time. And this is where there's that potential for a tornado on the ground. So we are continuing to track Hurricane Milton as it gets closer to the east or the west coast. But this is along the east coast. Some of those outer bands that are firing up, potential for some rotation. As we back this out just a bit and get a bigger picture on what's going on across the board here, you can see where the center of circulation is. It looks like just off to the southwest of Sarasota, and it is pushing toward the coast. So very soon we're going to be seeing the eyewall winds reach the coast, and that is where we do have that extreme
tornado warning for the following county: Brevard, Florida. The National Weather Service in Melbourne has issued a tornado warning for north central Brevard County in east central Florida until 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 6:49 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, or near Playlenda Beach, moving north at 20 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Haulover Canal, Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, and Klondike Beach around 6:50 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Shiloh. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. Heavy rainfall may hide this tornado. Do not wait to see or hear the tornado. Take cover now.
fast. So if you are in that warning, we want you to get to your safe spot now. You might not have a whole lot of time. So Dummit Grove again, 7:03, looking at the possibility of this rotation pushing through. Allenhurst at 7:06, Shiloh at 7:13, Oak Hill at 7:23. Oak Hill is in Volusia County, so we'll have to see if this continues up into parts of Volusia County. This warning again, 7:15. So hopefully that rotation can weaken, but at this point, our rotation tracker still picking up on some of that activity here in Brevard County. Again, County Road 402, County Road 406 is where we have that rotation at this time, pushing off to the north. So it is overland right now and could.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Disability Employment Awareness Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
We rise. We move. We adjust. We connect. And stay informed. The Spectrum News app, exclusively for Spectrum customers.
Are you tired of gimmicky legal ads? I know we are. At Bogan Munz & Munz, we believe that reputation is important and can affect your case's outcome. The courtroom is serious business. There's no time for gimmicks. If you want your case to be taken seriously, we believe you need lawyers that are taken seriously. We don't aim to be the loudest or the biggest. We aim to be the best. No gimmicks, just results.
Another hurricane, more devastation, and Rick Scott is only making it worse. Scott took $3 million from insurance companies and let them raise rates and deny claims. He even voted against billions in disaster relief funds. I'm Debbie Mucarsel-Powell. Rick Scott sold us out, and now your property insurance bill is 4 times the national average. It has to stop. I approve this message because natural disasters are bad enough without Rick Scott making it worse.
I was T-boned by a careless driver and didn't know what to do. I've never been through anything like this before, so I decided to reach out to attorney Dan Newland. Calling Dan was my best decision. His team really fought for me. And at the end of my case, Dan got me $1 million. And that money is really going to help with my medical care.
Strong, damaging winds possible. In Mallory, we now have confirmed the tornado warning has expired.
Okay, that's good news for that area. We do still have some of those bands that are pushing through those strong gusty winds, but at least that warning has expired and early. It was supposed to go until 7:15, but luckily that rotation dropped off enough that we are no longer concerned with that tornado in that particular area. But notice how quickly it spun up in Brevard County. We were watching the strong winds very quickly. It started to couple up there with that red and green close together, and that's why that tornado warning was issued. But luckily, it has been allowed to expire at this point. You can see our rotation tracker really not picking up on as much at this time. But of course, we are going to continue to watch it. There will be that possibility for some more spin-ups, maybe. I know that threat is starting to weaken just a bit, and then we'll, as Zach mentioned, transition to those stronger winds. But there is still that chance that we'll continue to keep an eye on. As we switch over to our wind speed forecast here, we do have the potential for some strong winds through the overnight hours tonight into tomorrow morning. There will be the possibility for some high gusts through mid-morning tomorrow. And then as the activity starts to push out into the Atlantic, those winds on the backside of Milton will push the storm surge toward the East Coast. So that's going to be our next big threat that we'll see for the East Coast. Here's a look at the tide cycles for Flagler Beach, 1 to 2 a.m. So that's going to be the most concerning time when the high tides are already in and we have that push of water toward the coast, it can move in even further. Daytona Beach also looking at the most concerning time between 1 to 2 a.m. Melbourne Beach between 12 to 2 a.m. This doesn't mean that this is the only time that you'll be dealing with storm surge. That's just the most concerning time for now with those tide cycles. And here's a look at the impacts. So we're already dealing with some flash flood warnings out there. We have some strong gusty winds as the main threat, and we are looking at the potential for some storm surge as well as that possibility as we've seen for tornadoes. Zach?
7 o'clock update just came in, and so the extreme wind warning continuing there across Pinellas, Hillsborough, and then south towards Manatee and Sarasota counties. But I wanted to make sure that we got the 7 o'clock update in. Still a 120-mile-per-hour hurricane. This is going to be a major hurricane as it moves ashore, moving northeast at 15, but look at the location now 35 miles west-southwest of Sarasota. All indications indicate that this storm will be coming ashore in Manatee and Sarasota counties likely within the next hour to hour and a half. And then it's going to be about that northern eye wall, which will work its way along the I-4 corridor. So impacts in central Florida are about to transition from the tornado threat, as you mentioned, Mallory, to now the rain and the wind threat over the course of the next 10 to 12 hours.
Okay, yeah, we definitely want those updates are coming in every hour. So the wind speed's still at 120. It is still a Category 3 working its way toward the coast, and we're going to check out the very latest for you and bring you another update on what's going on in less than 10 minutes.
I appreciate that, Zach and Chris and Mallory and our entire team there. Speaking of our team, we got a reporter spread out all over as we are starting to feel the effects, not only on the Gulf Coast, but here in Central Florida as well. And Zach there talking about landfall really narrowing in much closer on the clock.
Speeding it up. Now, we are ready to take you right now through the storm in a calm and informative manner when it comes to information. Again, as Greg just said, we have a team of reporters, as you can see. They're standing by. Many of them are going to be able to join us through the overnight hours, too, along with our team of dual certified meteorologists.
And again, we know a lot of people joining us, Central Florida locals, a lot of people who have evacuated from the coast and those out of state looking for loved ones. Let's go to Jeff Van Zandt. He is live for us now in Pasco County. Jeff, what are you seeing there?
So, yeah, I'm in the community of Lutz, and we have seen the conditions worsen hour by hour. But I'm going to take a look just so you kind of get a perspective of what kind of gusting winds we're experiencing here. Now, it has been nonstop rain for the last few hours, but you can see those winds. They're really starting to pick up, and you can see them just kind of pushing that tree. And I'm going to bring you over to this side as well. You can see some more trees, but it has been an absolute nightmare when it comes to this rain. It's very thick, it's very heavy, and when you add that in with the rains, it's very intense. Now, that we do know that there's a few hundred, possibly even more power outages kind of in this area. Obviously, this is going to be a changing situation as this thing begins to make landfall, but we are a little bit off the coast, so we're not getting hit just as hard, but these rains are intensifying. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. We need to talk about the power outages, too. There's more than 300,000 power outages reported right now. Duke Energy gave us a briefing yesterday. You might remember OUC talked to us as well. And Duke Energy said you need to know and be ready and prepared for these types of storms, because they said they will go once the storm is over only, and they will go to the essential services to help them first, and then to the outages where there are thousands of people impacted, and then get smaller neighborhoods. So you have to be able to fend for yourself for days before they're able to get in there and help.
And keep this in mind. We also have Helene, you know, North Carolina,
That's
Tennessee,
right.
and other states and Gulf Coast dealing with that. And the governor saying earlier today, again, just talking about the large contingent of resources, even as far as California and other states with National Guards and crew members, power linesmen, all here in Florida. A significant number, more than any other storm before. Speaking of the governor, Jason Delgado in Tallahassee telling us the governor is supposed to give another update with other state leaders about 7:30. So we are keeping tabs on the capital city in the next half hour or so. We are keeping tabs on a lot of different pinpoint locations around the state, even here at home. In Seminole County, for example, we're getting a vantage point from Sanford Marina, where we've been able to see one perspective here. And again, not only the weather conditions you know, it's always our luck here. Nighttime storms. Everybody talks about that.
And those are the worst. They're the most dangerous.
Because you can't see, and you know,
driving in floodwaters. There are power lines that could be down. There are all kinds of dangers that people sometimes don't think about.
And here are the things, you know, why, you know, first responders say to hunker down, stay in your safe spaces. Our news director, Susan Diastoli, has said, it's not that the wind is blowing, it is what the wind is blowing. And that's why there's been a lot of stressors about, you know, any yard debris you've had from Helene, pull that in, your furniture and things like that.
Remember in Tampa Bay, in that area, someone was killed on Interstate 4 when a sign fell down on their car. So there are all kinds of things that many people might not think about all the time that we have to be extremely aware of.
And so we've got the conditions from the Gulf Coast, and, you know, the storm surge. And then as this storm makes its way along I-4 corridor, really, we're going to have some different dynamics. Obviously here in Orange, Osceola, Seminole, you know, there may be some flooding concerns, but it's not the storm surge concerns. And then we have over on our East Coast. So we're showing you again here, Seminole County. This is Sanford. But I also, if we can, go a little east, as we're talking about the East Coast now, Cocoa Beach. And again, our friends, our neighbors here on the East Coast also dealing with a bit more of the significance with the water. It's the water, and the surge can raise very quickly.
Nice to see that there's no one out there at the beach, it looks like. That's good news.
Well, we do invite you to stay with us. Again, we are going to be with you through all of this, and we do have ongoing coverage on the go for you as well. Make sure those phones are powered up and ready to go. The Spectrum News app has live coverage and updates for you as well.
Well, also a reminder that you can keep up with Spectrum News 13's coverage as we track the storm and its impacts by listening to our radio partners, Central Florida Public Media. You're going to be able to find them at 90.7 on your FM radio, and hopefully you have a weather radio too nearby just in case you need it. It's very helpful. Well, checking in on conditions across the state of Florida. We will continue to do that this evening.
Yeah, much more to come. Appreciate you being with us. You're watching Spectrum News 13. We're back with you in just a moment.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum. This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection, available on all of your favorite devices.
For the moments that take our breath away, to the ones that cause us pain, for the moments that motivate us, to the ones that change us, and inspire us to keep going. At Health First, we're here for you every step of the way, so you can enjoy more moments that move you.
A car crash can be life-changing and a frustrating time. I'm David Alpazar with Alpazar Law. The insurance industry spends millions of dollars each year to tell consumers that a person cannot be seriously injured unless there's a lot of damage to the vehicle. This simply is not true. It's about you, the person. For over 40 years, Alpazar Law has been helping injured victims no matter how great or small the collision. If you've been injured, don't wait. The consultation is always free. Alpazar Law, we're here for you.
Elegant and enticing, sophisticated and sensual. Indulge yourself in a space that inspires and invigorates. Romance and opulence are rekindled in symphonies of stone, marble, and lavish life-size tiles that will leave you speechless. Let Island Tile help you create the intimate retreat you desire. Island Tile, there is a difference.
All right, here we are at 7:11 as we continue to track Hurricane Milton across Central Florida. I'm meteorologist Zach Covey alongside meteorologist Chris Gilson and meteorologist Mallory Nichols as we get you through this continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Again, the 7 o'clock update, Hurricane Milton showing those winds of about 120 miles per hour as it's now rolling its way ashore of the Tampa Bay area down near Manatee and Sarasota County. That's going to be the location that we are watching for that potential landfall, and we can tell you that that potential landfall is near because we now have an extreme wind warning for our friends in Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County. This includes the cities of Clearwater, Largo, St. Petersburg, and even downtown Tampa near the Channel Side area. Remember, an extreme wind warning is basically a tornado warning, but for the strong damaging winds of a major hurricane's eye wall coming ashore. We've got winds well in excess of 115 miles per hour now, at least in the gust category around the Tierra Verde area, Anna Maria, Bradenton, Paris, Ruskin, just south of Tampa and Clearwater near Gandy. And again, the Skyway Bridge really getting rocked with those winds right now. So any of our friends that might have evacuated here in Central Florida, we're keeping a close eye on what is happening over there in Tampa for you. Locally, we're finally starting to see that dry slot, and our high-res model has been very consistent on this since Sunday, that a dry slot was going to come in between the core of the storm and that first big feeder band that we've been dealing with for several hours. That's going to help out many of us in Brevard, Osceola, and a chunk of Orange County to briefly dry out. But the problem is we're already dealing with widespread flash flooding. Flash flood warning continues for Brevard, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties through 9:45. And with more rain on the way, we will likely kind of grow that flash flood threat over the next several hours. We're also observing flash flooding up in Flagler County. Flash flood warning continues there until 10 o'clock. But see all this yellow, orange, and even splotches of red. This indicates rainfall totals in excess of 5 inches, and those splotches of red indicating rainfall totals across portions of Osceola and Orange County in excess of 7 inches of rain. And we still have the majority of the eye wall to go. This is how much rain is still yet to come. We are talking about 12 to 18 inches in Bushnell, 8 to 12 inches in Leesburg. Look at Flagler County, about 18 to 24 inches of rain. We could still be talking about another 2 feet of fresh water flooding heading towards the Flagler County area through tomorrow afternoon. On top of the rainfall threat, mainly north of I-4, the wind threat is still going to be quite high along and south of I-4 where that eye wall tracks. So now that we know the storm is coming ashore near Bradenton and Sarasota, we can expect major hurricane force gusts in excess of 115 miles per hour in the purple color there for Hillsborough and a good chunk of southwestern Polk County. But hurricane force winds anywhere from 74 to 110 miles per hour possible in the red coloring here for Claremont, Orlando, Kissimmee, and Kenansville. And you'll notice that our model tracks this cell, this storm center directly over Orlando. You get a backside jet of wind. So even tomorrow, it is going to be quite breezy across the area, even after the storm is pulled away. For a place like Leesburg, I'm concerned about the flooding threat of 8 to 12 inches of rain. Look at those gusts starting to pick up very early Thursday morning in excess of 60 miles per hour. For Orlando, hurricane force gusts are likely after midnight, but those 55-mile-per-hour gusts will start as early as midnight. Rainfall of 4 to 8 inches still to come for you. And for Flagler Beach, not only are we talking 18 to 24 inches of rain, we're also talking storm surge. Remember, storm surge evacuations were mandatory for the coastline of Flagler County. We're also going to watch the St. Johns River Basin across the interior spot for storm surge. I am very concerned now, Tammy and Greg, about the threat for not only flash flooding from rainfall, but also flooding from storm surge across much of Flagler County. Guys.
All right, Zach, thank you. And again, as Zach was just talking about there, northern part of the eye wall now starting to make its way onto land in the Tampa-St. Pete area. That is right there in Hillsborough County. Jeff Allen is live for us tonight with much more. So, Jeff, you were right there as Helene was approaching land just a couple weeks ago, and here we are again dealing with Milton.
Yeah, and it's looking and feeling a lot like when we were seeing some of the strongest of Helene, and we were expecting the some of the strongest of Milton to be moving through here really in the next hour, hour and a half. We are about 20 minutes north of downtown Tampa on the campus of University of South Florida, which is, of course, all shut down. Students told to leave here yesterday morning, only seeing some emergency vehicles kind of coming through here from time to time. We have seen several waves of heavy wind and rain. Right now, actually, it's died down a little bit, but again, that's expected to intensify here in the next couple of hours for sure. And really, even more so than the wind, it's the water that's really been just building up. You were hearing Zach talk about with all the rain, even yet to come. We have seen just some of the drains here on campus kind of bubbling up with water, some of the retention ponds spilling over to parking areas. Of course, again, campus shut down. There shouldn't be a whole lot of people out and about here, but that water is simply just adding up, and there's really nowhere at some point for it to go. So we're seeing, that water building up here. Even some people had kind of parked their cars inside a parking structure that we're here next to kind of keep those cars safe. They're worried about trees coming down on them on their own properties. But again, wind and rain ramping up here, and we'll continue to keep an eye on this area for you here. University of South Florida campus in Tampa in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you for that live report. You know, it is really getting closer and closer to this storm making landfall. In our next half hour, we're going to be talking more about that, taking you not only around our area, but also across the state to let you know what the conditions are looking like.
Because again, the impacts are going to vary. Stay with us. We are continuing to remain with you as we get another live look, the different vantage points around the state. Tracking Hurricane Milton. This will be one that we remember. More to come in just a moment.
At Spectrum, we understand the value of staying connected to your passion, work, and ideas. That's why we combined the fastest and most reliable internet with Spectrum Mobile to provide you with a seamless connection wherever creativity sparks. And now, as a Spectrum Internet customer, you get one line of Spectrum Mobile for a full year included with your service, with unlimited talk, text, and data. Call 1-833-951-1261. With Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider, you get a fast, reliable connection you can count on to bring your ideas to life when you need it most. Stay seamlessly connected with one line of Spectrum Mobile for a full year included with your internet service, with no contracts or additional costs. Call 1-833-951-1261. With Spectrum Internet and Spectrum Mobile, get a fast, reliable, and seamless connection wherever you are.
Chinese fentanyl is a silent killer, putting too many folks 6 feet under without warning. It's time to do something about it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with deadly Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. We can't wait. It's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
The recipe for savings. Take one family, add a newly opened Pie Bank savings. Blend in a great 5.5% APY interest rate. Combine with no fees, no minimum balance, and FDIC insured to save for your future. And focus on what truly matters. Pie Bank, easy as pie. Open your Pie Bank savings at piebank.com.
All right, here we are at 7:21. Meteorologist Zach Covey alongside meteorologist Chris Gilson and Mallory Nichols as we are taking you through Hurricane Milton here with continuing coverage on Spectrum News 13. We also welcome our viewers from Spectrum Bay News 9 who have evacuated from the Bay News 9 communities and headed inland. We'll be covering your communities as we go throughout the evening as well, so you know what is happening a little closer to home as we go throughout the next several hours. Let's start off with 7 o'clock advisory. New update will come in at 40 minutes. 120-mile-per-hour Hurricane Milton right now with a pressure down to 952 millibars. You can see that eye just about to push ashore in portions of Manatee and Sarasota County. That purple box, mind you, is an extreme wind warning. We continue to monitor that. Over there in the Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, Sarasota area, we will likely see continuations and extensions of this extreme wind warning. If you have friends or family that are still in that area, they need to be mindful to treat that very seriously like a tornado warning. Elsewhere across Central Florida, we've got plenty of flash flood warnings. In fact, it's pretty much just blanketed as a flash flood warning across Brevard, Orange, Seminole, Volusia. And then we've got a flash flood warning farther up to the north in Flagler County. Marion has a flash flood warning as well, this green box here. So again, practically everybody in Central Florida under the threat of flash flooding. And again, if you are along or north of I-4, flash flooding is going to be a big time overnight threat. In fact, I think the rainfall is going to be the biggest impact in places of Flagler County and places like DeLand over there towards Leesburg. How about Groveland, Claremont, Bushnell, the Villages? Could be talking about extreme impacts. How about 1.5 feet to 2 feet of rainfall, freshwater rainfall up there in Palm Coast, according to our high-res model. How about 1 foot to 1.5 feet? This is a brand new update, mind you, for Lake George, the Villages, and Bushnell, and we're seeing it for the first time together. I haven't seen this newest update. 8 to 12 inches in Leesburg and DeLand, 8 to 12 Daytona. Notice along and south of the I-4, still dealing with flooding in Brevard County. We've got numerous reports of that as we've gone throughout the afternoon and evening hours, but only around 3 to 5 inches, maybe 5 to 8, stretching from central Orlando south towards the Kissimmee area and the theme parks. Keep in mind that the flood risk tonight into tomorrow is high. This is a very rare high-risk day as we head into our Thursday. Historically, 35% of all high-risk days, or excuse me, all high-risk days, nearly 35% of all yearly flood deaths occur. And when it comes to flood damages, 80% of yearly flood damages occur on these high-risk days, with nearly 66% of them creating $1 million in damage or more. So hopefully you're prepared your property, especially north of I-4. If you have a little bit of time and you're still rushing to get those last few sandbags done, get them up against the garage, your door, various areas on your property. And remember, if a road is barricaded, if you're driving out tomorrow and the road is barricaded or you see standing water, do not drive through it. Remember to turn around, don't drown. iRes Futurecast shows that the eye wall is going to work its way along Central Florida. Notice all of that heavy rain along and north of I-4. As we go through the overnight hours, the eye will go right over Orlando International Airport, according to our high-res model, and the theme parks as well, before it exits tomorrow morning. Still strong gusty winds on the back side of this thing, and then come tomorrow morning, Tammy and Greg, we begin to talk about the storm surge threat, and we'll dive more into that storm surge threat, which in my eyes is a growing concern for Flagler and Volusia County. That's more on that coming up in just a bit.
All right, Zach, thank you, and a lot of concern. I mean, just looking at video even on the Treasure Coast of, suspected tornado activity down there, and it's going to be widespread. So there's a lot that we're paying attention to for you.
Our Randy Roush, he is joining us live tonight. He is standing by in Lake County, specifically in the Tavares area. I can see it's pretty windy there. What are the conditions like?
Yeah, good evening, Tammy and Greg. There is a lot of rain that has been coming down in this area really all afternoon. Of course, we're in the county seat of Lake County. Beautiful area. If you've never been here before, about 35 miles to the northwest of the Orlando area. And I'm going to tell you, I did this drive over here several hours ago. Nothing but heavy rain that was falling between here and Tavares, to the point where some cars were pulling off to the side of the road. Most cars that were on the road had their hazards on. It was just heavy rainfall and some wind at the time. Of course, the rainfall is going to be a concern here, along with the strong wind gust. We've seen our meteorologists talking about what we can expect from Orlando to many of the surrounding counties, and of course some of those wind gusts, even here in Tavares, we're planning for maybe getting close to 100 miles per hour. I will tell you honestly, things are quiet here in terms of residents. Most people are locked in their homes, probably watching the televisions and listening to the radio, looking for what is expected to be a very powerful storm moving through this area. So I know it sounds like a cliche, but if you don't have to be on the roadways, you really need to stay indoors until this very powerful hurricane passes through this area. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio. I don't have my earpiece right now. You can see the winds are picking up. Check back with us. We're going to stay on top of this throughout Lake County as we go into the overnight hours.
We definitely will. Stay safe out there, Randy. Thank you for that live report. An update for you now on theme park and attraction operating hours. All Walt Disney World parks in Disney Springs are officially closed through Thursday. Universal Orlando Resort is also closed through Thursday. Halloween Horror Nights is canceled on Thursday. Legoland Florida and SeaWorld Orlando will also be closed through Thursday.
Orlando Magic, by the way, have had their preseason game that was scheduled for Friday. That is now not happening. Magic were set to host New Orleans Pelicans at the Kia Center. NBA has canceled that game. It will not be rescheduled. If you had tickets, you'll automatically be refunded at the point of purchase. Magic will next take to the home court against the 76ers next Friday, October 18th. Tip-off for that one set for 7 p.m. All right, let's talk again here. Hurricane Milton. I want to give you a vantage point here from space. NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic taking this video from the Crew Dragon capsule currently docked at the International Space Station. They're set to return to Earth with Crew 8 once recovery conditions clear up after Hurricane Milton, so they are keeping tabs on it. You just see the sheer size of Mother Nature here.
Let's check on some conditions across our state. That was one thing I promised we would do a few minutes ago. Let's take a look at the camera here out of Naples to see what the condition looks like there. We know that across our area, we are really seeing the winds whipping up. You can see the pier here, Greg, but it is not easy to see at all.
A lot of impacts across the state. More as we continue in just a moment.
For the moments that take our breath away, to the ones that cause us pain, for the moments that motivate us, to the ones that change us and inspire us to keep going. At Health First, we're here for you every step of the way, so you can enjoy more moments that move you.
I'm John Alpizar with Alpizar Law. Insurance companies love to deny legitimate claims. In just about every case, they try to blame your injuries from a car crash on a pre-existing condition, even when you have never experienced any symptoms or received any treatment before the crash. In almost every case, they hire the same doctors and pay them a lot of money to agree with them and deny your claim. Alpizar Law can help you through this injustice. Alpizar Law, we're here for you.
Elegant and enticing, sophisticated and sensual. Indulge yourself in a space that inspires and invigorates. Romance and opulence are rekindled in symphonies of stone, marble, and lavish life-size tiles that will leave you speechless. Let Island Tile help you create the intimate retreat you desire. Island Tile, there is a difference.
The debate over affordable health care is settled. For your pets, that is. Florida Aid to Animals has the lowest prices on visits, vaccines, and the best products. With surgeries for spaying and neutering, dental cleanings just $150. Even cats and dogs agree. Florida Aid to Animals will save you money in Melbourne and Palm Bay.
News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America. It's huge.
Provide our community enough information so they can make an informed decision, and we're being upfront, very honest with them.
Track Hurricane Milton. It is already the northern eye wall starting to make some progress over land on our Gulf Coast. We've also been dealing with some tornadic activity here this evening, and we've got heavy rain, a lot of winds, and a lot to track here over the next couple of hours. Appreciate you being with us. I'm Greg Angel.
And I'm Tammy Fields. At 7:31 this Wednesday evening. You know, we are expecting landfall in no time. What about an hour from now? You should definitely be in your safe place, hunkered down and prepared for this storm, hopefully. We have a team of reporters. They are out and about, ready to bring you the latest conditions on the ground across our state.
Now, want to go ahead and head to the Weather Center. Dual certified meteorologists all tracking all of this, including Mallory Nichols and Zach Covey and Chris Gilson. And again, stressing this is a stressful situation for a lot of people. So we want to make sure you have life-saving information, but in a way where you are prepared and not scared.
Good evening, Greg and Tammy, and we are still looking at a lot of heavy rain coming down across central Florida right now. A little bit of a break in the activity farther to the south around Osceola County, southern Brevard County, but up to the north and to the west, we're looking at some heavy downpours. We saw Randy Rauch live there in Lake County, gusty winds there with some of the heavier bands that are starting to work in from the southwest to the north. You mentioned, Greg, that the eye wall is getting close, and you can see that right around Bradenton and Sarasota. Extreme wind warnings are in effect there along the coast, the Gulf Coast, because those winds are going to be obviously very strong. Wind gusts potentially are winds of 115 miles per hour or stronger. So that's where we're seeing the strongest winds now here across the region. For us, we've had gusty winds at times and also some tornado warnings, but no tornado warnings to report at this time. So the latest on Milton, it has winds of 120 miles per hour. That still makes it a major hurricane, a Category 3. We're looking at it moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour, 35 miles to the west-southwest now of Sarasota, Florida. So as we go through the rest of the evening, we're still in for a lot of impacts. We still have a long way to go. So if you are in a dry time right now, maybe around Orlando, to the south and east of Orlando, we're still going to see some high winds, heavy rain. Flooding is going to be a concern. And then tomorrow, as we head into Thursday morning into the afternoon, as it's starting to pull off our east coast, that's where we're looking at that chance for storm surge here in Brevard County, Volusia County, and Flagler County. So the impacts are still going to be felt through the night tonight, and we still have a long way to go with Milton as it continues to near the Gulf Coast and near landfall. We're anticipating that landfall likely within the next 60 to 90 minutes. Of course, we'll keep you advised and keep you advised of any other tornado warnings that may pop up. Tammy and Greg.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris. We have a guest that we're going to go to right now to talk about some of the very latest in Orange County. Yeah, Laura Lee Avery, Chief for Emergency Operations here in Orange County. Laura Lee, really appreciate it. So Orange County, again, we're a bit inland. What are the expectations about Milton's impact here locally? What exactly are y'all focused on is in terms of concerns?
Well, right now we're hoping everybody is in their safe space and that they're off the roadways. We're expecting impact around 2 a.m. this morning, and that will continue well into the morning. Our impacts are going to include heavy rain and high winds, 75 to 85 miles an hour. So we certainly know that we're going to have trees down, we're going to have a lot of power outages, and just impacts, possibly damages.
Chief Avery, what would you tell people who are already seeing some damage at their homes, who want to get a flashlight, put on some galoshes and walk out there and take a quick look around to see what's happening?
So I would tell them to stay inside. Again, stay inside, stay off the roadways, give it some time. We want to make sure that everybody remains safe. We often see a lot of injuries after a hurricane because of people going out and using chainsaws or, trying to remove the debris themselves. So for right now, everybody needs to stay put, stay inside, stay safe. We're expecting winds well until tomorrow. And we want to give everyone time, you know, the responders to come out and go through the areas and make sure that everything's safe for the community to return to normal.
And Chief, you talk about, again, the assessment. It's fair to say sometimes it's not the challenges we face, but how we respond to the challenges that define us. Walk us through some of the resources. I mean, just this evening, Orange County Sheriff John Mina was talking about a new high water rescue vehicle that they've got on standby. Walk us through some of the resources and preparations, because again, every storm's a little bit different.
Absolutely. So we're very fortunate to have the Orange County Convention Center in our county, and we have so many resources there. We have the swift water teams pulled together by Fire Rescue. We also have 6 federal teams that are staged at the Convention Center. And fortunately, we were just able to procure double-decker boats, if you will, the soft boats and the hard-shell boats. So those are part of the swift water teams that we have staged at the Convention Center. And that will allow us, as soon as it's safe to do so, to get out into the communities if we have any flooded areas, make sure that we're taking care of our citizens and that, you know, we can respond quickly and safely to help our citizens.
And we're hoping everybody is safe through this. Laura Lee Avery, Chief for Orange County Emergency Management, really appreciate it. Thank you. Want to go ahead and get to Tallahassee because we are getting some new information from state leaders, including the governor.
That's right. Let's listen in right now.
Stay inside and stay off the roads. Floodwaters and rushing storm surge are very dangerous, and I would say that's even more so in spite of everything the state did to help these local communities hit by Helene remove a lot of debris, and they did move a lot of debris over the last 72 hours. You're going to have new debris created, and you still have some of that old debris in some of those places. So there's going to be hazards in the storm surge and in the flood waters. Stay put until the storm is passed. If you are in Sarasota, Manatee, some of those areas where the eye of the storm is going, it may be where things calm down for a minute. Just understand that means you're in the eye. It's going to go back and get really nasty very soon. So don't go outdoors until it is confirmed safe. You can listen to your local emergency management officials about that one. Power outages are going to happen, as I mentioned. So please, if you're using a generator, make sure that you're using it safely. Do not run the generator inside your home. That can be fatal. Make sure it's outside the home at a safe distance from windows and doorways. If you see dangerous conditions, please report those to your local authorities so that they can help protect people and mitigate it. So the storm is here. It's time for everybody to hunker down. I know we've got massive amounts of resources that have been prepared for this storm. People are tired because of having to deal with Hurricane Helene, and yet all I've seen is people just dig deep inside and say, we're not going to be denied, we're going to get the job done. So I really appreciate everybody that's worked so hard on the heels of Helene to prepare for this storm and to be ready to go. And you will see that in action very shortly as this storm passes. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, for leading us through this. Appreciate your support. Conditions across the state continue to deteriorate as Hurricane Milton approaches landfall. No, sir. As Hurricane Milton approaches landfall, many areas are already experiencing life-threatening storm surge or life-threatening tornadoes. Please make sure if a tornado warning comes in, especially on our east coast of Florida, we have certainly had a lot of tornadic activity over there. Confirmed radar. Virginia Task Force 1 and Miami Task Force 1. Numbers right now, but about 125 of these homes that have been. So we're trying to get into Florida's most vulnerable to make sure they're taken care of. If you have not already left, as I just said, as the governor just said, you need to stay inside, stay safe, and stay put. Make sure that you're getting to a central area of your home, that you're getting as low as you possibly can. That is, if you have a single-story residence and no storm surge, you want to get as low as you possibly can. I had this question asked to me earlier. Do I go to the bottom of the house if I got storm surge? The answer is no. If you've got 2 floors, you need to go to the lowest part of the 2nd floor to escape the storm surge. Please do not. If you have storm surge coming in, please just do not go to the lowest level of your home. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. Roads may be flooded, blocked by debris, or have down power lines. Please do not risk it. If you hear, as the governor said, if you hear trees snapping, that means that there is going to be flying debris. You should seek shelter immediately and treat it as if it's a tornado. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting household items such as pillows, heavy coats, blankets on top of you. There may be a point where you think the storm is over. If it goes from absolutely horrible and terrible to absolutely nothing, then you are most likely in the eye of the tornado. Please stay in place. Do not come out. We are anticipating power outages, as the governor's already mentioned, with this storm. Take time now, if you still have power, to keep those electronic devices plugged in and keep the charge full. If you lose power and are going to use a generator for backup power, please use it safely. You've heard the governor and myself say this. Keep it 20 feet away from the doors and windows of your home. Make sure you wait 20 minutes for it to cool down before you refuel it. Make sure it's on a clean, dry surface. And then be sure to have a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside or to return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present. Do not attempt to clean up the debris by yourself, especially fallen trees or power lines. If you see a dangerous condition, please report them to your local authorities utilizing your 911 lines or non-emergency lines. Residents needing information can continue to call our State Assistance Information Line, which will be open for most likely weeks. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. Please follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT and on Facebook at FDEM. That is the best way to go and catch up on latest up-to-date information from the division. If you do not have access to that, but you have access to the internet, please make sure you go to floridadisaster.org/update. Floridians, we are with you. We will be with you. The state of Florida is leading the way on this charge. Please know that we're coming as fast as we possibly can. There's going to be places that we just cannot get to until the winds die down. But as I've already mentioned, there are strong winds. There are banding rains. But we have the men and women of Florida Task Force 1 out of Miami-Dade, as well as members from the Ohio and Virginia Task Force going into harm's way to help you out. We will continue to do that all night long. I will be here throughout the night along with my team. Governor, it's been a pleasure working with you to this point, but I also want to say thank you for your leadership, and I know that you're not going to go anywhere anytime soon, and I appreciate your leadership. Thank you, sir.
So we are staged with massive amounts of search and rescue assets, not just with the cities and counties and their considerable resources, all the state assets for our state agencies and National Guard, as well as urban search and rescue teams. And so we will be ready to help people who are in harm's way, and hopefully we don't have a lot. I know a lot of people did heed the call to leave, but that will be a priority to save lives. We also have a record number of people there for the restoration of power, these linemen. People love seeing the linemen coming in on the interstate. It's a great sight. They will get to work, get their power resumed as quick as possible. And then we have massive amounts of fuel on standby that we can use, but we also want to make sure these ports get up and running. I mean, we'll see what the damage is to Manatee and to Tampa. We have been discussing, and Kevin and his team have been discussing with our federal partners like the Army Corps and some of these agencies, some expectations about getting these ports back. And I think there's a difference between kind of Florida expectations, which is like we get this stuff done quick, and maybe how the federal bureaucracies have typically worked. But I think that we have had very good conversations. I think there is a sense of urgency with some of the federal agencies as well, but we want to get these ports back open as quickly as possible. We're going to have to assess some damage. Now, the track of this storm, the fact that it is Sarasota, Perhaps the Port of Tampa is not going to take a major hit like it would have if it was a direct impact, but we'll see. Manatee is probably going to be a little bit closer to where it's getting some of the big impact, but we think it's really important that all services are be able to resume, and we have contingencies to be able to get fuel in where it needs to go. But it'd sure be a lot easier if we just get that coming into the ports. And so those are all going to be priorities from here on out. So if you are watching this, just hunker down. If you're in the path of this storm, it's dangerous outside. There's going to be a lot of hazards. Even when it passes, if there's floodwaters, be very careful about any of that. Help is on the way. We're going to get everyone back, get everyone up on their feet again, and we'll mitigate the damage as best we can.
The president said that he has spoken with you. Have you talked about getting more resources from the federal government here in the state, getting things back open?
So as I mentioned, we've been discussing with some of the federal partners about acceleration of what needs to be done, if something needs to be done on these ports. To say like, oh, it's going to be weeks for a port, no, that doesn't work. Okay, we got to get it open, and I think they're of the same mind, and I think that Kevin and our team have had good conversations. We've also, Kevin, I know, is talking, both Kevin and I talk with the FEMA administrator about some of the things that we're looking for. You know, for example, with this debris, let local governments do the debris a little bit differently so that we incentivize people to come and do it quickly, because the way it goes now, it was hard to even get people to do their debris. You had them going other ways. It just didn't make economic sense for doing that, and a lot of the debris takes like 6 months to do, and that's just kind of been the standard. I think we showed by surging our resources, which is really unprecedented, we knocked out a lot of debris in like 72 hours. So we want to have a debris where there's incentives to do it and do it quickly. Look, I don't want to have to, even talk about this now, but we're not out of hurricane season. There is the possibility of another storm brewing, and it's going to come into the Gulf. It's possible. I hope it doesn't happen. But so we want to be able to have them with contractors and have them have things working with the FEMA reimbursements that make sense. And I think Kevin, I think Administrator Criswell has been very receptive to that, because it does. It just makes sense.
Governor, Director Guthrie, in terms of the timeline of recovery, and last time with Helene, you were able to get search and rescue units kind of out there before, if I remember correctly, before the sun even came out.
That'll happen again. Yes. So, yeah, they will do in the dark. That is totally, absolutely fine. It's just a question of making sure that it's safe for them to go out. So as soon as that storm passes, and the fact that it came in earlier than thought, that's good for the high tide, because the high tide's not here yet. I think it'll help with the surge, but it's going to mean pretty much all the rescues are going to be done in the dark in the middle of the night. But that's fine. They're going to do that. All of our folks are doing that, and they will be on target.
Since you have so many people here in the state, more than previous storms, are you expecting things to kind of be restored quicker than previous storms? Like Helene was power back within a week. Are you expecting that even sooner, 3 days?
Well, we need to figure out how much power is out. I mean, we just don't know, right? And so we'll see. But I thought, we didn't get hit with Dorian, but it was coming, so we prepared. I thought maybe we had reached 50 with Dorian. We didn't. We reached in the 40s. We did 40,000s for Ian in the 40s. This is the first time we've crossed 50, and so I think that that's good. I think there's a lot of people that are excited about going to work. I know Floridians really appreciate these guys when they get out there. And if you look, the fact that it's going Sarasota across, that's heavy Florida Power and Light territory. Those guys are a well-oiled machine at this. They do a really good job. A lot of their infrastructure handles the storms very well. And so a lot of times when you're talking about power restoration, if you have the people there and you go quick, you can potentially reconnect relatively quickly. If the whole thing is blown out where you have to rebuild it, it takes longer. My sense is that if it's a lot of FPL stuff, their infrastructure probably going to be able to weather a lot of this, so they'll have to do some reconnects, but maybe not a full rebuild. Fort Myers Beach for Hurricane Ian was FPL, and they honestly, they could have gotten the power back on very quickly. It was too dangerous to hook it up because of the homes with the storm surge, but their substations actually did pretty good. So I think it remains to be seen with that. Now, in terms of the search and rescue personnel, I'd like nothing better than to be here tomorrow night telling you we're sending all of it back to the States. I would love that, to say, you know what? We did whatever we needed to do, just like Helene, and then 12, 24 hours later, it was fine. Thank you, and you guys go back home. We would love to do that. I'm hoping that we're not going to need them to be long, but it's just going to depend on what the damage is. So we'll see. I mean, look, these storms, it's like how many, what population, how many people, how much infrastructure, and this thing has come up. It kind of went east into Sarasota County. I don't know where they're going to say the landfall was. Maybe Venice, from what I'm looking on the radar. Maybe middle Sarasota County. But if it cuts across from there, there's a lot of rural areas. Whereas if it would have gone into Tampa Bay and rode up I-4, that's like millions and millions of people. I do think north of the storm there's a lot of precipitation. I think you're going to see inland flooding in central Florida, north central Florida. I think you're going to see storm surge in northeast Florida, places like Daytona Beach, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County. I think you will see that coming on the backside of the storm. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But bottom line is we have the resources amassed. We'll use all that we need. But yes, I hope I can just send a bunch of them home to say, we got the job done.
And FHP posted a video earlier today of a dog chained to a fence. They went and rescued it. Do you know what's happening with that dog?
I mean, first of all, what kind of an animal would just leave a dog chained to a pole in the middle of a hurricane? I mean, it's just unbelievable that somebody would do that. And so I'm thankful for the FHP folks out of Tampa for rescuing the dog. They did bring it to the vet. The dog has a clean bill of health. And who knows, maybe we'll do some adoption, put the dog up for adoption, and we can have some people in Florida come and compete for it and take it. But, it's just like, I mean, people do a lot of dumb things, but you just see that.
And welcome back. We were just listening to Governor Ron DeSantis give an update on what's happening with storm preps as far as the state goes, federal government response, and of course we'll have more on that coming up a little later on. But we're waiting for the 8 o'clock advisory here from Hurricane Milton coming up in about 5 or 10 minutes. But the 7 o'clock advisory, 120-mile-per-hour winds with the storm, making it a Category 3 hurricane. So it's still a major hurricane. Movement is to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. We've been looking at it getting closer to making landfall, and we're likely going to see that within the next 60 to 90 minutes. And then it's going to track across the state through the overnight hours. So we still have a long way to go. We're still looking at a high wind event. We're getting more reports of power outages across central Florida, and we're also looking at more heavy rain that's going to lead to flooding potential. We're looking at some of the rainfall totals earlier. Potentially we could see upwards of 12 to 18 inches in spots, especially to the north and west of Orlando and places like Marion, Sumter, and northern Lake County. So storm surge is going to be a problem as we head through tomorrow. We're looking at that as it pulls away from our east coast. So we're seeing the pink here. These are storm surge warnings for Titusville, Oak Hill, New Smyrna Beach, Daytona Beach. Obviously, this prompted some of the evacuation orders that we had over the past 24 hours here along our east coast. We're looking at the storm surge potential upwards of 3 to 5 feet here, right along the Space Coast, up to the north here, around Volusia County, up toward Flagler Beach, about 4 to 5 feet. So that is going to be what we're really tracking by tomorrow afternoon into the evening. The winds, they're gusting out there. It's leading to power outages. In fact, we'll go into Clystron 13 and take a look at some of the rainfall or the wind speeds. If I can pull up that source here, but it doesn't look like I can. So we're looking at winds by Clystron 13, estimating around 60 to 70 plus miles per hour, especially in southwestern Orange County and portions of Lake County. And those winds are going to continue to increase as we go through the night tonight after landfall. And here's a look at the wind speeds. Potentially around 10 o'clock, we're looking at winds around 60 to 70 plus miles per hour. And then as we go toward 4 o'clock in the morning, still windy through the overnight. So it's going to be tough to get sleep, of course, tonight with the winds howling through the overnight and those winds gusting around 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. And then notice the wind flow here tomorrow morning out of the east and northeast along our east coast. And that will lead to the storm surge concerns that we pointed out a moment ago, where we could see 3 to 4 plus feet along our east coast. We'll have more details on Milton, the 8 o'clock advisory, all coming up a little later on. Tammy and Greg?
All right, Chris, thank you. And again, tracking some of the impacts, some of the early preliminary impacts, power outages, something we expect. Only a handful here in Central Florida so far, about 2,300, 2,400 power outages in Orange County, about 1,700 power outages reported right now in Seminole County.
If you don't have power, though, it seems like you're the only one. It's a big deal. Right now, let's go to Destiny. She is standing by for us in Sanford. What are things looking like out there?
Well, Tammy, things are picking up, and they are picking up quite fast. We've been out here for about 3 hours, and that wind is literally kind of just blowing me away. We had to take shelter underneath this bridge here, but actually I'm going to show you some sandbags where a business owner had to put water and sandbags here to try and protect the walls from flooding. Obviously, with today being Wednesday, the storm coming tonight, that sand was no longer available to fill these bags. So he actually improvised and put water in them, hoping that these water bags, for that matter, will be able to help a little bit with flooding. We know that here on the riverfront, it does flood a lot when we see significant rainfall. So that is already starting to take place. We can hear the sounds of stop signs going back and forth. You can see the trees and the branches just really taking hits from the wind impacts. And so, like I said earlier, we did have to move a little bit to make sure that we are staying safe, but Seminole County officials are just urging for a little bit of patience as we all get through the storm.
Destiny Wiggins live for us. Thank you so much. So much more coming up.
Yeah, we have a team of reporters located throughout the state. We'll get to all of that. We'll talk about everything you need to know in a calm and informative way for you as we continue to track Hurricane Milton here on Spectrum News 13, and want to let you know that you can also get the latest on the go with the free Spectrum News app. We're back with you in just a moment.
Keep it here.
Friday nights, The Big Deal with Errol Lewis, where Spectrum News' local political journalists break down the most important issues shaping our nation.
Central Florida is a community where people quickly become connected with one another.
When you watch your evening news, you'll see a reflection of yourself, your issues, your neighborhood.
And I hope by seeing our stories, people become better informed and inspired to be involved in our communities.
We're stronger together, and I feel lucky to be able to call this home. Join us for your evening news on Spectrum News 13 and on the Spectrum News app.
You put in unlimited hours and unlimited passion because your small business has unlimited potential. Spectrum Business is built to connect you with that potential. With Spectrum One for Business, you get fast, reliable internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and a mobile line, all for only $49.99 per month. That's more connectivity at a better price than other providers. And with Spectrum One for Business, the value only grows. With award-winning multi-layered security to defend all your devices. If it's connected, it's protected. And we're committed to keeping you connected 100% of the time. Get all the connectivity your business needs for the lowest price around. Only $49.99 per month. That's your business made limitless. That's Life Unlimited.
Sundays, take an in-depth look at your community. In Focus with Allison Walker, where decision makers come together and examine issues that impact Floridians.
The travel and tourism industry is so very important to the state of Florida.
It's a solutions-based conversation.
They must be protected and have the tools they need.
Your community, your state, your show. In Focus with Allison Walker, Sundays at 11:30 on Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum. Weather on the Ones, every 10 minutes. Also available on the Spectrum News app.
So Maxwell.
I want the people to hear it from me directly.
FEMA is ready. Our agency is postured to respond to this storm and help the state of Florida.
Hurricane Milton bearing down on Florida. We're expecting landfall literally in 30 minutes or so here in Florida. We're expecting it along our west coast. I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. I'm Tammy Fields.
And I'm Greg Angel. Of course, you should be in a safe place. Hunker down. The northern part of the eye wall is starting to progress over land. Landfall defined when the center of the storm is over land. First responders, law enforcement, line crews, they are all positioned, ready to respond once the storm passes and they have a chance to assess the impacts. We have a team of reporters and dual certified meteorologists that are going to continue to be with you as the conditions of this storm progress. Talking about our meteorologists, we've got Zach and Mallory and Chris and Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick. So let's go ahead and bring them into the conversation now at 8:01. Brian, good evening. What are we tracking at this point?
Well, good evening, Greg and Tammy. As we have been tracking Milton, it is starting to get a little closer to landfall. It is very, very close. As a matter of fact, probably about an hour or so away. As it's moving off, it's still packing winds to 120 miles per hour, moving east-northeast at 15. Currently extrapolating that out, puts it into sort of around the Sarasota area, and as I mentioned, probably in about an hour it will make landfall. And landfall defined as that center comes over, the center of the eye comes over land. So we'll be watching that occur. I want to go over to Kleinstraat 13 and show you what we've got. We've got a nice big break in the rainfall here across Brevard, at Osceola, into eastern and southeastern Orange. Still a pretty good swath of rain, though, from Flagler and Volusia on southward and across much of Orlando right now. Put that into motion, and this is still some of the outer bands. Let's walk over, though, toward the coast as we are watching this get a little closer to land. And I'm going to see if we've got, let's see if we've got the old Tampa radar up, and I want to zoom in on this one because as it gets closer to land, yeah, there it's going to be a little finicky. I know that they've had some problems with this one today. Center of circulation right about there. Chris is actually running the radar for me here. Center of circulation, the eye right here, is getting very close to land. Looks like it's going to be up around Sarasota somewhere. Winds right now, though, Chris, why don't we sample some of the winds that are coming into areas off toward the east and off to the north. Notice we've got winds north side of this running 107, 95, winds that are 35 to 60, 65 miles per hour coming in, and all of that is translating toward the coast. It's also starting to push the water toward the coast. So as we watch this make land, our conditions will continue to deteriorate. Winds are starting to come up. We're getting some very high gusts even across the Orlando Metroplex. It looks like our worst weather is still a few hours away. We'll walk you through the timeline on this one and talk about what we may be seeing as far as rainfall, because the totals are going to shift a little bit more to the south. And Tammy and Greg, some of these rainfall totals, unfortunately, are going to push over a foot.
Wow.
Well, we are feeling the effects of this storm. It's going to be here, something that's, later this evening, throughout the early morning hours of Thursday. So there's a lot that we want to focus on here with our time with you.
We're ready to take you through this storm in a calm and an informative manner. Our team of reporters, they are standing by tonight. Many of them are going to join us through the overnight hours, along with our team, again, of our dual certified meteorologists.
We've got Asher Wildman standing by, Greg Pallone as well, because we want to get a look at some of the conditions that we are seeing throughout our area. So Greg Pallone in Brevard County, good evening to you. What can you share with us about what you're seeing?
Good evening, Greg and Tammy. Yeah, the effects of this storm already being felt here in the southern part of Brevard County. We're in Grant Valcaria, and our photographer John Chabon is going to set this scene for us here. This is the River's Edge Inn. It is a place where people stay by the month. We talked to the property manager just a little while ago. About an hour or so ago, the first real bands of this storm started coming through and inundated this area. These rooms now have about a foot of water in them, if not more. We've had 9, according to the property manager, 9 of the residents here were taken to the closest shelter. One person was hurt and transported after slipping in the floodwaters, and another person said they weren't going to stay. That property manager even told us, her name is Lisa, she said that she evacuated her son and her dog, so they're off property, but she is back because she says she has to take care of the residents here. It is her responsibility its ability to do so. But you can see just how much rain we had in that small amount of time. It is a lake here at this moment. We're right on the other side of US 1 here in Grant Valcaria. So the storm came up from the coast, from the south, and just landed right here. She said it was almost like someone just dumped it on the property here. So again, one person taken to the hospital, 9 other residents here at the River's Edge Inn taken to a local shelter. One other person deciding they wanted to stay, so they are not leaving. And again, the property manager is here as these waters are, they're not even looking like they're subsiding right now, and I know we're going to have more rain. Our meteorologists have been telling us that. So, again, already feeling the effects of this hurricane here on the east coast of Florida, southern Brevard County, right here in Grant Valcaria. We're also hearing about some potential tornado damage up in the Cocoa Beach area, roofs ripped off, that type of thing. It's getting windy once again. We've had a lull for a couple of hours of rain and just no wind at all, but the wind is starting to pick up yet again as it has throughout the day. But again, we're expecting things to worsen as the night and the overnight comes on. But again, hopefully that one person that was taken to the hospital will be okay. Those 9 other people will be taken care of at the shelter, and the property manager will be here as well to tend to that resident who decided to stay. Tammy and Greg, back to you.
Greg Pallone live for us in Brevard County. Very concerning conditions there, and a lot of people impacted. I want to continue our coverage right now, this time in Hillsborough County. In Tampa Heights, that's where we know conditions seem to have picked up quite a bit since we last checked in with Asher Wildman. What are you seeing?
Well, Tammy, it's not only what I'm seeing, it's also what I'm hearing. It's 6:51 where I was at. We heard our first transformer blow. Since then, 2 more. In fact, right as Greg Pallone was wrapping up there, we had another one go off somewhere behind me over here. Now, obviously, you can still see that there is power on behind me, but more and more parts of Hillsborough County and the Tampa community are starting to lose power. Clearly, I have power on that's behind me, but we have heard 3 transformers go. As far as the conditions, we are now starting to get that heavier rain coming down. A couple hours ago, it was a slow, steady rain, but now certainly picking up. And then as far as the wind, that's the big thing that we're going to be focusing on out here, the wind gusts, because pretty soon we are going to be under a wind warning as far as when the stronger winds are expecting to come on in here. And you could just see across the street, the palm fronds, we have some movement, but it's nothing like you're expecting to see in the coming hours tonight. So we are starting to lose some transformers. The wind is starting to pick up now. The rain absolutely getting heavier, and the reason why, just turn my flashlight off. The reason why some of these conditions are so important to this area is because of how much debris was still left outside people's homes, more inland and in low-lying areas, especially along the Hillsborough River, where not only are they expecting to see flooding, but when this stronger wind comes in, that's what people are concerned about. It's not just flooding, it's the fact that someone's mattress, and I'm not trying to over-exaggerate, but could end up in the road, blocking the road, or a piece of wood can go flying across the street, and it's not tarped. There's still a lot of yard debris left over from Helene, all this debris, in fact, left over from Helene. So folks have left their homes. They've boarded up the best they can. A lot of these areas were a evacuation zone. I know for a fact, speaking to some people yesterday, they all went inland, especially over towards our side of town in Orlando. But there's a combination of things that people out here in the Tampa community are monitoring. It's not just storm surge, it's not just potential flooding, but it's also the wind we're expecting to see for all these things, these loose impediments that are all around town that were not picked up before Milton's arrival. So as the winds pick up, we're going to start to see if more power blows. We're going to start to see if more things are reported going into people's homes. Now, I just want to be very clear as far as where I am in Tampa Heights. We do not have mattresses out here. We do not have yard debris out here. This is a very clean area. They clearly picked up this area following Helene. Also down by the bay, we don't have flooding. There is a road closed down there, but that's the area low-lying that's expected to see some flooding later on tonight, early on in tomorrow morning. So these are all the things that we are currently watching, but as you can see, the rain now starting to come from just about every direction out here as we also start to see wind gusts start to pick up. So that's what we got right now in Tampa Heights. Reporting live for Spectrum News, I'm Asher Wildman.
Asher, thank you so much. Stay safe out there. Well, some Central Florida curfews are also in place at this time. Flagler County is under a curfew until Thursday at 7:30 in the morning. Volusia County's curfew is in effect until Thursday at 8 a.m. Osceola County under a curfew until 10 a.m. on Thursday. Now, if these are extended at some point, we will, of course, keep you updated.
And we are also keeping you updated not only here on air, but online as well. You can continue to see our coverage of Hurricane Milton with the Spectrum News app. We've lifted all restrictions on the app, so even if you are not a Spectrum customer, you can still stream live coverage wherever you are in the U.S. You can get updates before, during, and after the storm.
Also, an important reminder that you can keep up with Spectrum News 13's coverage as we track the storm and its impacts by listening to our radio partner, Central Florida Public Media. I know many of you have weather radios in your homes. Well, you'll be able to find the radio broadcast 90.7 on your FM radio.
Coming up on 8/11, we typically do weather on the ones on ordinary nights, but this is no ordinary night. It is Wednesday evening, and we are tracking a very powerful hurricane heading right towards Florida. Getting a live look here downtown Orlando. Let's go ahead and bring back our team of dual certified meteorologists, including Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick, because again, as y'all have been speaking this evening, the storm is going to kind of carry along I-4 corridor.
This is actually, yeah, it's going to kind of stay south of the I-4 corridor. And I see Zach's doing some work on the computer, so I'll go right over to Klystron 13. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to take you to our sister station, Klystron 9, Spectrum Bay News 9's radar here, as it's giving us a look at the eye. And Chris is riding radar for us here. As he's doing so, the eye is getting very close. As a matter of fact, I think the outer eye wall is starting to come on shore. Chris is highlighting the eye of Milton, and it looks like it's going to come ashore south of Sarasota now. So we were thinking earlier maybe Bradenton, and then as the afternoon and evening progressed, we kind of started shifting it south, and somewhere now between Sarasota and Venice, and in less than an hour, it's less than 20 miles from the coast, moving east-northeasterly at a little over 15 now. So somewhere right into Sarasota and Venice. As a matter of fact, the way Chris has drawn in the eye, we're going to have to pay attention, maybe crossing land here. It's when the center of the eye crosses land, that is landfall. I tell you, on that particular image, it is very, very close. Winds, and you see all these bright colors. We go over this every time we have severe weather. Green is going toward the radar. Red is going away from the radar. Winds are increasing and up to 70 now, sliding across counties, including eastern Hillsborough County and Manatee County. Backside of this out over the water, winds that are over 100 miles per hour, and all of this is coming toward the coast. So the winds are ramping up. The surge is starting to come in, and as it's doing so, it is now going to be at its worst from Sarasota through Venice, down through Port Charlotte, Cape Coral, and even down, I'd say, we're going to have some really good surge now down toward Fort Myers, as well as Naples, Marco Island, and areas points south. On the north side of this, some very intense wind, but Tampa Bay will be spared the really awful surge. Okay, so when I speak surge, all that water getting pushed along by the wind, and we're talking 10 to 12 foot surge coming in. And if you think about, so I'm 5 foot 10 inches tall, so if a surge is at 6 feet, I'm underwater. Your house may have 8, maybe 10 foot ceilings. Now think of that, water up to 10 feet coming toward the coast and pushing on and into the areas along our coast, 10 feet, and your entire living room is underwater. 15 feet is most of our one-story homes, and we could see some areas. I think we might bring that surge down a little bit, but even if we get close to 15 feet, that is putting homes along the west coast, unfortunately, underwater, and that's why everybody was evacuating inland. Let's take it up a little closer to Orlando, Central Florida. As a matter of fact, Chris, I'm going to take over here for just a second. No, maybe not. There we go. And we're going to go back over and check out what we have going on locally. I want to stop down. I want to take a look at rainfall. And some of the highest rainfall has been in Brevard County. But notice we're starting to see a swath of very heavy rain coming into places like Polk County. So in areas that are picking up anywhere so far, upwards of 4, 5, 6 inches of rain in a fairly short period of time from Southern Lake southern Sumter, down through Polk, into Brevard County. We have areas that are actually pushing a little higher than 5-6 inches toward the coast, and even some areas here along the St. Johns River already picking up a swath of 5-6 inches of rain. Notice a little bullseye here out in the green swamp. Looks like an area that we have 7 inches of rain. We have an additional several inches of rain on the way. And the big concern tonight, Greg and Tammy, is that we are going to be watching flash flood potential increase. And a swath somewhere, I'd say somewhere probably from Daytona Beach on southward, Leesburg, Titusville, down through Orlando, where we are going to have some issues with flooding and flash flooding as well. The potential exists tonight. We could be dealing with some flash flood warnings. Hopefully no flash flood emergencies, as was the case back in Ian just a couple of years ago. We have our eye on it. Team is here to take you through this storm tonight in a calm fashion. Stick with us. We'll have more weather for you coming up.
Brian, thank you so much. Speaking of rain and flooding and so many people who have already suffered through that from past storms, we want to continue our coverage right now. Curtis McLeod, he's in an area in the Orla Vista area where we know that the county has spent a lot of time and a lot of money trying to make sure that these people don't see the same kind of flooding we've seen in the past. Curtis.
Yeah, Tammy, good evening to you. And you're right about that. Millions of dollars spent on a major flood mitigation project. I'm going to get to more of that in just a bit, but what I want to show you here is take a look here. This is a trench here for some runoff water. Water flowing here at this point in time, and we're on Livingston Street in the Orla Vista community. We have seen some ponding on some of the roads here in this area, and we've also seen some of the community members, they have sandbags over their front doors, and some of those homes still boarded up. You got to remember, this was Hurricane Ian in 2022. Some of the homes still boarded up, still under construction from all of the flooding we saw here. We saw rescue teams evacuating people in this community. A stark contrast here with not a whole lot of issues. We did, I mentioned, see some ponding as well on the roads here throughout this community, but a lot of people still here. A lot of people, of course, being cautious. Now, I did see a note from county leaders, Orange County leaders, saying that they do have some concerns here with some of those ponds that they have built, that there's going to be a lot of rain. We're experiencing that right now, rain and wind. There's going to be a lot of rain, and so a lot of those basins will fill up with water. And we did actually take a look at some of those basins, and we did see a considerable amount of water there. But there is confidence that there are pumps there, and those pumps, albeit temporary, are working at this point in time. We know during Hurricane Ian, those pumps failed. At this point in time, they are and seem to be working. As we can see, I want to have Nick pan this way. You can see down the road here. It is dark out here. No flooding on this road. When we first got out here, there was a lot of water on this road. You couldn't even see. We were a bit cautious to drive down this stretch of road here, again, in Orange County, in the Orla Vista community. So if you happen to see flooding, happen to see ponding, heed the warnings from county leaders, county members, saying to not drive through those areas, not go into those waters. You never know what may be in those flood waters that you may encounter. We're going to continue to be out here and bring you the very latest from Orla Vista and continue to give you a check on conditions. We're live in Orla Vista in Orange County. I'm Curtis McLeod, Spectrum News.
Curtis, thank you so much. Great advice there, telling people to staying out the roadways. This is a live look right now over downtown Orlando. I can say that it's important to let our viewers know that we have our crews out in this, so you don't have to be in it, but every single one of our crew members they're with a team member, and they have a safe place to be as soon as they're done with their live shot. We're going to have much more for you coming up right after this break. Keep it here. You're watching Spectrum News 13.
From D.C. to Tallahassee, elected officials are making decisions that affect our daily lives right here at home.
These decisions happen every day, which is why Political Connections breaks down the biggest stories every weeknight,
providing you real context and balanced analysis of the day's political news,
giving you a better understanding of how the issues impact you and your local community.
Join us for Political Connections weeknights at 7 and 11:30 on Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
When you need AC repair, you can count on Freedom Air and Plumbing. No matter what kind of service you need, you can count on our professional and reliable techs to provide you with the best service in the state. From beginning to the end, we'll do everything possible to see that you're comfortable and satisfied. We are professionals in the home service industry and set the standards, so you can trust we can meet your home comfort needs. Pick a company like Freedom Air and Plumbing that doesn't just follow the standard, but rather sets it. When your AC needs repair, call Freedom Air and Plumbing.
Florida's weather is relentlessly punishing your roof. Scorching sun, pounding rain, hail, and wind. Your roof is a critical part of your home's defense.
Without a draped roof, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have leaks.
Covenant Roofing promises to be responsive to your needs, promises exceptional communication, and promises the highest level of integrity.
Covenant Roofing is established and great to work with.
For your no-obligation roof evaluation and financing options, call us today. Covenant Roofing, the difference is the promise.
I had a spot on my arm that wouldn't heal, so I called the Dermatology Institute.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard with Dr. Cynthia Howson, board-certified dermatologist, treating a wide variety of skin conditions. Dr. Howson personally supervises all care.
Here at the Institute, we study, diagnose, and treat all skin problems, giving people their confidence back.
Now my grandkids are all I worry about.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, skin care for the whole family.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Kelly Ford in Melbourne with their exclusive 30-day love it or leave it guarantee.
Here at 821, Milton is very close to landfall at this point. Zach is actually on landfall watch as we see this nearing the coast just south of Sarasota. I'm Brian Carrick, Chris Gilson here with me, Zach Covey, Mallory Nichols, the team taking you through what has been a very busy afternoon and what will be a busy night. Let's take you over to our sister station, Spectrum Bay News 9's Klystron 9, and we have Klystron 13, they have Klystron 9. We're able to take you way out into the Gulf of Mexico and out into the Atlantic to give you a good view. And so far what we're seeing is the eye is getting very, very close to land. Very heavy rain, torrential rainfall, and very strong wind through the Tampa and St. Pete area. Pinellas County getting hit hard. As I just kind of go off screen here for a second, I want to point out that we actually have the eye that is getting very close to, if not crossing land right now. Again, it's not official, but it's getting very close. And I have a feeling we're going to have a landfall probably coming up just north of Venice now. And as it's doing so, it is pushing in some pretty good wind. Let's take a look and see if we've got some of these wind speeds that are coming in at this point. And the red is going toward the radar there in Tampa, and the green is going away. And as we sample some of these wind speeds, just offshore, look at that, 105, 106, 107. This is on the backside, so let's take a look at what we've got coming in on the east side of this one. 73 up into eastern sections of Hillsborough County, 68. Let's get over to Polk County, a couple that are in the mid-60s as well. We've had some gusts here locally, upwards of 50, 55, and those winds are going to ramp up through tonight. The rainfall is also going to be very, very heavy, so just kind of keep that in mind as we are watching. This is not the information coming in, but we will be getting to a landfall shortly, so keep that in mind. We'll be watching very closely. I'm not sure what MAX system that is, guys, but that is not the correct MAX system that we're going to be walking through when it comes to rainfall. So rainfall, let's get back over and show you what we've got going on. And I'm going to be transparent here. We're going through a set reconstruction, okay? So we are kind of split in several different rooms here with our equipment trying to get through this with you. And so far, the team has done a tremendous job. So let's go back over to Klystron 13, and we'll take a look at what we've got locally. And the rainfall that is coming down is still fairly steady into parts of Volusia County, extending over into Lake, Seminole, Orange, and also over into Sumter County. And this is going to continue throughout the night. The winds will start to pick up, makes landfall 9. It's up to our area around 11, 11:30. Winds will crank up. Just north of that center is going to be probably into northern Osceola and southern Orange County for some of the higher winds, winds that will sustain themselves at hurricane force and potentially a low-end Cat 2 coming across Osceola County before it starts to really ramp down, but the winds will increase into Brevard County in the wee hours of the morning. This is offshore, probably before sunrise tomorrow morning. Backside of it, still expecting some tremendous wind. Tammy and Greg, the concern overnight, though, will be the extensive flooding and the concern that trees are coming down and widespread power outages, which, by the way, are starting to become quite numerous.
That is really concerning, too, because we just saw our Greg Pallone in Brevard County with some flooding. You can't imagine it being worse.
And again, the timing of all this as well, as that is dramatically changing. Randy Roush, he is going to continue live coverage for us now in Lake County, Tavares area. Randy, what are you seeing where you are at?
Hey, good evening, guys. I'm seeing some rain as expected. Has it lightened up since I last talked to you? Probably not. We continue to see those rain bands whipping through this area at times, and of course some strong wind gusts. Of course, we are live here in Tavares, about 35-40 miles to the northwest of the Orlando area, and so much of what we are expecting here tonight probably will not be here until the next couple of hours, probably around midnight, 1 a.m. is what we're sort of planning for here, depending on how that eye wall constructs and goes through Orlando, and then what wind effects we get from this. And this is what everyone here has been sort of planning for. Of course, this is an area with a lot of lakes. People are watching the lake levels. It has been raining steadily, honestly, for much of the afternoon, as it has across Central Florida, and we continue to watch that rain pile up on fairly saturated ground across much of our viewing area. So as we go into the morning hours, we're going to expect these winds to pick up. Most of the people that we, have run into on our way over here have really locked themselves in their homes, doing the smart thing. They're not on the roadways. We're in a typical suburban neighborhood here in Tavares, where most people are just not even out. You can see few lights in their homes, but that's about it. And of course, one of the big things here that we're going to be watching as well, and this is the truth for much of Central Florida, power outages. And hopefully most neighborhoods will get through this with maybe not too much of a loss of power, because that always makes things difficult for everyone throughout our viewing area. But that's it for now, you guys. Tammy and Greg, can't say it's bad right now, but we are expecting those conditions to sort of fall apart as we move towards the morning hours. Live here in Lake County, Randy Roush, Spectrum News.
Randy, thank you so much for that. This is a live look right now at our camera that is aiming over downtown Orlando. Normally you can see cars zipping by here on the interstates. It looks really eerily quiet at this hour, and that's a good thing.
And again, this is kind of an area that in just next couple hours, we will start to see the impacts of this storm. Much more to come from our reporters and meteorologists as we continue to track Hurricane Milton here on Spectrum News 13.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
When you can make anything possible because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Chinese fentanyl is a silent killer, putting too many folks 6 feet under without warning. It's time to do something about it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with deadly Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. We can't wait. It's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
At Florida 5-Star Roofing, we know when the storm passes, the real work begins. Our goal is to help you navigate the repair process with ease. We'll work alongside your insurance company, helping them to not overlook any coverage your claim requires. And we'll offer affordable options to get your roof back in top condition. From shingle replacements to full roof installations, we're here to help. Contact us today at Florida 5-Star Roofing. Modern roofing made easy.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Fun Spot America. It's huge.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being here with us tonight. I'm Tammy Fields. It is 8:30 on a Wednesday, and we are tracking Hurricane Milton.
And I'm Greg Angel. We have a team of reporters and meteorologists tracking this storm, Milton, as it is progressing quickly and more overland. So we appreciate you being with us and those joining us on Spectrum News Plus. Want to get to the very latest on the conditions now from throughout the Central Florida and Gulf Coast and the entire state of Florida as we continue to track Milton here. Very close to landfall. We've got an entire team, the nation's only team of dual certified meteorologists, including Chief Meteorologist Brian Carrick. Go ahead and bring them in here. So where are we at? Because again, the model's looking pretty close to landfall here.
Yeah, it's crossing. At least the outer eye wall has moved on land, and we'll wait the center of the eye to cross land for an official landfall, and it sure looks like it is about to do so. Winds are at 120, so this will be a Category 3 hurricane as it makes landfall somewhere between Sarasota and Venice. It did take a little bit of a right turn, so somewhere between Venice and Sarasota is where we will see Category 3 Hurricane Milton make landfall. Zach Covey is waiting to let us know in the other studio that we will have a landfall here shortly, packing some strong wind. And notice all of this green. Flood warnings, we have some flash flood warnings, and a night ahead of some torrential rainfall. I'm going to walk through the rainfall coming up in just a bit. Back over to Klystron 9, our sister station Spectrum Bay News 9's radar over in Tampa, because it's closer to the eye. As I walk down just a little bit, you'll see here, do we have landfall? Near Siesta Key. Chris Gilson passing along, and if Zach's listening right now, landfall has now occurred near Siesta Key. Okay, let me zoom in just a little bit here, and I'll show you. We now have a landfalling hurricane. We knew it was coming in a little bit earlier, Siesta Key. So landfall has occurred right now. And on the backside of this, winds have really started to crank. We have flash flood warnings in place for Pinellas, Hillsborough County, and the winds that are exceeding 105 to 110 miles per hour, higher gusts. Now that this is on land, it's pushing a lot of water. Venice, Inglewood, it's even coming on up into Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, all the way down to Cape Coral and down into the Fort Myers area. Now that we have landfall, that wind is going to begin to translate a little bit more to the north and east. And as we've been mentioning the past several days, this system is undergoing some change just simply because it's fighting some wind shear to our north. So as you go up through the atmosphere, the wind is changing direction and height. And that shear, think of going out and taking your garden shears and shearing the bushes in your backyard, right? Or in your front yard. Anyway, that is helping to kind of take the top of this a little bit, and that's why it has weakened today. Hasn't weakened enough. It's still a major hurricane, but that shear is fighting this. And it's also causing an expansion of the wind field. So the core of the winds of hurricane force have been expanding out, and throughout the day, tropical storm force winds as well. So again, a landfall officially, and it's continuing to move toward the east-northeast. And stick with us just for a minute, guys. Let me back out a little bit here and show you that we are still a ways from bringing the worst conditions into Central Florida. The worst right now out over Tampa and St. Pete. But there's the eye now coming on shore near Siesta Key, and it's going to continue its trek. And basically, it's going to stay south of I-4. This is not going to take the Charlie path. It's actually going to stay south, and it's going to kind of cross the state and probably come out over in southern Brevard County now. This is a little more south. For some of us, that's some good news. For others, not so much. But here in Orlando, that does keep the core of the strongest winds to our south. For those of you in Osceola County, it looks like northern Osceola County is where some of the strongest winds will come in. It's a Cat 3 now. It will undergo a rapid decrease in strength as it crosses the state, but unfortunately it's still going to be a Cat 2 coming on up, probably clipping southern Polk County. It'll be a Cat 1 as it comes into southern Osceola County and southern Brevard County. Hopefully it weakens even more, but probably a Cat 1. And then offshore prior to sunrise. This is not going to linger all night. It's going to zip itself out and off our shores before sunrise. So the worst conditions will be coming on in. I'd say it's 8:30 now. Movement, did you guys say, is about 15 to the east-northeast? Yeah. Let's extrapolate, do some timing on that. Probably put some of the worst conditions into Osceola and to Orange County in a couple of hours, few hours from now. All right, so before midnight, we will have some of those strong winds. The other major concern, and Zach was just bringing me up to speed on the models today, have been very consistent with putting a swath of torrential rainfall on the already saturated ground that we have. And I have a feeling we're going to unfortunately deal with a number of flash floods, flooding. Hopefully not any flash flood emergencies, but can't rule that out. And you remember in Ian, we had our first flash flood emergencies over all of Central Florida, almost all of the Orlando Metroplex, I should say. And for those of you in the little Wekiva River area, that was a major concern. You might want to keep an eye on that tonight. Top totals you saw as far as the higher end of the rain.
Rain totals, we're talking about 1.5 feet to 2 feet in parts of Flagler County. If this storm system does exit out of southern Brevard County, that might push rain totals a little closer to the I-4 corridor based off of this evening's guidance.
Sure.
And then obviously I just want to let you know, we do have it up on Max 1. Our official landfall graphic is up. Again,
thank you.
Hurricane Milton making landfall in Siesta Key just moments ago as a Category 3 storm with winds of 120 miles per hour, central pressure of 954 millibars. And Brian, something I just found interesting, I was looking over some data. Milton may set pressure records for a good chunk of central and east Florida as the system enters extratropical transition along the eastern coast.
Now, when you say extratropical, stretching itself out, losing those tropical characteristics that
exactly.
It has right now, stretching itself out. That's why the wind field has increased out a ways. And thank you for passing that along. I've got Mallory, Zach, and Chris all standing right here as we were watching this come on land. Again, a Siesta Key landfall. And as far as the rest of the night, we'll be here throughout the night as the wind starts to crank up a bit. Rain is going to come down quite heavily, but we're walking you through this one, Tammy and Greg. Going to be a fairly long night. We're going to get through it. Don't be scared, just be prepared. We've walked into this one prepared, and now it's time to take us through the overnight with what's going to be some fairly heavy rainfall and for a time tonight, and we'll walk you through some of the timing. It could get a little on the loud side, so get those headphones ready for the kiddos as you get ready for bed tonight.
Thank you so much, Brian. We appreciate that. We want to go to our Jeff Allen. He has been standing by in Hillsborough County, watching the conditions there. What can you tell us, Jeff? We know that that area has really been socked and socked hard.
Some of the strongest winds and rain from this storm, as the biggest, strongest part of this storm is going to be heading through here in the next hour. We came to this area because we can show you what the storm is looking like, but we are also protected up against a parking garage here, a structure. I can tell you from the wind, so far we haven't seen any major wind damage, but that rain, it has been stacking up. Hours of relentless rain has just added to the already saturated ground here, and it's been overwhelming the drainage system here on USF's campus. Of course, campus shut down. Students who live here were told to get out of here by yesterday morning, but all the sewer grates have been popping up from the streets. We've seen retention ponds overflowing onto parking areas and even inside the parking garage that we're near here, just kind of water bubbling up. So, that storm drainage system has gotten as much as it can handle, and of course we're expecting more rain as Milton continues to move through here. Like I said, luckily everything kind of shut down here. Power luckily still on, but we're again seeing some of the heaviest winds and rains from the storm. We expect to continue to see that over the next few hours. Reporting live from Hillsborough County in Tampa, Jeff Allen, Spectrum News.
Jeff, appreciate that. So Jeff Allen in Hillsborough County, right where Tampa is, that's about 60 miles. Tampa is about 60 miles north of Siesta Key, where Brian and the team are saying that Hurricane Milton has made landfall tonight as a Category 3 storm. And again, that's really just the beginning, because the storm's starting to progress much further inland into Central Florida. The good news with the timing of this, yes, it's an overnight storm, but Brian's saying that once it cuts across Central Florida, should be offshore, moving offshore before sunrise, and that will allow crews to start assessing the situation. We were just looking there at Seminole County at Sanford Marina, because again, geographically different locations, there's different concerns.
Exactly, and one of the biggest concerns is we just got over Hurricane Helene, and the Tampa Bay area, St. Pete, Clearwater, especially the coastal areas, really got socked with a lot of damage and a lot of rain, so it's really saturated, and here comes more of it, and that is a big concern, not only for that area, but for several areas right here in the Central Florida area as well.
Again, down trees lead to power outages, and there's a lot of people that have medical issues and things like that, so they really rely on that power. This here was a snapshot of downtown Orlando, and this is going to be an area that we will continue to track, and again, more Osceola County as opposed to other areas. But let's go ahead and bring dual certified meteorologist Zach Covey into the conversation here. Zach and the entire team tracking different aspects of the storm here.
All right, well, let me tell you what, Greg and Tammy, we continue to track that Hurricane Milton landfall that happened there. 8:30 p.m. over in Siesta Key. It was a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 120 miles per hour, central pressure of 954 millibars. So this marks another major hurricane to make landfall this season across the Sunshine State, unfortunately. Again, now that this system has made landfall, it will continue to weaken. It will continue to cross the Central Florida Peninsula as a major hurricane, then decaying very quickly. So I suspect by the next update, this will no longer be a major hurricane. Again, we'll see. That's coming up in 20 minutes. But I do suspect that we're going to see some very fast weakening with this system as it crosses along and just south of the I-4 corridor. Here's the one concern that I have. Notice where the rain is and where the rain is not. Okay, the transition from a tropical system to what we call an extratropical system, basically we're feeding dry air on the southern extent of this eye. And what this is doing is two things. It forces the rain mainly north, and it's forcing some very strong winds on the south side. So we're going to be dealing with this heavy rain and strong wind threat for the next several hours. So even if it's not raining, especially south of I-4 for you, you're still going to be dealing with potential hurricane force gusts across a good chunk of Brevard and Osceola County over the next several hours. Notice where the eye wall is working its way now into portions of far western Polk County, exiting Wesley Chapel, moving into Lakeland now. This is that eye wall, and it's going to essentially parallel the I-4 corridor. So down the line, we're talking about the eye wall, the core of the strongest winds, hurricane force winds in excess of 90, maybe 100 miles per hour in Kissimmee and Orlando. Again, those will be gusts, not necessarily sustained winds, but we will be watching that. Already flash flood warnings are in effect for Brevard, Orange, Seminole, Volusia counties. Not to be outdone, Flagler County decides to have several flash flood warnings. Basically, the entire county of Flagler County is under a flash flood warning. It just depends on which warning box you want to pick. Marion County is also under a flash flood warning. So basically, all of Central Florida outside of Lake and Sumter counties dealing with flash flooding right now. But that rainfall threat, again, again stretching along and north of I-4. Because this came in a little farther to the south, this rainfall threat is going to shift a little closer to the I-4 corridor. So those heavier totals, remember, we're still forecasting 18 to 24 inches of Palm Coast, but I wouldn't be surprised if this corridor maybe shifts just about 20 miles to the south based off of where Milton made landfall. So it is imperative that the I-4 corridor treats this rain threat seriously. Hopefully you prepared for the flooding that we've been talking about for the past several days. This is a very rare event. We have expected flash flooding both today and tomorrow across central Florida. Very rare to see that anywhere across the nation, let alone here in central Florida. Reminder as you wake up tomorrow, if you find those flooded roadways, to turn around, don't drown. If the road is barricaded, it's done that way for a reason. So find another route. Do not walk, bike, or play in those flood waters. You don't know what kind of debris, what kind of gas or chemicals could also be flowing in those type of flood waters. Let's time out here. Milton's extent into central Florida. Again, there's the eye wall, and there's the core of the storm. 70, 75 mile per hour winds in the next couple of hours in Sumter and southern Lake County. This eye moves directly over Orlando International Airport. Look at the winds here, 15 to 20 miles per hour, while everybody else is dealing with 40, 50, 60, even 70 mile per hour winds on the outside extent of the eye wall. And even on the back side, down in Brevard County, where there is no rain, you see those winds 40, 50, 55, 60 miles per hour. So that's what I'm talking about with this extratropical transition. You've got rain to the north, strong winds to the south. Here's a look at those impacts. Flagler County, 12 to 18 inches of rainfall. Tomorrow, we will need to watch the storm surge threat. We've got high tide happening with that northeast wind at the same time around lunchtime. Storm surge could range from 4 to 5 feet, not only in Flagler County's coastline, but in Volusia County's coastline. We'll tackle that storm surge threat as we get closer tomorrow morning. Tonight, heavy rain for Marion County, 10 to 15 inches there. Gusts 65 to 80 miles per hour. The gusts could extend up to 90 to 95, potentially 1 or 2 approaching 100 across portions of Sumter County in the I-4 corridor. Bottom line, guys, it is going to be a very long night. We've got heavy rain, strong gusty winds along and north of the I-4 corridor. Those winds will continue south of the I-4 corridor heading into tomorrow morning. And then we shift our focus to the final threat that Milton will deliver in the way of storm surge heading into tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. Guys.
All right, thank you so much for that live report for us, keeping us up to date, Zach, when it comes to this forecast as we continue to watch exactly what's happening with this storm making landfall. Our Devin Martin is out for us right now. He is in Seminole County, I believe. Yeah. Tell me what you're seeing there in Sanford. It does not look like it's too bad, but I know you've been there for a while monitoring this.
Hey, Tammy, that's right. Yeah, not too bad right now. The wind and the rain, very off and on. And of course, that will continue to change as we continue to move through this evening and into the early morning hours. Now, Alan Harris, emergency manager for Seminole County, I had the chance to talk to him not too long ago. He tells me, of course, they're going to be expecting more rain. Right now, they're monitoring the swelling of rivers and creeks countywide inside the emergency management office. Alan says him and his team are in this for the long haul, making sure residents are in the know about what's happening countywide. And also, Alan says it's important to know. He also says it's important to not lose sight of what is around you. Your friends, your family, checking in with them is important during this time, so we can get through this the best way that we possibly can. Live in Seminole County, Devin Martin, Spectrum News.
All right, Devin, thank you so much for that live report. We appreciate it. We have tons of reporters out at this hour, keeping us up to date with exactly what's going on across the areas where you live.
Want to head a little south now to Osceola County. Maria Serrano live for us tonight. Maria, you are in Champions Gate. You've had a chance to spend all day in Osceola County. How are conditions looking right now where you're at? Because, again, this is an area that our meteorologists have been saying will see a pretty good swipe of this storm.
Right. Well, right now, as you can see, those winds continue to pick up. As I look to my right, I look to my left, I see no one here. Right now, where we are is we are hunkered down at a hotel room just because we had to step away from the city of Kissimmee where we were earlier because we saw some of that tornadic activity there. But as you can see, as I told you, those winds continue to pick up. Two things that I do want to mention right now in Osceola County, that curfew kicked off right at 8 p.m. And just so you know, if you live in this area, that curfew will continue on all the way until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Keep that in mind. If they see you out there and you are not an essential worker, they will be asking you for your ID. Don't be out there. It's not necessary. A lot of wind here, potential dangerous conditions as we continue to keep our eyes on this hurricane that has already made landfall in that Siesta Key area. But again, a lot of wind, rain ongoing here and there. But as we continue to keep our eyes on this, just remember that if you live in this area, that curfew is already in place. Earlier, we got a chance to speak with city officials in Kissimmee. They have over a dozen people keeping track of a team of over 200 people overall, making sure they monitor any damage that has already come because of this hurricane, making sure they send those people out as soon as it is safe to do so. I can tell you that at this point, officials are telling us that if sustained winds go over 45 miles per hour, they will completely stop operations and they will resume and send out that team of about 200 people that I just mentioned to you when it is safe to do so. We'll continue to keep our eyes on this hurricane and, of course, the effects that it's having here in Osceola County. But for now, all I'm seeing is people are really heeding those warnings. They're avoiding their areas outside, particularly. They're staying in their hotels and, of course, in those shelters. We'll continue to keep an eye on this. But for now, I am live in Osceola County. Maria Serrano, Spectrum News.
Maria, thank you. Let's give you another vantage point here as Milton approaches Florida. View here from space. NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic sharing this video from the Crew Dragon capsule currently docked at the International Space Station. He's set to return to Earth with Crew 8 once recovery conditions clear up after Hurricane Milton. So that is something that we are watching. At 8:51, our team of certified meteorologists returning to the conversation here, Mallory Nichols. And again, Mallory, Brian was saying earlier, now believing with this track that it could clear our coast by sunrise.
And it's definitely sped up from what the earlier predictions were, which is, I guess, if we're going to think about something in a good way, it's that this is going to get out of here a lot faster. We are already dealing with quite a bit of rain and those strong gusty winds, but now that Milton has made landfall again in Siesta Key around 8:30, it is going to weaken just a bit as it pushes across the state. But that does not mean anything different from the impacts that we're going to be seeing, because we still have these bands moving through, and you'll notice in the Orlando area at this time we do have some heavier showers that are coming down. So I want to go in just a little bit closer here, and you can see there is a decent band of rain that is starting to push toward the Orlando area. So already some heavier showers have gone through, and we have some heavier activity that's only going to add to the rainfall amounts that we have picked up here over the last several hours. And as I go back to a wider view here, we do have quite a bit of rain that's going to continue to wrap around this center of circulation. Now, I do want to switch over to our power outages. Been seeing these numbers tick up just a bit, and we do have areas closer to the highest winds along the Gulf Coast with some higher power outages at this point, and across Central Florida I'm seeing these numbers start to go up as well. Now, hopefully people can keep the power for a little bit longer, but we'll probably see these numbers climb now that Milton is inland, and we're going to start to get some of those higher winds. Now, as we look at our wind gusts at this point, we do have a strong gust to 55 miles per hour in the Orlando area, probably with that heavy rain band that's pushing through. 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts for Daytona Beach, 51 in Leesburg right now, 48 in Sanford. Sustained winds anywhere between 25 to 35 miles per hour. So definitely dealing with those strong winds at this point. And as we look at the latest stats on Hurricane Milton, it is still a Category 3. Now that it's pushed inland, maybe at the 9 o'clock update here, hasn't quite come in yet, but I'm thinking thinking that we'll start to see this number back off just a bit, but still a Category 3 moving off to the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour. We'll race across the state, get out into the Atlantic early tomorrow morning. It will start to kick back a storm surge along the East Coast. So not only is flooding a concern along with those winds, but we really have to think about this storm surge that's going to impact Flagler, Volusia, down into Brevard County, the barrier islands of Brevard County, along with spots to the north under that storm surge warning at this time. Expected to be anywhere between 3 to 5 foot storm surge, could even be higher as we go a little more to the north. If you go a little more to the south, we're looking at that storm surge around 1 to 3 feet, but that wall of water is going to get pushed back toward the East Coast. So here's a look at our wind speed forecast here. It's around this time that we already are seeing those wind gusts over 50 miles per hour. And we'll start to see that number ramp up for southern Sumter, Lake County into Osceola County as we head toward 10 o'clock, and then pushing across Orange, Seminole into Brevard, Volusia County as we head into the early morning hours tomorrow. By mid-morning, the winds will start to decrease. That's when we're going to see the impacts of the storm surge. But then as we go into the afternoon, conditions will be improving quite a bit, and hopefully we'll get Milton out of here very soon and back to normal. Most concerning time with those tide cycles is going to be between about 1 to 2 a.m. in Flagler County, traveling south into Volusia County, also between 1 to 2 a.m. Melbourne Beach. The most concerning time is 12 to 2 a.m. That's when we're looking at high tide to mix with that storm surge, could push that wall of water a little further inland. So we're still dealing with the rain, the strong wind. Tornado threat is pretty much out of here at this point, but again, tomorrow we'll be talking about that storm surge along the East Coast. Tammy and Greg?
Valerie, thank you so much. Processing the news and assessing the damage from Hurricane Helene was really cut short for those who needed to pivot and prepare for this storm, Hurricane Milton. Now, we spoke with a mental health expert about how to best take in the news this storm season.
Trying to really focus on what we can control and the situation in our little realm of the world. And after that, how we can help other people.
Remember that help is always available. There is always someone to talk to. You can call 988 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to connect with a counselor in your area through the National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline.
People, pets, property, want to make sure all of it is covered ahead of any storm. Florida Aquarium has relocated endangered coral and a sea turtle washed inland by Hurricane Helene. Penguins have also been moved. More than 4,000 juvenile corals and more than 100 brood stock are being sent to Atlanta, Key Biscayne, and West Palm Beach, including corals rescued from a marine heat wave in the Florida Keys in 2023. A sea turtle found after Hurricane Helene is being moved from Apollo Beach to the Florida Aquarium's Tampa campus, which can keep it safe up on their second floor. We are with you every step of the way until Milton moves offshore.
Our team of dual certified meteorologists, they are working around the clock, as are our reporters. They're standing by ready to bring you the very latest conditions across Central Florida down to your county.
You're watching Spectrum News 13. We're back with you in a moment.
When you need plumbing repair, you can depend on Freedom Air and Plumbing. Freedom Air and Plumbing is your #1 source for local and guaranteed plumbing repair. We're available for emergency repairs, and if water runs through it, remember, Freedom can do it. Our technicians are highly trained and have experience working with all different kinds of systems and plumbing problems. Pick a company like Freedom Air and Plumbing that doesn't just follow the standard, but rather sets it. When your plumbing needs repair, call Freedom Air and Plumbing.
Florida's weather is relentlessly punishing your roof. Scorching sun, pounding rain, hail, and wind. Your roof is a critical part of your home's defense.
Without a draped roof, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have leaks.
Covenant Roofing promises to be responsive to your needs, promises exceptional communication, and promises the highest level of integrity.
Covenant Roofing is fabulous and great to work with.
For your no-obligation roof evaluation and financing options, call us today. Covenant Roofing, the difference is the promise.
If your employer doesn't supply health care coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private health care is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with no deductible. To get the coverage you need, call the number on the screen now.
Ambet Concrete Coatings, Florida's premier residential and industrial concrete coating company, and the only concrete coating company with a 15-year manufacturer's warranty and a lifetime installation guarantee. Why use Ambet Concrete Coatings? Clean, professional installation, 24-hour return to service, 8 times stronger than epoxy, physically bonds with your existing concrete, abrasion resistant, slip resistant, antibacterial, antimicrobial, 100% UV stable, and custom chip color of your choice.
All right, team, saddle up. I want Q1 full index reports at my desk by noon.
Are you getting any of this?
Yep, Otter's got the meeting notes. I'll ask it for action items in the channel. And Maria already asked for a budget reminder. Smart.
Judge him by. Got it?
Got it, boss.
Otter, you got this.
Your show, In Focus with Allison Walker, Sundays at 11:30 on Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.